Good
How's it,
morning. No,
everyone?
you go,
Whoops.
Francis. Great start.
Sorry. Oh, yeah, how's it, everyone? Welcome to the One World Sports Radio broadcast of the very first one-day international between Sri Lanka and South Africa. My name is Tepo, and I have my main man, Chris TB, right here on the stream with me. Chris, how you feeling, my man?
Yeah, very well, thanks. I mean, we gave our predictions on the podcast. Now I'm feeling more confident than I did because I said we were going to lose the first ODI and then win the second two. But suddenly, I don't know, I'm feeling like I'm caught up in the emotions. I think we can win this one as well. I'm feeling
Mm,
positive.
I'm feeling pretty patriotic myself, I must say. And the lineup doesn't look too bad either. I had the prediction of Aiden Markram and Yanaman Milan opening the batting. Temba Bavuma, that was correct. Temba Bavuma is coming in third. Rassi van der Dussen at fourth, and then Carl Verena and Heinrich Klaassen wrap up the top seven. Pit Loquayo at eight, Maharaj, Rabada, Shamsi, and then Nokia are our bowlers. And we're chatting to Umpo before the stream about the not having a third spinner. And what do you think of that? Aiden Markram as our third spinner? Is that a good or bad
It's
idea?
it's the sort of last resort thing. Like if the track suddenly is turning a lot and we see that spin's effective, then Aiden Markram can be a third spinner. But on most occasions, on a normal flat track, you try to avoid him, I think.
Yeah, and then there are also emissions from the Sri Lankan team, as we spoke about in the podcast, the likes of Dick Quella, the likes of Kusal Mendes, and there's also another player that was also.
Skuna Talaka is also suspended, and then Angelo Matthews and Isuru Udana have sort of retired because of some conflicts with the board. I mean, these are two countries. If you're trying to find the two cricketing countries struggling the most with their boards and all the background corp gov stuff, you struggle to do too much more than these two sides.
Yeah, so you can't be more correct about that. It's controversy
Then
after
maybe
controversy. Yes, eh?
Zim give
Oh,
us a
Zim,
run for our
maybe Zim
money,
as
and
well.
then the West Indies to a certain extent.
Lol, I literally saw a comment on our cricket WhatsApp group saying that Sri Lanka would be Zimbabwe if they didn't have so much cricketing history. So so that's pretty rough. But with that said, don't forget to tweet us at Gorilla SA. I'll be reading our tweets. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, share, press all the buttons at the bottom if you can. You press all of them. We'll dig
Except the
it.
one that looks
Um,
like that, if
except
you
the
can.
dislike
But
button.
just,
Yeah,
yeah.
all but that. But you can press those buttons. We'd really appreciate it. Tell your friends about the vibe that we have here, and we'll keep telling you about the cricket while giving you a lekker vibe here. Lekker stuff.
Cool.
Also, a
And we
heads up
should
this
mention
game.
that,
Yeah,
sorry,
go.
I was going to say we should mention that Dasan Chanaka, the relatively new captain for Sri Lanka, won the toss and they did opt to bat. So we're going to see Sri Lanka bat first. And we're probably going to see Avishka Fernando and Munad Banuka be the guys opening the batting. Fernando, we've seen a fair bit of.
Oh,
Banuka
indeed,
less
we
so.
have. We have. But I haven't, I'm not familiar with the stadium, the R Premadasa Stadium. Have we played many games here in the Premadasa Stadium, the R
I'll happily
Premadasa
have a look.
Stadium?
We've obviously played a lot of cricket in Colombo, but I feel like we mostly play tests. I can't remember our last ODI series in Sri Lanka. I'll get all of those stats for us shortly as we see the two men come out to the crease. It is going,
Yes.
yeah, Vishka Fernando and Manad Banaka are the two opening batsmen. Banaka also the wicketkeeper. I guess almost the third choice wicketkeeper in the Sri Lanka side, with Kusal Pereira, I think, is out with COVID, and then Dinesh Chandamal, for whatever reason, isn't starting in this game. He's one of the reserves.
Yeah, that's also very interesting. And that's Kusal Pereira, also a big loss for the Sri Lankans, as we see KG Rabada just warming up. He's going to open the bowling for the South Africans. But yeah, it's not quite the full strength Sri Lankan side that I was hoping we'd face leading into the World Cup, the T20 World Cup, that is.
Yeah, and that's you. Now I do get to see the new South African kit. It's simple but nice. I do quite like
I
it.
like it,
It's
bro.
good traditional South African green. Just a little bit of the golden hints around it. It looks good. It doesn't look that different to our 2003 Rugby World Cup kit that was done by Nike with the little yellow triangles coming out of the collar. I'll try and get a photo of that.
First ball, no ball. KG.
You're a little bit ahead. Yeah, first one.
is
This
it?
one's shortest delivery, swinging away from a Vishka Fernanda, and it's been called as a no ball. It must be a front foot no ball, and yeah, free hit to start.
Tell me when you see the
Not the
front
best
foot.
start we've had, but yeah, we'll see how much it counts for. We took a wicket with our first delivery of the Cricket World Cup in 2019, and then that didn't go well. Maybe it's a good sign if we start poorly.
Please don't remind me.
I thought we were going to win it at that point. Imran's here, knocked over Johnny Bairstow, and I thought, geez, the Cricket World Cup is ours. And then, oof. So Kagiso Rabada coming in again, right arm over into Vishka Fernando. This one's a good, just short of Yorker length delivery, but driven equally well by Vishka Fernando. Temba Bavuma at mid-off gets a hand to it and slows it down, and is then able to get up, chase it, and I think they go through for 2 in the end. So Vishka Fernando's off the mark. He's on 2 of 1. Sri Lanka are 3 for no loss after what is 1 legitimate delivery and 2 deliveries technically.
That's good to see from our captain. This is a very big series for Temba Bavuma as captain, leading up to the World Cup. Important for him to get runs, important for him to lead the team nicely. So I'm really excited to see what happens here.
The third delivery, or second legitimate delivery, is a good delivery. Just on the off stump of Vishka Fernando, quite full, and he defends that one into the covers, and so there's no run there. Yeah, I guess that although he's been tenured for a while and he knows that he's going to be captain for an extended, it would take the pressure off him if the team's winning and if he's in the runs. I think that's what everyone wants to see. Even people who tend to root against Temba Bavuma, you think you want the South African captain to do well. If you do believe in the Proteas, this one, left alone by Vishka Fernando, goes straight through to the wicketkeeper, who on this occasion is Hank Klaassen, and there's no run there.
Oh, we have our first YouTube comments here. One coming from our main man, Anis Mohammed, long time follower. He's one of the squad now, and he just sent us the word vibes, and that's exactly what we're bringing you here. 100% vibes here. One World Sports Radio. That's how we roll. Vibes and cricket and sports and that.
So the last time we played Sri Lanka in any sort of ODI was actually during that World Cup, where we played them at Chesterley Street and won by 9 wickets. Before then, we played them in the home series. The last time we played an away series in Sri Lanka was 2018, which looks like we ended up winning 3-2, I think.
Not test. In a one-day series. Yeah, sorry, I was thinking of the test.
Yeah, ODIs.
I had a sure.
No, we did not win that test series. We lost to Sri Lanka home and away in the tests. We got dominated there, and then we thought, okay, just wait till we get you back to Africa. And then Kusal Pereira made me cry.
Literally, dude. We also have a comment from Tanvir, with a thanks, with a heart, with a cross in there. It's the regular comment that comes from Khan. We really appreciate that comment. Keep it coming, Khan. Keep coming back. We love you, homie.
Final delivery of the opening over from Rabada is just on the wickets again of Vishka Fernando, played into the covers, and it looks like he's been hit by a throw now from the field. Temba Bavuma's thrown the ball in after they didn't go for a run and just pegged the batsman, who's now clutching his side, and he's on the ground. Temba Bavuma has given a little bit of an apology, but he doesn't look too concerned. He looks like he thinks the batsman might be milking it. He sort of waved an apology and now is just walking to his spot.
I mean, what else can you do?
On the side. Yeah. You'd imagine it can't be that bad. Cricket balls are hard and they sting a bit, but if it's just been thrown in from mid-off, it's not a broken bone or anything. It's just going to be a bit of a stinger.
Yeah, definitely. And I don't think Temba Bavuma was shying at him. I think it was just a missed throw. It happens from time to time. You can see that there are other things on Temba's mind right now. He's not concerned with that at all. But yeah.
So it'll also be interesting to see how the South African batting lineup fares without their main man of the last 12 months, Quinton de Kock. Not there at the moment. I think they're taking the time to rest the man. And so we do get to test our depth a bit, and maybe we find our backup keeper, because Verreynne and Klaassen almost playing for that same position. That 5 and 6, the wicket keeper, one's about 10 years younger than the other, but they look pretty similar. As we
Indeed.
see a replay of him, yeah, just getting maybe it hit him on the hip bone,
Oh,
Vishka Fernando, but he got stung by old Temba Bavuma. He just wasn't watching. He'd sort of defended
yeah.
the delivery out, thought that's the end of the over, was ready to chat to his opening partner, and then just got hit by Temba Bavuma. I don't think there's any real consequences. It's not
I think he was
Temba
more
will get
shocked by the
a fine or
surprise.
anything. I
Yeah,
think
no.
that's just part of the
Nah,
game.
yeah, I doubt he'll get a fine. I think that Fernando was just shocked by the sorry, was it Fernando? Sorry.
It was a Vishka Fernando, yeah.
Avishka, yeah. Yeah. Fernando was just shocked by the surprise, and that's why he went down. Heinrich Nokia coming to attack. This is pretty exciting.
Love Anrich Nokia. He's so quick and dangerous. This one, right on over.
Chris?
Handed
Am I
Minot means
gone?
it dribbles down. Yeah, we're both back now. It dribbles down to the men in the slips, and we've got some spam comments. Just that may have been the reason it's slowed down. A whole bunch of indie and a WhatsApp number, but we can find a way to handle that.
Oh wow.
Yeah, looking forward to see exactly
Facebook.
what Minot Banuka has, as we spoke about on the podcast on Tuesday. Lots of positions up for grabs in this Sri Lankan batting lineup. No one's really established except for maybe Vishka Fernando and Kusal Pereira when he's back. Otherwise, there's space for people, as this one's driven to mid-on for no run. Sri Lanka 3 for no loss after 1.2. They won the toss and they have elected to bat.
Yeah, I could just imagine the Sri Lankan camp probably relishing the opportunity to face some quality pace bowling, like top tier quality pace bowling of Heinrich Nokia and KG Rabada. We have a tweet here coming from Umpo saying that Temba pegging Avishka Fernando is one way to get Sri Lanka's best batsman out with a
This one
shrug
strays
emoji there.
onto the pads of Manat Banuk and he gets off the mark. He just plays a sort of back foot flick to the square leg region and they're able to go through for 2. So now Sri Lanka 5 for no loss after 1.3. A loose delivery there from Anurag Nokia, and he's probably grumpier than anyone else about that.
Yeah, that one just a bit too straight, a bit too short. Easy runs for the for Manud. Yeah, Sri Lankan names have been a struggle for many years, but I'm gonna get them. And you get to watch me get them here on One World. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and subscribe to watch the improvement.
Anurag Nokia, very similar delivery to the previous one, again on the pads, but this time Rassi van der Dussen at short square legs able to stop it immediately. They think about a run, but they decide against it, and so that's a dot delivery. It looks like it's hard to tell after the few deliveries we've seen so far how much there is in this pitch for the seamers.
But we're getting some visuals of the pitch here. It looks like there's a little bit of green, but like a tint of green, not that much. Not a lot of cracks going on there, so we're not going to expect too much variation. I don't expect the ball to be skidding off the surface very quickly here. Yes, as Heinrich Nokia balls a bouncer. Whoops.
Yeah, short delivery from Anurag Nokia, goes over the head of Manat Banuka, goes underneath it, and we've got a dog on the field. Everyone tune in. This is everybody's favorite part about sports is when an animal gets its way onto the field, just minding its own business. Something I'm used to seeing at the level of cricket that I play, but it's far more of an occasion when it happens in an international.
Yeah, 100%. A cute little doggo there. I don't even know the breed. I don't even know how it got
It's
on.
just a
Doesn't look
dog.
like
I don't think there's
it's
any
just a
breed to
dog.
it. That's just a dog.
And Rabada is chasing the dog now,
Yeah.
going around, going to the boundary, through the
And the
boundary,
streak is off the field. He'll be in
through
prison
some
for the
sort
night
of
and
gate.
face a sort of a small fine, I'm sure. So final delivery of Anurag Nokia's first over, right arm over again. This one's also short, but Manad Banuka just gets on the back foot, pulls it out to Shamsi, who comes around from fine leg to square leg, picks it up, and that'll probably be another 2. So yeah, not the best over there from Anurag Nokia, far too much at the body and never really threatening.
And that's after that's 7 for 0 after 2 overs there. 4 off that over from Heinrich Nokia. Maybe he's trying to body the batsman, really get some pace deliveries, to really trouble them. But it doesn't look like the too much trouble, handled quite nicely by Manod or Manud. Yeah, so he looks relatively comfortable there, but it's still early days, still very, very
Yeah,
early days in this 50 over game.
and we
So yeah,
haven't
we'll have a
unleashed the
look.
spinners yet.
Oof.
Although yeah, we'll see exactly how that works out. I do think South Africa's spinners are quite good, but Sri Lanka is also a side that's very good against at batting against spin. Obviously, that's the sort of conditions that they're used to.
Mm. And speaking of spinners, do you think that the lack of a leg spinner here in the South African side is going to hurt us in the long run?
I mean, yeah, I guess lack of a right arm leg spinner. We've got a premier. You can still call him, I guess, at least a wrist spinner in Tabraiz Shamsi. But yeah, we don't. We've spoken about it before. We don't really have leg spinner stocks. So only one playing too much domestic cricket is Sean van Berg, who's more of a long format bowler and also quite old. And yeah, not so old, younger than Imran Tahir, who I'd still love to have in the side. So maybe that's not a mark against him. Kagiso Rabada into Vishka Fernando again, decent pace, 140 kilometers an hour, just defended away for no run. Anrich Nortje looked a bit down on pace as well so far, sort of been mid 130s, which is a tad slower than we're used to seeing from him.
Yeah, a few of the deliveries did get did crack the one. Oh.
So Kagiso Rabada into Vishka Fernando, who just clears the front leg, smacks it. It looked like it might have gone for 6 for a moment, but it did run away for 4 in the end. The first boundary of the innings, just confident shot. Disrespectful almost as Vishka Fernando moves on to 6 off 9. Lovely, lovely shot. There was no fielder out by cow corner, and so he happily puts it there. No worries of being caught. And it's
I got under that short delivery quite nicely on the offside and just dragged it to the onside. And as you said, to a vacant cow corner region, got a well-deserved boundary there. And yeah, he looks like he's teeing off now. Ooh.
This one, even classier. So the first was brute strength. This one, Kagiso Rabada goes a little bit wider, just outside off, and Vishka Fernando punches it through the covers and it runs away to where there's a vacant sweeper. So no field is really out on a boundary. We weren't expecting this aggressive batting just yet. And that's a classy shot from Fernando, who moves into double figures with that boundary.
Yeah, really just interesting to see how Rabada fights back.
Sorry.
Oh, no, very keen to see that. But really relishing how the ball's coming off the bat here is Avishka Fernando.
And a lovely delivery to follow that up. Rabada in seeming delivery just on the stumps of Avishka Fernando, 140 kilometers an hour, and he has to defend that one up the crease. Stems the bleeding for now, Rabada. Lovely way to follow that up.
Indeed. I feel like Fernando probably feels like the damage has already been done this over. Yeah. No need to overdo it. You've already gotten a lot of runs off KG's second over, already 8. So yeah, wouldn't be looking for too much extravagance here.
The next delivery spikes up a little bit. Avishka Fernando defends it with a high bat into the covers. They think about a run, but very quickly change their minds. He stands his ground, and so there's no run there. So Sri Lanka 15 for no loss after 2.5. 1 delivery left in this Rabada over.
Oh, wow. Just seeing some imagery here of Rabada slipping.
Yeah, he took those boundaries personally and is really putting his back into it now, I guess. And so much so that he did fall over in his follow-through.
Yeah, luckily the ball wasn't driven at him, because if it hit his back there, the way he landed, he had his back towards the batsman, and hitting his back would not be ideal.
So final delivery, very late little dad there by Avishka Fernando, just runs it down to the man at third man, and they go through for a single. So Fernando will hold on to the strike, and after 3 overs, Sri Lanka 16 for no loss. So lots of new names in this side for us, obviously missing that sort of backbone. Some of the most experienced players, I think the players missing almost have as many caps between the 3 of them. Or if you include Udana and Angelo Matthews, almost definitely have more caps between the 5 of them than this entire 11 would have in their setup.
So the element of surprise here is an opportunity that the Sri Lankans can take. Not a lot of well-known names, but in our podcast, we did hear a little bit about Avishka Fernando and how he's the one that the Sri Lankans will probably be relying on to get the bulk of their runs. So
Yeah.
hopefully, from a South African point of view, Sri Lanka probably are top heavy. And once you get the main wickets, you'll be able to just pick off the other ones. But we'll see. We'll see. The in the
And
national team for a reason. So yeah.
And the batting will not be easy for South Africa. Some real quality bowlers in this lineup. This delivery from Anrich Nortje in at the pads of Avishka Fernando, who defended into the offside and they end up going through for a single. A little bit more pace there from Nortje. He looks like he's got a bee in his bonnet. We were talking about the fact that Hasaranga and Shamira both picked up IPL contracts now, and we're going to have to face them. A little bit disappointed not to see Kamindu Mendes, who's got that lovely novelty of he can bowl left-handed and right-handed. And even if he's not the best bowler in the world, just that novelty is.
Oh, wow.
He's in the squad, but not in the playing 11. So I do hope that we see some of him during this series.
I remember seeing him in the under-19 World Cup, and I was like, damn, bro, did you do this throughout school as well? That's pretty cool.
This delivery from Nortje into the left-handed Manod just defended back at the bowler, and that's a dot delivery. Yeah, there was a guy who I played cricket with at school who could do that, but he also played in the third team with me, so not nearly good enough. He could bowl left and right-handed to a sort of third team school level rather than an international level.
Indeed. We just have a comment here from Umpo saying that Amir Suhal says that this track is good for spinners, and we're discussing how it's going to be tough for the South Africans to bat on this pitch, especially with the quality spinners that Sri Lanka have.
Nortje again strays down leg in this one, easily flicks off the pads of Manod Banuka and goes to Shamsi, who comes again round from fine leg, and that's another single. So 18 for no loss after 3.3. It's a very good start from Sri Lanka, not quite what the South Africans would be hoping for. And I see we have a tweet from Marg. I don't know if you want to go for that or.
Yeah, I literally just saw it. And it literally just says, "Go Sri Lanka, go." Thanks, Marg. It's great to hear from you again. It's nice to see your colors, your true colors.
It's understandable. If I wasn't South African, I'd probably also be supporting Sri Lanka against South Africa. There's an LBW appeal here from Anrich Nortje. I think the issue might be height. It was a wide-ish delivery that seemed in beautifully, and impact was probably in line, but it may have gone over the wickets. And in the end, it looked like, was that overthrows that it ended up running away for 4?
Yeah.
So salt in the wound of Anrich Nortje as the LBWs turned down and then the ball runs over the boundary at the same time. Temba Bavuma looking not especially pleased with that effort.
What happened, guys?
And no DRS. Not interested enough to actually review that one.
Now, that looked like it was going to be way too high. Even with the first shot, it was in line. Very nice that it hit the body. But, yeah, there was a shot at the stumps that was quite unnecessary.
Yeah,
and there was no one backing
taking
up.
a chance.
Carl Verena. Oh, gosh.
Okay. And again, widest delivery. Nice. Oh, lovely, lovely cut. Just past the man at point. Runs over the boundary in about a second. I guess, 141 kilometer an hour delivery. That's going to go to the boundary very quickly. And so now 26 for no loss after 3.5.
That was a very that was a very, very well played late cut shot. Beats the man at backward point the way it was so late, and it just ran off the bat from the middle of the bat with the pace of Heinrich Nortje. I mean, that's going to the boundary. It's bought a one-way ticket to Boundaryville, bro.
So Heinrich Nortje's final delivery in his second over. Oh, lovely, lovely delivery in on the pads of Avishka Fernando. This time there's no appeal. There must have been some bat, or he thinks it was seaming enough to be going down leg, but a good follow-up after that cut. And so that's a dot delivery at the end of 4 overs. Sri Lanka 26 for no loss. Avishka Fernando is on 16. Manod Banuka is on 5.
And relatively pricey first 4 overs.
Definitely.
Runs that were unnecessary with the overthrows especially. Can we put it down to South Africans trying to be too sharp, a little bit too cute?
That the small part of it. I don't know. A lot. Heinrich Nortje's first over was quite loose. You can't have that many deliveries at the pads. But also good batting. You have to commend the Sri Lankans. It must be tempting as Temba Bavuma to, you've got Shamsi in the sheds that you can bring him out. But you feel like normally the seamers will bowl the entirety of the first 10.
True, probably. We're just seeing some averages here for the Sri Lankan team. No averages over 30.
Except for
Besides,
Karunaratne
say
and
again?
Avishka Fernandez. But
Indeed.
Karunaratne,
Besides
not the
those,
Karunaratne that we're used to. It's not the test opening batsman. This is Jamaica Karunaratne, who I think 47 flatters him slightly because he's going to be coming in at about number 8 in this game. At least that's where he's listed. Yeah, just having the advertising covered there was putting the batsman off. They put some black top Hollands over that, and hopefully we'll be underway again shortly.
so they cover it and remove it and cover it and remove it, and it's all done manually here at. Oh!
Oh,
What
Rabada
a
right
shot.
arm over into the left-handed Menard, who just plays a lovely cut again. And just boundary after boundary as this one runs away to that point boundary for 4 again. And Menard's into the action. He's now on 9.
Yeah, these short deliveries that are just outside the off stump, like on that 7th stump line, look a little bit too easy to deal with for the Sri Lankan batsman. It doesn't look like we're beating the edge at all. Doesn't look like there's much movement for the pace bowlers, and it just looks like these are some easy balls to just line up and send to the boundary.
Rabada's changed to around the wicket. I do like that. I tend to enjoy right-handed bowlers when they're bowling to right-handed seamers bowling to left-handed batsmen coming around the wicket. And this one's just defended up the crease. Obviously, it's not a fix-all. It's not going to immediately make everything better. But I feel like the angles work better. And I know Jared Kimber has done the analysis of it. And generally, it's the right decision to bowl around the wicket to the left-hander.
Yeah, no, that angle of going across just makes it very easy to play shots on the offside. But
this one, Menard just gets on the back foot. It's almost an agricultural sort of shot as it runs away to that cow corner boundary. He's now into double figures as well, Menard. He's on 13. Sri Lanka 34 for no loss after 4.3. Some good, confident batting from the Sri Lankans. They've come out the door, come out the gates, all guns blazing, and they're not going to just let. I thought there was a chance they sort of see out the seamers, but no, they've really taken advantage of any loose delivery in the first 4 and a bit overs.
Chris, you're not seeing out the seamers when like the seamers are basically just bowling loose deliveries.
Yeah, they're not. They didn't have to see
the
them out.
body, either too far away from the body. They don't look like the cramp for room, and it doesn't look like there's enough movement in the ball here to make them second guess these shots. And now with no players on the boundary, you can just basically just take your pick, bro. We need to get better here. What's the plan? What's the plan?
That one, the widest delivery to left-handed Menard, who just dabs it down to Andile Petlakwai as a third man. I wouldn't mind seeing Petlakwai. Obviously, he's a man with a lot of variations, and he may be able to, as a seamer, take advantage of spinning conditions with a couple of off-cutters. He's got the back of the hand, slower ball. I think he could be quite effective here, or at least maybe that's me just being especially hopeful, because the out-and-out pace looks like it's not effective on this wicket, and the Sri Lankan batsmen are navigating it with ease. And we see Kagiso Rabada in against the right-handed Vishka Fernando just defends us to third man, and that's another single. So even when they're not hitting boundaries, they're rotating the strike pretty successfully.
Still accumulating. Do you see like any movement of the new ball? I think I saw a little bit of in swing with the last delivery, but not much from my perspective. Maybe I'm wrong. What do you see?
I would say Anrich Malkier has definitely got some seam off the pitch, not really swing on it, but once it hits the deck, he's got some good in-seaming deliveries, that LBW appeal, and then that other delivery too late. As this one beats the outside edge of Kagiso Rabada. Heinrich Klaassen throws it in the air, but more for catching practice than anything else, because Rabada doesn't seem too interested. Klaassen looks betrayed by that fact. Like, here I am appealing for you, and you're not even going to appeal yourself. But yeah, lovely delivery, and it did get some seam movement. Lovely seam position.
That's much better. That is much better. Get them playing on the back foot, on the front foot rather. Get them trying to come forward to these deliveries. Get those straight bats in and get those edges singing very, very soon. A great way to end the 5th over. KG Rabada Sri Lanka sitting on 36 for 0, and Heinrich Nokia, I'm expecting, would probably come into the attack to continue his spell.
Yeah, if you want to, you can take this as a positive or a negative. In the last game that we played, Sri Lanka, that World Cup game, we did have them 0-1, the opening partnership there. Yeah, no runs. We got a wicket before they got any runs. But they've had a good run of opening partnerships since then, including a couple of hundreds against the West Indies. The different openers on that occasion. It was Dimuth Karunaratne, the different Karunaratne, and then Gunatilaka, the man who's been suspended recently. But these two did all right against India as well, opening partnerships of 35, 77, and 49. So this isn't uncharted territory. And here, right arm over into Avishka Fernanda on the pads, just played to the man at mid-on. It's a quick single, but a single that they make quite safely in the end. And this time, no batsman is hit by the delivery coming in at the stumps.
Now, we definitely need to break this partnership. Hopefully, Sri Lanka's a top-heavy side, and I say hopefully from a South African perspective, and the wickets will sort of fall a little bit easier, or runs won't be as easy to get, and we'll be able to build some scoreboard pressure. But yeah, we'll see with time. We'll see what happens.
We've seen the ICC rankings, and South Africa's 5th in the ODI rankings at the moment, which sounds low. But then I look at the 4 teams ahead of us, and I can't make an argument. We're not better than any one of New Zealand, England, or Australia, and India in white ball, 50-over cricket.
Chris, I want to ask, does it bother you that New Zealand are at the top there with 17 matches? England have 32 matches played, Australia 28, then India 32 as well. Then South Africa is sitting on 22. Guys.
What part am I supposed to find upsetting? Is it the fact that New Zealand and South Africa don't get as many games? Because that is frustrating, especially tests. New Zealand can feel very disrespected by international scheduling. Short delivery into Manad Banuka, straight through to Heine Klaassen as Banuka ducks underneath it, and that's a dot. Sorry.
No. Just the number of matches in general. It just doesn't, like, how could you rank teams that don't play the same amounts of games? Like, it feels weird. Like, I understand if, like, a team are difficult to reach, but then, like, surely there needs to be a plan made so that everyone plays the same amounts of games. Why aren't all series just 3-match series, and then we all play 3-match series? Someone needs to explain that to me.
I'll do my best. This one's just defended up the crease, no run. So I don't think it's a difficult to reach thing. I think at least with India, Australia, and England, it's a money-making thing. Cricket makes money. They sell matches that have the most viewers. People are willing to pay the most to actually go to the ground. And there's a reason why Australia's pulled out of their tour to South Africa, but they can still find time to play England, to play India.
That's toe up, man. That's toe up.
And New Zealand definitely get the short end of the stick. They win the World Test Championship, and then the next World Test Championship, all the fixtures that they're given are pretty measly. They don't get a big Australia at home, India at home. They don't play any of the big 3 at home, as this delivery is another dot, left alone by Manad Banuka. So I guess more aggressive bowling, maybe more defensive batting. So far in this over, we've seen the single and then 3 dots.
The R. Premadasa Stadium. An interesting stadium, this. In Colombo.
I wonder who it's named after. Because I imagine that's a person, Is it going to be a politician or a sportsman? Those are normally the big 2. As this delivery is just a wide full toss. Manad Banuka takes advantage of that, helps it on its way to the boundary. 147. He is speeding up. I want to see those IPL 150 numbers come into it soon. But a real loose delivery that was taken advantage of by the Sri Lankan opener. And that's another boundary after a good start, a little bit of a loose finish.
I think he missed his Yorker length there, trying to come in with a very hot, a very quick Yorker just to surprise him, missed the Yorker length, and it turned out to be a full toss. So at least I can see what he tried to attempt, and it was just failure in execution.
It is
Maybe
named
I'm wrong.
after former Sri Lankan President Ranasinghe Premadasa. Final delivery from Anurath Malkia to close the sixth. Another short one, ducked underneath. Well, Manod Banuka ducked underneath it. And so there's a dot to finish. 41 for no loss after 6 overs are Sri Lanka.
What does it take to get a stadium named after you, man? I know there's Darren Sammy Cricket Ground, and that was after the 2016 T20 World
Yeah,
Cup win?
he got a school named after him, a lighthouse named after him, and a cricket stadium named after him. He did
A
quite well
school,
with
a
that World Cup.
lighthouse, and a cricket stadium.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of other grounds named after people. I think Lord's is named after a person. Obviously, there's the Narendra Modi Stadium in India.
Mm.
I don't think any of the South African ones are. None of the big ones. St. George, I guess. That must be St. George's Park.
But isn't that after? No, but that's not in St. George. Kish.
Bringing on the spinners nice and early. We're going to see some left-arm finger spin. Keshav Maharaj is something we've been hoping to see. We think he can be a very good white ball bowler. He's done so well in the tests, and in the few chances that he has got in white ball cricket, I think he's done a good job. And yeah, he's got the collar up on that new kit, really letting us see all the angles of this South African kit. And he comes in around the wicket as the left arm into the right-handed Avishka Fernando. It's on his pads. He defends it into the onside, and that's a dot.
Just a shout out to this great scorecard that shows us who Keshav is coming in for. He's coming in for Maharaj, and I do want to commend.
I don't think he is coming in for Maharaj because who he is.
Sorry, I mean for Rabada. Sorry.
The second delivery defended up the crease, very similar to the first, and so another dot. Sri Lanka still 41 for no loss. It's Avishka Fernando facing at the moment. So left-handed finger spin into the right-hander.
Kesh with the grease collar.
Thick inside edge there. I guess you can still call it a defensive shot, but maybe edging on its way to being a false shot as it squirts into the onside for a dot. And quick over, obviously, as a spinner. This one strays down leg. I think there may have been a bit of pad on it because it's not being called as a wide despite going down leg. Heinrich Klaassen fumbles it either way. So I hope that wasn't an edge. I hope it was just the pad that it touched. It might have been an edge. I look forward to seeing any sort of snicko in again. This one swept. They think about a run, but it hits the man at a short fine leg. And so
this is
another
what
dot.
we need.
Yeah, we did speak about on the podcast. I described Kesh as a holding bowler. And Paul says, I don't disagree. And Paul says he can be the wicket taker as well. But I think his primary role probably will be just containing the batsman, being nice and economical, putting a little bit of pressure on them. As this final delivery, very similar to the first two of the over, just defended into the onside. Yeah, sort of pitching on leg and straightening. So it would be going into leg if the batsman wasn't there. He defends it again into the onside, and that's a maiden. So after the run fest of the seamers, it's good to see Kesh really stem that bleeding.
Oh no, that was a very quick fire over. I felt like I didn't have enough time to say anything in between the balls, and I could just imagine how the batsman must be feeling also, not having enough time to sort of process what they're going to do because Keshav is already on his mark. He's already ready to go. So in terms of momentum, I like these types of overs. I even remember in the 2015 World Cup, the semi-final where I cried. Imran Zahir did that for us. After pace bowlers were getting smashed, he came in, bowled a very tight over, and then the wicket started to fall. So whenever I see very tight, quick overs, my eyes light up, feel good, feel ready, feel pumped.
Yeah, I just have a vacuum cleaner this side. I might try get that to be paused for a bit. I don't know if you can do ball by ball for a moment.
Okay, thanks. Sweet. Yeah, go
Although,
ahead.
How loud is it? Can you hear the vacuum cleaner, or is it all right?
I can't hear anything. I can just hear your voice.
Comment in if you can hear it. And we also have a question on Facebook. We'll address that on YouTube rather. We'll address that in a moment. Anok Mokia is going to continue from the other end. This one just defended for no run by Manod Banuka. Sean B asks, why is Kesh preferred over Fortain? Do you have thoughts on that?
I do have thoughts on that because he's just better. He's just a better all-round player. Um, for me, he offers more with the bat. He's been in the
Yeah.
system for like a lot longer. So you know the type, you know his quality. And he's also like the captain of his domestic side. So he offers leadership, he offers decent spin bowling, and he offers a little bit more with the bats. That's yeah. Fontaine's time will come, no doubt about it.
Yeah.
Uh, and
You know,
and
double check if
and
Bjorn Fontaine, I guess why he's been chosen in the squad. Well, I don't think he's in the squad. And we've got three very similar players in George Linder, Keshav Maharaj, and Bjorn Fontaine, all the left arm finger spinners who can do a little bit with the bat. But I do think Bjorn Fontaine is the weakest of the batsmen in that regard. And I don't think he offers anything more with the ball than Kesh does. And I do like Kesh as the holding role all around, and you can trust him to score at least a few later in the innings. But yeah, I do agree that Bjorn Fontaine's time will come. So after Keshav slowed down the run rate, that continues. The third delivery of this 8th over, and Nortje's fourth is another dot delivery. They're focusing on Rabada on the cameras. I hope they're not trying to say that he's not doing well, because he's obviously been taken out of the attack whilst Nortje's stayed there. I guess he was a little bit loose, but he's also a really good death bowler, so it would make sense to save him for later. And if he gets a chance at the Sri Lankan tail, there could be a bit of carnage. We just need to start taking wickets and get into that tail. Nortje again, right arm over into the left-handed. Bonuko just defends this into the covers, and that's another dot. So now 10 dot deliveries at least in a row. A maiden and now 4 in this one.
that's
So
awesome.
11, because the last delivery of the 6th over was also a dot. I don't want to curse it, but good run of pressure building here.
Good run of dot balls, and that's what we needed just to stem the flow of the runs there. Runs were coming a bit too easily, and I think that's probably why Rabada was taken out. Let's be frank. Having two pacemen operating on both ends of the pitch with loose-ish deliveries just leaks too many boundaries, especially in the power play.
This one, a real quick delivery from Nortje, but it does stray down leg again. And I think he's a little bit lucky that ended up hitting Rassie van der Dussen at square leg. And so it's another dot. But yeah, that's exactly what he was doing wrong at the beginning, is too many deliveries just on the pads. But yeah, good field placing, I guess you can say, is that just hits Rassie van der Dussen. One delivery left in this, the 8th over. Sri Lanka find themselves 41 for no loss.
And good fielding as well from Rassie van der Dussen, getting his body behind the ball. He missed it because it bounced just in front of him, but he caught it in between his thighs. So very well done from RVVD.
So final delivery from Anurag Nortje. Short delivery. This one's up in the air. There's a chance it's going to land just in between two fielders. Rassie van der Dussen from short square leg was running towards it, as well as Andile Pethakwaya, who was at fine leg. In the end, it sort of lands equidistant between the two, and so they run away for 2. Run for 2. So on the scorecard, that looks like a 2, but we know that it was also a real wicked chance with that short delivery that rushed Manod.
That's exactly what it did. Got the top edge very high in the bat and was in the air for quite a long time, but not long enough for the man at fine leg or square leg, for either of the men there to pick that up there. But that ends the 8th over, 43 for 0. Don't forget to tweet us at Gorilla SA. We'll read all your tweets. That's what we do here. It's all about the vibes. We want you to get involved. We even have Buntu saying here, talking about your vacuum cleaner, Chris. He says no, you can't hear it. And Sean even thanks us for clarifying the whole Kesh preferred to Fontaine. So we'll even read your gratitude, guys. If you want to be heard, we'll hear you here. We'll hear you right here on One World Sports Radio.
So yeah, trying to learn a little bit more about Manad Manuka. He's going to be the wicketkeeper in this game. He's relatively inexperienced so far. No hundreds, no 50s just yet. He's got a top score of 36, and if he carries on the way he's going here, he's got a chance of bettering that. Keshav Maharaj is going to continue. This time, Manad Banuka, this is the first time, this is Avishka Fernandez facing. He was pretty stationary during the first over. This time he comes down the crease and is happy enough to drive it. And that seems to be the secret to score runs, because he's finally got a single after the maiden that Keshav bowled previously, and we are going to see Keshav into the left-hander for the first time today.
I'm keen to see that. Manad Manood.
Yeah. Small. His sample size is going to be too small for me to be able to look into Cricinfo and see how he fares against spin versus how he fares against pace. So it'll be interesting to see exactly how this goes. Keshav looks like he's going to continue bowling around the wicket into the left-hander rather than switching to over like we saw the seamers do, which I think makes sense when it's left-hander to left-hander. And he is coming over the wicket, and this one pitches on about a fifth stump line, quite full, doesn't turn a huge amount, and is just defended into the onside where Temba Bavuma picks it up at a short mid wicket, and that's a dot.
Yeah, I was actually going to comment on just that. We're not seeing a lot of turn now, and there's a slip in. Oh,
I don't know exactly what that hit in the end, but
so was that a bum ball?
He tried to take a page out of Vishka Fernando's book, and he came down the crease, charged down Kesh, and in the end, just thick inside edge onto his own pads that then squirted up in the air and landed in no man's land. But yeah, another half chance, and this time he decides to stay in his crease and just drives it to, I think that's Aiden Markram in the covers and another dot. So it looks like there is pressure building, that the batsmen seem to be in a rush to attack Maharaj. And I think that's good for South Africa.
And maybe just enough turn for the batsman not to find the middle of the bat. That's positive signs, but not enough turn to justify a slip, and the slip is gone now.
This one, a very full delivery, doesn't even have time to turn, as Manad Bhanuka just drives that pretty elegantly to the man at long on. And so they go through for a single. One ball left in this over, but the South Africans have done a very good job of curtailing that run rate. It really has slowed down quite nicely now, and we'll see the effect that has on these openers. Avishka Fernando is going to face Keshav Maharaj, left arm around the wicket into the right-hander, just plays it off his pads, and they go through for another single. 3 runs off that over, and Sri Lanka 46 for no loss after 9. 1 over left in the power play.
Yeah, Maharaj in the power play already 2 overs and just 3 runs from it. Not a conventional thing to do, but it's definitely quelled the runs here for the Sri Lankans. So that's pretty exciting. We have a comment here from Jordan. He says, I thought Pretorius would be given a chance in preparation for the T20s. And Umpo said something very similar, very surprised that Dwayne Pretorius wasn't given a run out. There were chats of maybe trying to meet the quota. That could be one reason, just to make sure that we have our quota stats on track, giving Petlokwayo a run out there. I'm also a little bit surprised because I really do like the look of him. Aiden Markram is coming into the attack. What?
Yeah, on the Pretorius thing, obviously we've been missing him for a while, and I thought that he was going to be our first choice all round. I'll be surprised if we don't see him in any of the ODIs, but we've got a few players with something to prove, and Petlokwayo is one of them. And if you want that balance, I think we wanted to go with the 3 spinners today, or the 2 spinners rather, but also give both Verreynne and Heinrich Klaasen a go. So there wasn't really room for Pretorius unless he came in for Petlokwayo, who does have stuff to prove. But we'll definitely see him in the T20s. Aiden Markram bowling his right arm finger spin around the wickets into the left-handed Avishka Fernando. This just dispatched into the onside. I haven't made my mind up about how I feel about this move, because although the spin has proven effective, there is a little bit of a gap between Keshav Maharaj's spin ability and Aiden Markram's. If it works, I'll praise Temba, but we've seen Markram bowling go south quite quickly before.
I like this move. I like that we're doing it now.
Yeah.
If we're looking towards the 2023 World Cup, which I think most of us, or at least the coaching staff, are, these are the times that we need to say, okay, we're actually taking this Aiden Markram thing seriously and give him a run out in games like these.
Yeah. Markram again, this one just strays down leg and is played into the onside. And there's no run there. So Manad's there on 21 of 29. Avishka Fernando also on 21, but off 28 deliveries. Markram coming in again, right arm around. This one very floaty, quite a slow, not as floaty as the Speedo seems to say, and it's driven to mid-on again this time for a single. So Manad goes to 22, and we'll see Avishka Fernando face Aiden Markram's spin.
I think with Aiden Markram, it's about timing. because he's not gonna come here and get you wickets, but he can sneak in a few overs here and there.
Yeah,
And it's about how and when you use him to sneak in a few overs, you know. And I think if we use him properly, like I think we're doing now, while the
yeah.
runs are very low, it could work quite nicely.
So that last delivery was just driven to the mid-off. The following delivery is dabbed to the man at point, and they go through for a single. So they've been respectful of Adam Markram. I guess here's a bowler that if they were in a rush and were trying to get him out of the attack, they would be a bit more aggressive, but they're happy to just see him out.
Mm. And that's good news. Like, this is someone that we'd expect to
Oops.
get punished and peppered, but he's not doing too badly. Only 5 off the over with this last single.
Yeah, final
Oh,
delivery from
4.
Markram is just played into the offside to the man a long off, and they go through for a single. There was also a diving attempt there from Ada Markram to get it. He didn't quite manage to get there. Thankfully, he's got the long sleeves on, like all good finger spinners should. That defend his arms when diving, but also slightly hide their arms whilst bowling.
Oh, high key. And that's 50 after 50 for 0 after 10 overs. Won't lie, I'm not happy that we don't have a wicket now. But I guess run rates of 5 and over, not too bad. Quick shout out to Yaku Mare. Thank you so much. We appreciate that you appreciate us covering the cricket. And we appreciate that you enjoy listening to us. So we'll keep talking just for you, Yaku.
Yeah, so this is the fourth time now that these two players have opened the batting for Sri Lanka together. And they really have had a good run of it. As I mentioned earlier, 49, 77, 35, and now this partnership of 50. So it's not foreign territory for them. Keshav Maharaj is going to continue. Ooh, and Manod Banuka brings out the reverse sweep. Maybe that's a change of initiative. Lovely fielding by Rassi van der Dussen, but this one did look like it was going to run away to the point boundary for but Rassi van der Dussen diving just at the last minute, managing to keep it in as they go through for 2. Excellent reverse sweep.
Oh, that was a very classy reverse sweep. And also well fielded by Rassi van der Dussen in the deep. And we have a tweet here from Umpo, your vaccinated sports guy. I'll tell you after this delivery.
This one is not reverse swept, unfortunately, but just a regular sort of defensive shot up the crease, and Keshav Maharaj scampers across in front of the non-striker to do the fielding off his own bowling, and so that's a dot.
I'll do it after this delivery. Oh!
Just beats the outside edge. This one doesn't turn at all. I think Manod Banuka was expecting at least a little bit. It's just that straight ball, the arm ball, wideish, beats the outside edge, goes through to Keshav. Jeez, yeah. He expected it to turn a lot more than it did.
You know what? I'll do it after this over.
Okay, sure.
Because he's just moving so fast.
This one, Manod Banuka comes down the crease to make it a half volley and just plays it to the man at mid-on, Kagiso Rabada, and they go through for a single. The run rates in the last 5 overs now, I think, is just 2.6. So we've really seen the effect that bringing Keshav on has had on that run rate.
Oh, indeed.
Which does make me worry about the Sri Lankan spinners coming in at our relatively inexperienced batting lineup later on. There's no Quinton de Kock there. There's a lot of men with something to prove. It's going to be an interesting second innings.
Look, and as much as he's quelled the runs, that's great. We still don't have any wickets. You know, I don't want us to lose track of that.
Yeah, so this one, a slower one from Keshav Maharaj, sort of 10 kilometers an hour slower than a stock delivery on the wickets of Avishka Fernando, who just plays across the line into the onside and then go through for another single. Manod Banuka will face the final delivery of the 11th over. And then we'll get into the tweets because Keshav, again, long sleeves like a good spinner, gets through his overs very quickly like a good spinner. Loopy one here, just defended almost onto his own feet, Manod Banuka. So the fielding's done by Heinrich Klaassen. That's a dot to finish Sri Lanka 54 for no loss after 11.
Sweet. Finally, that tweet it comes from Umpo, your vaccinated sports guy. He says, Markram, ooh, we are now going to plan C. And you know what? As I was saying, like, as long as we use him properly, I think he could be very much part of plan A. But just like cameos, he has 1 over of 4 runs, and then we don't like put him in again. We don't get the batsman used to him. You know, we only put him in
I
with
don't
new
think that's the
batsmen.
plan just yet. I think he'll probably get overs until they see the batsmen are starting to attack him, and then they'll quickly yank him off. That might
So only
be.
when he starts getting smashed. Guys.
Maybe this is how he keeps his spot on the side. Obviously, we know how talented Aiden Markram is and how he dominates at a domestic level, but he's been given an extended run in this one-day side and really hasn't impressed with the bat the way people would expect. So by bringing in a little bit of spin, he can be a almost JP Duminy primary batsman, a little bit of spin when you need it, and that's how he sort of can keep a place ahead of someone like Reza Hendricks, who's threatening as another opener. As this one is played into the onside by Avishka Fernando, they go through for another single. Pretty quick there from Aiden Markram, 92 kilometers an hour. Not quite Rashid Khan levels of fast spin, but pretty quick. As fast as some players can bowl their faster deliveries if you're playing third team cricket like me. I can come in full steam and it's probably not much quicker than that one.
Yo, dude, I'm laughing because it's so true. I haven't been next to a speed gun, but yeah, it's probably well under this pace here.
No, I remember I had a dads and lads game when I was in grade 7, and they had a speedo there. So obviously I was in the speedometer there. I was in grade 7, so I wouldn't be a fast bowler. But my dad came in, bowled as fast as he could, and it said 80, and he asked if that was miles per hour. And they had to go, no. This one just defended into the offside. Well, good drive, and they go through for another single. So Avishka Fernando will be back on strike. Sri Lanka 56 for no loss. Malad is on 27. Avishka Fernando on 24.
Wouldn't it be great to just see like normal people trying, seeing how fast they can bowl, you know, and how many revs they can get to really look at how good professionals are?
This one played into the onside. I think I have a half decent gauge because I played cricket at university with some guys who were net bowlers. Like when Australia would tour South Africa and you need guys to go bowl at the Australians, they'd go bowl at them. And I mean, I was definitely slower than them, but I would guess me as a second and third team seam bowler, sort of first change, was probably bowling just low 100s, not very quick. Like
Aiden Markram, baby!
Aiden Markram, he's the wicket-taking option. This one. Vinod Banuka tries to clear the front leg, goes for a big swing, 98 kilometers an hour, rushed the batsman and takes out, clatters his stumps. That's the end of this opening partnership. 57 runs they managed in the end. And Aiden Markram is now our frontline spinner. Lovely, lovely stuff. Not even an inside edge. He just rushed him for pace, that quicker one, and it means a lot to Aiden Markram. He is pumped with that wicket. And that's classy spin.
In the AMs, boys, Aiden Markram, come on. The anagram, come on. No, the anagram?
The palindrome. Yeah.
The palindrome. Sorry, anagram is, maybe you can make an anagram with his name. Either way, the fact of the matter is, Aiden Markram is out here. He's getting the wickets, getting the breakthrough. The plan C has come through. Let's put some respect on this man's name. He's a frontline spinner now. Come on, in Colombo, he gets his first wickets. Lovely bowling to get Munud out here. Very well done by Aiden Markram.
Yeah, so that was the end of Manad Banuka. The first time we'd seen him, and I think obviously the first time that he's actually played against South Africa. It was a good innings from him. There were a couple of half chances that the South Africans had, that Anurag Malkia delivery that got skied. In the end, he got 27 off 39, which, yeah, is a decent opening innings. He's put them in a better position than I think they may have expected to be at this point. The new man in is Banuka Rajapaksa, another man who we haven't seen as South African cricket supporters, or at least haven't seen him play against South Africa. He's got an average of 29 coming into this and a strike rate of about 116.
Is that Aiden Markram's first one-day international wicket?
I don't think so. I'll have a look for you.
Thank you. Do we respect him now? Umpo, let's get a tweet in. Yes, yeah, literally a tweet from Umpo saying, guess plan C works. Oh, yes, it does. We'll take the wicket.
No, he's got a few wickets. I think that's his sixth one-day wicket for Aiden Markram.
Oh, that's mad. Okay, so he does deserve a bit more respect.
So Rajapaksa, first delivery, he just defends, and that's a dot to finish the over. Finally, South Africa has their wicket at the end of 12. Sri Lanka find themselves 57 for 1. And if we want to go through the batsmen that Aiden Markram has dismissed in his career, he got Fahim Ashraf Obviously, with Pakistan, you've got Shakib Al Hassan. That's probably the biggest wicket on this. Mohammad Hafiz, Mohammad Nawaz, and Sabir Rahman. So all subcontinental players in that. He's got 3 Pakistani players out, 2 Bangladeshis, and now the wicket of Banuka, the Sri Lankan. So yeah, good spinner. He's got a bowling average of 33.83.
Okay, that's not
bad for a spinner. That's really not a part-time spinner. That's not bad at all.
Fair enough.
This one,
for part-time
Keshav Maharaj comes into Avishka Fernando, just plays it into the offside. The sweeper picks it up, and they go through for a single. So we'll get to see Rajapaksa face Maharaj for the first time.
So then the question is, do we need a third spinner? Do we need like a third spinner?
It's who do they come in place of in this lineup? It would probably either Petlaquire or you come in place of one of the gingers in the middle order.
Yeah, but then you decrease the batting lineup. So I think in terms of a third spinner, I wouldn't be happy to see another one. I'm very happy with Markram there. And if he keeps plying his trade, it's only up from here. Right?
This one is just defended. Yeah. It does give us more flexibility that you don't feel needing to bring in more spinners on turning tracks if you think you've got Aiden Markram as one of the players there. This one, Rajapaksa, he's just come to the crease. He comes down the wicket, goes for a big shot, and he finds the fielder. Carl Verena's underneath it. Just a needless shot. I expect him to cut to Mickey Arthur, having his classic Mickey Arthur expression, just disbelief. After seeing that, he must be the most stressed cricket coach in the world. Every time he goes to a team, they seem to do their best to give him a heart attack. This one, for no reason, he's on 0 off 2 coming into this. Rajapaksa comes down the crease, thinks he can show Keshav Maharaj what Colombo is all about, and he just picks out Carl Verena. Maharaj, his celebration is almost like, what did you expect? He just puts his hands out, almost a shrug. And that's the end of Rajapaksa. He's 0 of 3.
Rajapaksa, you see, now your name is so hard to say, and now I don't get to practice it. Rajapaksa, what have you done, bro?
We'll get to see a little bit of him in the field later, I guess.
Hopefully.
We'll see who the next man in for Sri Lanka is. We're going to be seeing a whole lot of fresh faces. The majority of the Sri Lankan squad has played single-digit numbers of international white ball games. And the most experienced players in the squad aren't there, obviously. Dinesh Chandamal's not in the playing 11 today. Kusal Pereira's out with COVID. And then obviously we've spoken about all the suspensions as well.
Yeah,
we're going to see the one man we have seen, and the only man, I think, in this 11 who's played more than 50 ODIs. It is Dhananjaya De Silva. We know what he's capable of. He's got an average of 26, a strike rate of 77, and a high score of 91. I think 2 quick wickets, South Africa. I'm suddenly feeling a lot better about where we are.
Yeah, that last wicket was definitely naivete coming to the fore there, getting a bit too trigger happy in the middle overs. It's like he's trying to come in here like it's the 40th over, but it's over number 12.
So they did manage to cross during that wicket. So Vishka Fernando faces the first delivery after the wicket, and he just defends it for a single. Try find good spinners that Aiden Markram has a better bowling average than.
Oh.
So better bowling average than Nathan Horitz, better bowling average than Steve Smith, Ish Sodhi, Piyush Chawla, Shahid Afridi. He's got a better bowling average than Shahid Afridi. That's all you need to know as this one's defended up the crease. Shahid Afridi, I think we don't need to get too political, but is a bit of a dirty word in the cricket community at the moment.
Oh, for real? What happened now?
I'm ready to make the statement. We're an anti-Taliban cricket broadcaster, and I think Shahid Afridi did show some support for the Taliban. He's also a man who said that he's not going to let his daughters play cricket. So,
boom,
entertaining cricketer, but a man of questionable character. As this over finishes, Sri Lanka are 59 for 2. There's a dot off the last. Keshav Maharaj has his wicket. He's 1 for 9. The spinners showing the seamers how to do it.
Yeah, but it isn't Colombo, to be fair. And very well done from the spinners here. The conditions definitely for them. They're looking like they're very difficult to get to the boundary, which is probably to be expected. We saw something similar in the West Indies with our T20 series there. The pace bowlers were relatively easy to get to the boundary, but once you took pace off the ball, just getting the ball there, it's a mission. It's a mission.
So Adam Markram is going to continue. His wickets and good economy rates obviously been rewarded. This one just played into the onside by Avishka Fernando. And so we're going to see Dhananjaya de Silva face Adam Markram.
Speaking of, when was the last boundary?
I'll quickly have a look for you.
While you look, we have Armchair Cricket Podcast with the tweet saying, so far, Aiden Markram has 6 ODI wickets, but looks like he could have a role with the ball on this tour and may add to his tally. He's getting a lot more overs. I definitely agree with that since he is getting a few more overs. Please tell us about the last boundary.
It was in the 6th over. So it's been a good long time since we've seen any ball hit the ropes.
And when was the last time we had a pace bowler? It was the 6th over. No, I'm joking. It was probably
It was Anurag Nortje who conceded the last boundary, but he did bowl a couple of overs after that as well.
I see. So you one more tweet from Umpo, or 2 more tweets from Umpo. I think Aiden Markram's coming in, so I'll do it after that.
Yeah, Aiden Markram coming around the wickets into the right-handed Dhananjaya de Silva. This one just played back up the pitch, and Markram does the fielding off his own bowling.
So Umpo is saying he's just an Aiden naysayer. That's all he is. He says, so you guys want to keep a guy. Oh.
This one, it's the arm ball. So obviously Aiden Markram, right-handed finger spinner. This one doesn't turn into the right-handed batsman. It almost seems to turn away, but I think that was just it continuing on its path. Beats the outside edge of Dhananjaya de Silva. And Heinrich Klaassen's pretty animated behind the stumps as well. Following delivery, very loopy. Dhananjaya de Silva goes for the scoop shot and manages to get it down to fine leg. They'll probably go through for a single, maybe 2 if they're hasty enough. I think it was just a single in the end.
So
South African bowlers. Sorry, you
go. I'll do the tweets at the end of the over.
Aiden Markram into Dhananjaya de Silva. This one strays down leg. There's an appeal for something. I don't know what it was, as it looks like it is going to run away. And okay, Kagiso Rabada stops it just before it goes over the boundary at fine leg, manages to save the boundary, and they've gone through for 2 again. So Dhananjaya with 2 twos in a row, again with the scoop. And there was an edge, and it just, Heinrich Klaassen had no chance of getting to that. It went over his left shoulder and almost ran away for 4.
Yeah, he was trying to, that's why his hands were up.
Yeah.
He was trying to get there, but he didn't stand a chance.
Final delivery from Aiden Markram in the 14th over, just defended into the onside for a dot.
So let me read this Aiden Markram hate. Sorry.
Yeah.
64. Yeah.
Go for
let me read this Aiden Markram hate here from Umpo, who says, you guys want to keep a guy who averages 26 in ODIs with no century, 2 half centuries because he just because he can bowl spin. It must be nice being a palindrome.
So he's got on that, Aiden Markram as a spinner for South African ODIs has a better average than Nicky Boyer, Robin Peterson, Keshav Maharaj, Tabraj Samzi, Johan Boertse, JP Duminy. So maybe he's a spin bowling all-rounder now. He's doing the reverse Steve Smith, where he comes in as a batsman and ends up turning into a spinner.
And ends up being a bowler. And then Umpo follows up that tweet with, whose overs is Aiden taking here? Hope it's not on Diles, but I fear it may be.
Probably will be.
Probably. I think he's going to take like Nortje's or Rabada's, to be honest. Once again, pace off the ball is the name of the game here. If it's a slow pitch, why concede boundaries? Why not just go in with slower bowlers that are difficult to get to the boundaries? I don't understand. Why not?
So the first delivery of Keshav Maharaj's 5th over just defended for a single, as is the second. So 2 dots to start the 15th over.
But in terms of Aiden Markram's average, his batting average, I think the Aiden Markram that played in 2018 and the Aiden Markram that played post-pandemic are 2 different Aiden Markrams. Is it just me, or like as much as he was
this one strays down leg and is understandably wider. Avishka Fernando tried to sweep, but didn't get anything on it. And down leg and a wide.
The thing about Aiden Markram is that we've always known that there was quality there, because you can't be a domestic bully and then not play South African cricket. You know what I'm saying? So he always had the quality, but it just never showed. And now it's showing. So I think, like, taking his early stats into account here, I don't think is it doesn't paint the right picture.
Yeah. Keshav Maharaj, and again to Dhananjaya de Silva, just driven into the covers, and that's a dot delivery. I don't know. It's an interesting one where Adam Akram's obviously been a good test player for us. Every now and again, his position there gets questioned as well, and he's been just a gun T20 opener since he's come into that position. We saw how he ripped Pakistan apart on the chances that he got when Pakistan came here for whatever reason. And yeah, I mean for the Titans as well, he's dominated one-day cricket.
Literally.
I've
So,
said
like,
it before. We need to find a way for them to let him play in a blue uniform in our ODI games. Let him pretend he's playing for the Titans, and then I think we'll get a few more runs from him. As this one played down the wickets to Keshav Maharaj. Yeah, Dhananjaya de Silva getting a long way out of his crease. He went on a little jog there, having to get back into it, and it's a dot to finish. So at the end of 15 overs, Sri Lanka 66 for 2. We've got a few questions on YouTube if we want to go through those.
Yeah, please hit the YouTube questions, because tweets are flying in now as well. Keep tweeting. We're gonna get to all your tweets here. Start with the YouTube questions, then we'll hit the tweets.
Cool. So Jordan Makuba asks, what happened to the planning for the 2023 World Cup? I'm hoping there's time to play young guns like Mikhail Pretorius, Marco Jansen, and Grant Rudolfsson. Do you have thoughts on that? Otherwise,
I think there's two plans running in tandem here. We're trying to establish the people that are going to be the core of the side, and these people are probably going to be like, they're going to find their space in and around the core that we're building now. As this one just thick outside edge goes to Tabraiz Shamsi at a short third man, as Sri Lanka still on 66 for 2. But yeah, I think we're just building the core, and we're building the team that's going to the 2020 World Cup. So they're like two plans running in tandem, and these guys are going to get their opportunities after this World Cup. I have no doubt about it.
Adam Markram, and again to Vishka Fernando, he just plays this one off his pads quite happily. It's going to run down to the sweeper on the onside. He comes around from fine leg to square leg, gets it in, and that's a single. I think that does make sense, and we've still got time to prepare for the 2023 World Cup. It's not like we're not giving new players a chance. Obviously, Kyle Verreynne is a youngster who is getting a go in the side in the absence of Quinton de Kock. This one just defended for no run, and even some of the established players who we've got here are very young. Andila Pethakwai has been in the side for ages. We think of him as old, but I'll double check. I think he's only 24.
He's only 25.
Yeah, 25. Yeah. Adam Markram, similar. Obviously, Lungi and KG are also young. We are testing our depth a little. This one, again, just a dot delivery. Sri Lanka 67 for 2. It's going to be Adam Markram coming in again to Dhananjaya de Silva. We've lost Teppo, at least temporarily. This one strays down late a little bit, but it just hits the pad of Dhananjaya de Silva, runs down to fine leg, and there's no run there. 96 kilometers an hour there, one of the quicker ones. That was exactly how he took his wicket earlier, Aiden Markram. The fastest delivery he bowled was that one that uprooted the stumps of Bonuka. Aiden Markram pulls out of his run up on this one. No worries, just have to look at that picture of you rather than the...
No, I just had to change my headphones, because these ones...
Cool.
These ones, they're slipping out of my ears. It's not nice.
But yeah, I would like to see Mikhail Pretorius, Marco Jansen, and Grant Rudolfsson. It's a bit Marco Jansen, because we don't have a lot of good left arm seamers, and the fact that he can bat as well is a huge bonus. He's obviously still very green. He's only played a handful of domestic cricket games. He's 20 or 21 now. He's gonna have his chances. It's not like this is his only time to make the side. I think Miguel Pretorius is playing in the Caribbean Premier League at the moment, so he's getting at least some cricket under his belt, and that's quite a high level of cricket. It's probably up there with the top domestic T20 competitions, just behind the IPL and maybe behind the Big Bash.
The Big Bash gets too much. Its rep is a lot higher than it actually should be, but it's difficult to judge these T20 series because I don't know how to, like, they don't have the same stars. They don't have the same. The played in different conditions. So what you're going to judge? You're going to judge the amount of runs that you get in the Big Bash, the amount of wickets that you get in the CPL and the IPL. But yeah, we have a comment from K Dog Channel that says
Last delivery,
in
sorry,
condition.
just defended for a
Go
single.
ahead. That says in conditions like these, it would be logical to play 3 spinners by sacrificing 1 pace man and shot for the coverage, shot for the support, and by by spinners he means front line spinners.
So
what do you
that's
guys
also
think of
read
that?
as non-Aiden Markram spinners, I think is what he
Non-Aiden Markram
means.
spinners.
Yeah.
Aiden Markram is a front line spinner. Put some respect on his name. No, I'm joking.
Okay, guys.
Change our tune so quickly.
Yeah, so it is the drinks break. I still think that they're
cool.
still trying to decide what's going on. So I think it's time for myself and Otto to take over. Thank you very much. And one last thing for you, Tip. Since 2019, Aiden Markram's ODI average has dropped. He went to the World Cup with an average of 31. It's now at 26. So,
but then you're taking the World Cup into the World Cup was the World Cup. Post-pandemic Markram is a different Markram. He's a different beast.
Still not scoring runs, but
it's
fine.
We'll take
it. That's why we're trying to turn him into a spinner.
We'll include him for form. But thanks, guys. See you later.
Thank you.
Yeah, we've enjoyed
the cricket.
Ozmaster, how's it going?
Hey, I'm very well, thanks, and you? It's going a lot better than it did at the start of South Africa's bowling innings. I was attending some work stuff, so I didn't watch a lot of the innings so far, but I see the run rate is back to a respectable number, so that's good. And how you been?
I've been okay. I've been good. Just trying to. Obviously, we're preparing for this series, and so that's been a little bit busy. So yeah, but outside of that, it's been good. I miss our quizzes though. I really do miss. I do think we should try and force Derek and Ty to get us back onto that lockdown sports quiz situation.
I think I average like 2 points per round in that in that LSQ, so I'm not too miffed. Sometimes I really feel like I'm just making up the numbers.
I know the guys at Supersport have a quiz, and I wouldn't mind us having a team there just to stick it to them and beat them all. Otto, I'm going to be relying on you for ball by ball. So when you are ready to go, you can go through. It is the drinks break. Sri Lanka are 68 for 2 in this first ODI in Colombo. South Africa having to resort to plan B very quick. Well, plan B and possibly even plan C with Aiden Markram, who both have bowled really well. Kesha's bowled 5 overs, 1 wicket for 11 runs, an economy of 2.2. Aiden Markram 1 wicket for 14 runs in his 4 overs. Obviously, it looks like they may continue with that. So that's going to be quite interesting. We are at the R. Premadasa Stadium in Colombo. We're expecting to see a lot of rain, but that hasn't been the case. So please do keep us company with your tweets. You can tweet us at GuerrillaSA, GUERILLASA. You can also subscribe to the channel. We're going to be following South Africa. We've been following South Africa the past 3 years. We're going to follow South Africa throughout the World Cup. So it'll be a lot easier for when we go live, you get notified and you find us, you find our lovely faces there. So that's an important one. There is a subscribe button there in the corner if you're watching on your PC. We're seeing our first sighting. Otto, you should let me know when you're ready to start.
Yeah, Andile Pechukwayo into the attack after the drinks break. 65 matches, 80 wickets at an average of 30.99. Best of 4 for 22. So let's see if his variations and a little bit of pace off the ball is maybe a bit more effective than what Kagiso Rabada managed to do this morning. As we see some shots here of the area around the ground. Yes, indeed. And we do see some cloud coverage. Looks like a not too low clouds, not too threatening, as Andile comes in right over the wicket now to Dhananjaya, who just works this off his hips down to fine leg boundary for 4. Oh, no. Another loose start, loose delivery. And once again, I'll say it once again, Andile needs to show us his potential, because he can come up. He can come through with those golden arm deliveries, but this one was a bit of a hallucination.
With the bathwater, his wrist position was incorrect there. So we'll just give him that. It went down the leg side.
Yeah, 72 for 2, 16.1 overs gone. Andile comes in again over the wicket to the right-hander. This one has just worked down to third man, outside off stump, and there's a single taken by Dhananjaya. He moves on to 9 or 14. 30 or 42.
Yes, they had a very good start in those first 8 overs to Sri Lanka, well, the first 10, and then somehow 2 just incredibly poor shots, costing them that good start. Rajapaksa's shot is just something that I'm sure Mickey Arthur will pull whatever's left of his hair out.
Leading edge there as Avishka Fernando tried to work this to the onside, got a leading edge out to backward point for no run. Let's see how far that carried. It bounced well short of the fielder there. But, yeah, no, there was no danger of a catch there. If there had been a point fielder closer to the wicket, that could have been a chance, but bounced about halfway to the point fielder on the ring of the ODI field here. Andile in once again, wide down the leg side. Klaasen collects, and he'll have to bowl that again. 73 for 2. So Avishka Fernando now still 30 or 43, and Dhananjaya de Silva 10 or 15. 7 extras in the innings so far, 4 leg byes, and the second wide there by Andile Pehluquayo was just bowled, and 1 no ball by Rabada this morning. That I did see. Andile Pehluquayo comes in again to Avishka Fernando. This one is a good line, outside off stump, and just defended out to backward point, where it's collected by Aiden Markram for no run. 74 for 2 is the score now. 16.3 overs gone. 16.4. Correction there. So 6 runs off the over so far from Andile Pehluquayo, of which 1 was that wide delivery. So let's see about the fielders. They've got a man back at square leg on the boundary, I just saw. Andile comes in, no slips. This one is driven off the back foot out to the sweeper on the cover boundary, and they take a quick single there. Avishka Fernando scoring that single. He's on to 31, and the score is 75 for 2. 16.5 overs gone. And Pehluquayo has now conceded 7 in his first over. So mid-off and mid-on is inside the circle there. So let's see what else we can see here about the fielding positions. As soon as we get that, can give that through to you. Last ball of the 17th. Andile comes in short and wide and slapped through the air, and 1 bounce through to third man on the boundary. They take a single, and 17 overs have been bowled. 76 for 2 is the score.
That last ball was a slower ball. You kind of felt that Avishka Dhananjaya was waiting for it for a very long time, and when it even got off the bat, it didn't race to the fielder like you would have expected to, or the way you described it. It kind of felt like it went like a tracer bullet, but it actually didn't. So good to see Andile trying to bring in some slower balls into the equation right now, trying to slow things down. It's probably what we're going to need, especially after the start. I think South Africa were very short at the top, and that irritated me because it kind of feel like they bowl 2 balls, they don't get any movement, and then they just drop it short. And they do this at home as well. And it's not something I like to see. Just and it kind of sucks that Charles Langerveld isn't in the change room, because these are the type of things you want to rectify the moment you see them, and send a message down in those first few overs to be like, hey guys, still keep bowling it full. Rather because the ball flies. If you release the ball at 150 and it doesn't bounce, it can reach the batsman at 150. And so you just need to bowl it a lot fuller and a lot straighter, and allow the batsman to navigate and deal with the pace, rather than bowling it short. Because when you do that, it takes energy off the ball, and by the time it reaches the batsman, it's at a pace that he
sits up.
and he can negotiate that. So it's one of those things that I think we have to rectify.
Second over after drinks, Shamsi is into the attack now from the Ketarama end. His left arm over the wicket to the right-hander, and this one is just played with a cut shot, angled bat into the ground, back to the bowler for no run. 78 kilometers an hour, which is 49 miles an hour. And Shamsi, I think, fooled the batsman there. They've got a slip in. It's Dhananjaya De Silva on strike. Shamsi comes in again full and on off stump, driven out to mid-wicket, where it's fielded by Captain Temba Bavuma for no run. And
a slip in there, that's Yanaman Malan.
So let's see if... so that means that Shamsi is looking for some movement away and across the right-hander. This one is full and wide and just dabbed down to third man, and they'll take 2 runs there off the bowling of Shamsi. And Dhananjaya De Silva moves on to 13 off 18, 78 for 2.
We had a podcast with the lead recruiter at Leicestershire Cricket Club and also for the Birmingham Phoenix. We'll talk about it after this.
Yeah, no, great work on that, on those podcasts, Mpo, and your team there. Shamsi in again. Dhananjaya De Silva drives this one through the air over the head of mid-off, and Petlukwai runs back to collect. It looks like they took at least a single there, but wasn't in control of that shot at all. Yes, a single.
Yes, it's an inside-out cover drive, played off the back foot. A little bit easier because the ball's coming into Dhananjaya De Silva.
So Avishka Fernando now on strike, facing Shamsi for the first time. 2 balls to go in there over Shamsi, over the wicket on middle and off stump, and it's worked through square leg. They'll take a single. Backward square leg comes in from the boundary, and it's fielded there. 79 for 2 is the score.
Yeah.
And there will be one more delivery to go. Yes.
2 more, the way this over's going.
2 more to go. Apologies for that.
That's
and
okay.
Dhananjaya De Silva facing Shamsi. This one is outside of stump. Tries a huge cover drive through mid-off. Mid-on runs in around and collects that. They take 2 runs. So that moves the score up to 82 for 2. The scoreboard here on the screen says the over is done. So I think they're having some issues with the on-screen scoreboard here.
I think they're having an issue there in Colombo. But the podcast I was talking about is the one it's All Things 100 with Dan Weston. Dan is a recruiter at Leicester Cricket Club as well as for the Birmingham Phoenix, and he spoke about in limited overs games, he always looks for a leg spinner, not a left arm wrist spinner that takes the ball into the right hander. He looks for a leg spinner largely because batsmen in international cricket struggle to play with the ball turning away, which is why Awanindu Hasaranga is going to be so key, why you have Rashid Khan at the top of the list. And so he said Shamsi's great, but he kind of felt that South Africa needed a leg spinner rather than even a left arm off spinner in order to navigate the amount of right-handers that there are in the international game. And he felt that players actually struggled with the ball turning away from him. So the only problem about South Africa is that we don't have that many orthodox leg spinners. The only one person is the guy we actually interviewed as well in that week. That was Sean van Berg, who plays for the Rocks in Paarl. But that's something that people, if you want to listen to that, it was a really great conversation about how South Africa should look at the limited overs, even T20 setup, largely because based on what Dan says, Dan's probably is even saying that he's insinuating that Sean van Berg should be played. And the last time South Africa toured Sri Lanka, Sean van Berg was on the plane. He didn't. It was largely for red ball cricket, but it's something that should be considered. Even though our spin attack is very one-sided with those left arm off spinners, and the reason why Hayden's so great is that he's got a little bit of that right arm option, and the wicket that he got was a ball moving away from a left-handed batsman. So that's something that needs to be considered in the planning going forward by the selectors.
So interesting. Petlukwai in with his 3rd delivery. The first 2 were dots. This one is picked up by the sweeper on the boundary at cover, and they take a single there. Avishka Fernando off strike. 83 for 2 is the score. He's Avishka Fernando on 33 of 49, Dhananjaya De Silva on 16 of 21, and Pechel Kwayo now 1.3 overs, 9 runs conceded. So a good start to the over for him in his second over of his first spell in this match. Yeah, those podcasts are amazing, man. I don't know how you get those guests to come on, but whatever you're doing, keep doing it. It's awesome. Pechel Kwayo into Dhananjaya De Silva. This one is cut neatly through point, diving fielder can't stop it, and it goes to the boundary for 4. Good shot there by Dhananjaya De Silva.
Bad ball. Struggling with his control at the top. But he is trying to bowl a cutter there. And what you tend to do is you tend to drag your wrist over the ball, and in that your release point moves away from the batsman. And I think that's what happened with that ball. And well dispatched by Dhananjaya De Silva.
Yep. 87 for 2, 29 runs is the partnership so far. Andile Pechel Kwayo in again on middle and off this time, just dabbed out to mid-wicket area, and there is no run. Dhananjaya De Silva with that boundary goes to 20 of 23 now. 5 runs in the over so far, 1 ball to go in the 19th over.
Yeah, this is quite an interesting thing, because I think in the podcast we did the preview pod, and you will be playing that during the innings break. Estelle from Sri Lanka spoke about how Sri Lanka's weak spot is this period right now with 3, 4, and 5, as they're trying to find the right balance. And they've got some newbies in and around there. Obviously, we saw Minod Banuka opening up. Rajapaksa struggled there. And obviously, Dhananjaya is a little bit more experienced. But then you've got Asalanka coming in as well. He's also very new. So if South Africa can eke out a wicket now, something could change.
That last delivery of the 19th over was a dot ball on middle stump, and Dhananjaya De Silva tried to work it to the onside but couldn't get over the top of that one. 87 for 2 is the score. 29 run third wicket partnership of 41 balls, so they've slowed down considerably from the start that they had, and those 2 quick wickets in succession really slowed down the Sri Lankans, so that's good news for the Proteas. And if you're a Sri Lankan fan, you shouldn't be too worried yet. Shamsi comes in, and this one is into Avishka Fernando outside off stump, turns into the right-hander, beats him, all ends up, and there's no run. He tried to play that along the line that it came in from the left-handed Shamsi, and it just caught the inside edge of his bat onto the pads. That could have easily gone onto the stumps. Shamsi comes in again over the wicket, left-handed. This one just blocked in front of the stumps, fielded at slip, and there's no run. Another dot ball.
Okay, we've got a lot of tweets, so I'll go through them slowly.
Okay, I'll just jump in if there's another delivery here.
Not that AB says whose overs. I asked whose overs is Aiden taking today, and then he says AB, who's also one of our commentators, says might as well play an extra batsman. Ken asked who would you play ahead of Aiden in my tweet where I said we're keeping a guy who averages 26, just because he can bowl.
Leg slip in now, along with the slip for Shamsi. He comes in again, almost the same delivery. This time Avishka Fernando gets a little bit more bat on that, and it goes into the ground out to the bowler for no run.
And then Tepo says he expects Nokirna Butter to be losing overs to take over the overs that Aiden has taken. He says, I don't see them being effective in these conditions against the top order.
Shamsi in again, double step by Avishka Fernando, and he smashes this through mid-off for a 4. Good shot there, got to the pitch of the ball. Great stuff from Sri Lanka's batsmen.
I think these right-handers are enjoying the fact that Shamsi just keeps on getting the ball to turn into them. So they kind of know and understand that obviously if it goes away with the googly, yes, they'll find themselves in trouble. But if they play within that line, their chances of being bowled in LBW diminish. Unless if it turns appreciably more into the right-hander.
No, he's bowling quite full, so that one was pitched a bit shorter and just met well by Fernando using his feet. This one is on off stump and just dabbed out to square leg for a single. Good cricket there from Avishka Fernando. 91 for 2 is the score now.
Simon sent us the ESPN cricket for worm of the Sri Lanka innings, and you can see the deflection that the spinners have put in. And he's put in an arrow there that says SA tends to spin. And we tend to spin in like over 40, in over 6. So that's a interesting one.
Last ball of the 20th over by Shamsi. This one is pitching on off stump, hitting off stump, and just defended out to the slip there for no run. 92 for 2 is the score after 20.
Mm-hmm. And then Chris replying to Ken's question of who would take over Aiden. He says, I guess someone will miss out when Quinton is back, but right now Markram is offering enough with the ball that he may keep a spot. I really hope he can come right with the bat. We've been hoping for 4 years now, guys. It's time to find someone else.
I agree with you, Mpo. This tastes like the a couple of years back, or 5, 6, 7 years back, when people just were picked on reputation and by name and not on form. And I think it discourages the batsmen coming up in our domestic competitions. You've got to send a signal to both the incumbents and the guys coming through domestically that if you don't keep form, you're going to lose your place in the team and somebody else will get a chance. Petluquayo comes through around the wicket, wide and short and left alone.
Horrible.
And
horrible.
It's wide for height. So it was really loose.
Really horrible.
Yeah, no.
On YouTube says, did you guys see that we are 10th on the Super League behind Afghanistan? Yes, and if we win today, I think we go ahead of Afghanistan and we go into like that 7th spot. And if we win 2 games, we can go.
Suck it, Afghanistan.
Well, not now. Let's not say that.
Not yet.
They're going through a lot right now. And so,
oh, yes, of course. Yeah.
Our thoughts and prayers are with everyone that's in Afghanistan. As Chris
this
said,
one played outside off stump, backward of point, and collected at third man on the boundary for a single. Yeah, that slipped my mind for a moment there. Sorry about that. Okay. So, all the best to you in Afghanistan.
And then Teppo says, what do you guys predict the Sri Lanka score to be? Check out this poll. I think it's going to be around 230, 240. Max, I think, today might be around about 260, 270.
Petluquayo on the off stump. Better line there, tighter line, and just defended by Dhananjaya De Silva. 94 for 2. Yeah, I agree. 230, 240. That should be defendable.
India,
or that should be gettable.
Was 270 against that India team that everyone thought was a B team, but it looked like a very good B team, and it could be an A team for some countries.
It's all about the spinners. How are South Africa going to handle the spin attack of Sri Lanka? Petluquayo in again over the wicket. This one is played late under his eyes by Dhananjaya De Silva, down to third man for a single.
Then I replied to Ken saying, players who aren't in Sri Lanka right now, for the guys who are going to replace Aiden, I say Grant Ruloson, Ryan Rickleton, and even Zubair Hamza could be an option to try at the top. They are the top 3 run scorers in the last Momentum One Day Cup. I do get his position is for this position is for Quinton's replacement, and right now Yanaman has that other opening spot on lock. So it's essentially a guy who's going to travel with the team.
Now Petluquayo in again, and the same shot played by Avishka Fernando, late and just angling it down to third man, an easy single. 96 for 2 balls to go in the 21st.
Teppo retweeting DJ Harris, who is questioning how to pronounce Andile's surname. And he says, I felt bad for my pronunciations of the Sri Lankans. I can only imagine they struggle with our boy Lucky. And then DJ Harris says, thanks for understanding. It was so hard with Makai and Tini in those days. A great bowler.
Full on off stump, driven out to mid-off for a no run.
And then the final tweet is, I actually don't mind Markram taking over Andile's overs if things continue this way, referring to the way Andile has been bowling.
Yep, he's pulled it back now a little bit in this over with the help of the placement of the fielders on the boundary. Sri Lankan's not finding the gaps in this over, but he blows hot and cold on Andile Pechukwayo. So he comes in here for his last delivery. This one again angled just down to third man by Dhananjaya De Silva for no run. But when he gets it together, he can get any wicket of any batsman.
I'm just worried that we are just falling back on a shorter length. So Anmich and Kagiso were bowling short balls, right, on this pitch, and then Andile comes in and he's bowling short balls that are either wide or slower balls that are short, and so that's the situation that you have with the Sri Lankan team. Jordan, please let me know if you can hear my mic. He says it's hard to hear me, so I'm just going to try sort out my mic there for a little bit, Otto, while you just carry on.
Yeah, sure, no problem. Everything sounds good here where I'm sitting, and 21 overs are gone, and Shamsi will continue. 97 for 2 is the score. He comes left arm over the wicket, and this one is smashed past the diving mid-wicket fielder, and the two fielders on the boundary messing that up as well. Two guys converging on the ball there and bisected by the ball. Great for there by Dhananjaya Silva. A little bit short by Shamsi, and he just goes onto the back foot and just smokes it past the diving Temba Bavuma at mid-wicket. And mid-on and square leg running around, couldn't cut that off. 101 up for Sri Lanka, 101 for 2. Shamsi in again. This one is on leg stump, going on to middle. Pitching on leg, going on to middle. Worked to a fine leg inside the circle, and there's no run.
I think the way Sri Lanka are going right now, it looks like they're probably going to try get over 300 with these two. Well, if they keep this rate.
Yeah. No, they're very dangerous batting team. Yeah, this one is through the air, over the head of a diving extra cover, and through to the extra cover boundary for a 4. Smashing shot there by Dhananjaya De Silva, a little bit through the air, but it reaches the boundary. Let's see how far it was away from the fielder. Wide by Shamsi and full. Just got the fingertips to it there. The man jumping into the air. That looks like Markram. Yes, it's Markram. Tough chance, but just evading his fingertips there. 105 for 2. 3 balls to go in the 22nd over. Run rate is up to 4.8 now for Sri Lanka. Shamsi comes in again, left arm over the wicket, outside of stump, and just dab back to the bowler for no run. So Sri Lanka trying to attack Shamsi here, because if they can milk him, if they can get some, if they can make his figures look horrible, that's going to put some question marks into Temba Bavuma's mind about his bowling attack. Shamsi comes in again, and this time it's through the air, almost reaches it, does Shamsi, as he goes to his right, as the ball just bobbles up from the batsman, very and so close by Shamsi. I think it dropped just short. We'll see now.
Actually, it got to his hand. It hit
no! Oh no! He's going to be so disappointed with that. That hit his wrist. Yeah.
Unlucky.
Looks like he's quickly put that behind him. He comes in again. This one is down the leg side and helped around, but straight to Rabada at fine leg inside the circle. The end of 22 overs, 105 for 2, and Shamsi's run rate is now over 6. He's gone for 19 off 3 and hasn't taken a wicket yet. Avishka Fernando on 40 off 56. And Dhananjaya De Silva is on 30 off 36. 22 overs gone. 8 extras in the innings so far. So that's good. That's better than what we saw against... where was it that we kept bowling all those extras? I think not the series against Ireland. I think it was the one before that where we had so many extras going onto the board for South Africa's bowling attack. But it's looking a little bit better today. And the covers are being attended. There's a little bit of rain coming down.
Yes.
I've lost my feed there. Let's see if they are going off.
They are coming off. It is a rain delay. So we're just going to have to keep going, and well, not keep going, but take a break. As we do that, I will play the preview to the Sri Lanka series, and then
Oh, this was a great, awesome podcast.
Depending on when the rain comes back, we'll just keep on going and updating you. But we did predict that there'll be rain today in Colombo. It's just now starting now with this team at 105 for 2. At least they've gotten to 22 overs. So if we're going to lose overs, we might just get a game, but towards the back end of it all. But as I am going to start playing our podcast with Estelle Vasudevan discussing the South Africa-Sri Lanka series preview, both ODI and T20. Please do enjoy, and we'll be back once the rain has gone away.
Bye-bye.
Hello, and welcome to the Full Quota Podcast, your weekly South African cricketing podcast. We've got some live cricket coming up, so we'll be talking about that today, because South Africa are in Sri Lanka. They're in Colombo, and they're playing against Sri Lanka this week. And so today's topic is the series preview. We're going to be previewing the series. I've got Tsepo, I've got Chris. Gents, how are you doing?
I guess I'll start. Tsepo looks quite quiet. I'm very well, thanks. Happy to be back after a short hiatus.
Yeah, I'm also good. I was literally saying the same thing. Like, Chris, it's been so long, bro. I didn't even know where you've been. Welcome back.
It's good that whilst Tim's out, we're swapping out. One of us has to be here all the time.
Rotation.
And on this day, obviously, Dale Steyn has retired. So, gents, like, Chris, what do you make of that? 699 international wickets, an average of 23. Is he the greatest ever South African seamer?
Well, yeah, I guess I have to say, limited experience. He's definitely the greatest in my lifetime. He'd have competition with, I guess, Pollock and Teeny Donald, but the best I've seen. He was top 2 in the world for 10 years straight and number 1 for the majority of that. Just, test bowling, all 3 formats, but predominantly I think he'll be remembered as a test bowler that was head and shoulders above anyone at the same time.
And Tsepo, what do you make of Dale? You're a Titans man. You watched Dale played in the North for a very long time.
Yeah, no, actually, my cricketing journey started with him. I saw him in the domestic sphere just as he was going up, and that's also when I started getting into cricket. So sort of been rooting for the guy for a long time. And look, I'm glad that his awesome careers, he's decided to land it, go do that skateboarding stuff that he does on Instagram. I like that he's like enjoying his life. He looks like a really cool person to like have a beer with as well. So yeah, really happy for the man, for what he's done, for all his achievements, because he's a legend, probably one of, if not the best South African bowler in the history.
Outside of the wickets, from an average perspective, I do think he is one of the greatest bowlers ever. But obviously the English will tell us about Jimmy Anderson and all the other guys in every country. But I say one of the greatest South Africa has ever had. So now we're going to be talking about that. But before we do this, remember, you can interact with us on all these platforms, Twitter, Facebook, also Instagram, as well as YouTube. We are going to be going live tonight at 8 p.m. For the South African Women's Tour in the West Indies. It's going to be streamed on everyone's phones, but we will be supporting them by providing our live radio broadcast. Remember, you can go to onewsr.com if you want to see our lovely faces. If you do want to see our lovely faces, you can obviously join us on YouTube. Most importantly, you would need to subscribe. I wouldn't say like, you can like our podcast, but you can subscribe to our channel, switch that notification bell, and at 8 p.m. when we go live, South Africa women versus West Indies women. There is no Stefani Taylor, but Deandra Dotton and Anisa Mohammed are there, so it's going to be a really good challenge for our women. But we're talking SA Sri Lanka preview, and we got Estelle Vasudevan, who is a editorial manager at the papare.com, and she's going to be giving us insight on the Sri Lankan team. Lots to unpack. They've also got some off-field issues, so it could be the series of the off-field drama teams. But we'll see about that. Let's get her on and discuss all things Sri Lanka versus South Africa. Hi, Estelle. How are you doing?
Hi guys, how are you doing? I'm doing great.
Sure. Estelle, I think from us, first question is, how has Sri Lanka's come out of that series with India? How are they preparing for the South African series? Are there any expectations or any things that the Sri Lankan team want to get right, especially looking at the World Cup and even with the Super League?
Yeah, I think the India series was a very good one for Sri Lanka in the fact that despite not having some of the first choice players in the lineup, they were able to put up somewhat of a good fight against Indian team, which was under strength, but they still did have a lot of experience in the squad. In terms of the build up to the tournament, I think, this series, Sri Lanka cricket organized this T20 series between four sides. I think it was very important. It was an important series because the cricket was very competitive. Basically had the best players in Sri Lanka come up against each other. I think the only guys who were missing from the current crop of players were Wanindu Hasaranga, Dushmantha Chamira, who were given some time off. But other than that, I think preparation was good. They did organize it with their eyes on the T20 World Cup, and of course, the South Africa series will be the ideal build-up for that tournament as well.
Okay, that's quite exciting to see an internal tournament. I think a lot of South Africans have been asking for such a tournament amongst our international players. But Chris, what do you think South Africa are hoping for in this ODI series and possibly looking to the T20 series? We've seen two different squads, but what do you think the idea from Mark and the team is for both these series?
Yeah, I guess it's similar to what we had against the West Indies and against Ireland, where the ODIs, you are trying to find your team, but you're also trying to pick up some points in the ODI Super League. And in the T20s, you're trying to figure out your best 11, find your combinations, maybe test your depth. And the T20 is very much our preparation for the World Cup at the end of the year.
Okay, and Temple, obviously we've come out of the West Indies and Ireland Test series, limited over series wins. What are you hoping to just continue as a South African side, just try build up momentum, winning, kind of get you confidence type of vibes?
Yeah, no doubt. The South African camp are definitely going to be looking for a win, as are the Sri Lankan camp. That's pretty obvious. But I mean, one thing that the South Africans will definitely be looking to is how they deal with spin. We were speaking about it last week's podcast with Dan, and how in the West Indies we weren't really tested with spin. In Ireland we weren't tested with spin. So I'm really keen to see how the South Africans with the bats will fare with the spin, and then also our own spin bowlers. Also chats about the lack of leg spin that we have, even though we have decent.
We've only got one leg spinner in South Africa.
One leggy.
Yeah. and we interviewed him 2 weeks ago, actually. It was Sean von Berg. But he's not. He was in the last tour to Sri Lanka, but he was playing red ball cricket. Didn't get a game. Even though Tabrez Shamsi came to South Africa, and we'll watch that podcast. Or watch the video. It's live on our YouTube channel. Estelle, there are a lot of faces that South African fans would know that aren't there this time. And can you give us an inkling as to why? I think we know that obviously Gunatilaka, Tikwela, and Mendes won't be around. Is there a reason why? And are there any more players that may not be there?
Yeah, so the three guys you mentioned, of course, were banned from international cricket as a result of a breach of the biobubble in England. So basically, they will be out of international cricket for a year, domestic cricket for 6 months, and they've also been handed a financial ban. Other than them, of course, Angelo Matthews will not be playing. He has made himself unavailable for selection, at least for the time being. So that's one guy who'll be missing. Isru Udana, another one, retired from all forms of cricket. all forms of international cricket, I should say.
Wow,
Another guy is Kusal Pereira, who I think would have been a real key for Sri Lanka at the top of the order. Unfortunately, he was diagnosed with COVID a couple of weeks ago, so he's recovering. I think he should be available for the T20s, but we won't see him in the ODI games.
Okay.
That's
yes, Chris.
Sorry, this is perhaps me just being cynical, but do you think that if that video hadn't been taken by a fan, whether we would see any suspensions, or it's because that there's suddenly public eyes on it and it was brought to attention that the suspensions had to come out?
Yeah, I think so, because one thing I think we need to understand is the fact that Sri Lanka were not doing well. Like, they were doing really badly during that series, so that kind of made it worse for those players, as it were. So yeah, like you said, if that video had not come out, we don't even know if people would have found out that they had breached the bubble. That's one thing. The other thing is, I really don't think that there would have been such a harsh punishment. A lot of people think it's way over what they should have gotten. But the players have appealed, at least to play domestic cricket. But so far, there's no word on what will happen. But yeah, definitely, I think the video really didn't help their cause at all.
So then, my question is, what's the feeling? Obviously you're not like in the change room, so you can't like tell us exactly what's going on. But I mean, how does it feel in Sri Lanka as at the moment? You have a touring side, South Africa, coming through. You don't have your top players. Bio bubble. To me, it seems a bit unjustified to keep them out of international cricket for an entire year, just because the video was out. I think it's a bit harsh. Personally, but I like how does it? What's like the feeling around some Sri Lankan fandom?
Yeah, I think, to be honest, after the India series, I think everyone's a bit upbeat, because for a long time before that, Sri Lanka were doing very badly. And so there were calls for, I mean, the decision to leave out some of the senior players didn't go down too well with fans. And then the team still wasn't doing well. So guys like Gunatilaka, Kusal Mendis, Digbala, three guys who actually got a lot of attention during that time because they were not performing. So at the moment, among the fandom at least, I think a lot of them are kind of happy with the team we have now, because there are a lot of youngsters coming through, and some promise shown during the series against India.
Speaking about those youngsters coming through, I know that Pulina Taranga is in, and in that invitational domestic series that happened, he took the most amount of wickets. Can you give us a sense of the type of player he is? Because obviously South Africans wouldn't know, and also any of the other people who are back. I know Nuwan Pradeep is back, so like what were the reasons for him coming back, essentially?
Yeah, Pulina Taranga is, I think, quite similar to Manindu Hasaranga in his leg spin. Typically, a limited overs bowler. He doesn't fly the ball much, but gets good purchase, particularly in the type of tracks we see in Sri Lanka. He's a really good fielder, can bat a bit as well. I don't think we will see much of him during the series if Hasaranga is available, because there are a few other options. I think Sri Lanka will be looking at, like someone like Akila Dhananjaya, who's had success against South Africa before as well, and also Praveen Jayawickrama, a left arm spinner, who's done well both in Test cricket as well as in limited overs cricket. He's only played a few matches, but he's done well. In terms of Pradeep, there was always this thought that he's your go-to death bowler, but in the recent past he has not done well. But I think he earned a call up thanks to his performance during the domestic competition we just had. Again, I don't think he will be in the playing 11, at least for the first few games, because Sri Lanka will likely go with Dushmantha Chamira and Chamika Karunaratne, maybe left armer Binura Fernando, but Pradeep might find it difficult to make it into the playing 11.
Okay. I think for now, as we move into obviously discussion what's going to happen on the field, from a balance perspective, what does Sri Lanka, what do you think Sri Lanka is going to go into that first ODI from a balance perspective? Will they be going 3 spinners? Will they be going 2 with a few seamers? What's the sense that you're getting from the squad?
Looking at the tracks that were on offer during the India series, I think, and particularly because South Africa does have a reputation for not being too good against the spinners, I think there's a real chance that they will go with 3 frontline spinners. So, to me, the front runners would be Akila Dhananjaya, Manindu Hasaranga, and Praveen Jayavikrama. So you've got a left arm, a leg spinner, and an off spinner. They've also got kind of a Ajanta Mendis like guy in the squad called Mahesh Theekshana. Could also get a game or 2 depending on how well Sri Lanka go early in the series. So if they do go with the 3 spinners, I think Chamika Karunaratne and Dushmanta Chamira will be the paces, with Dasun Shanaka probably chipping in as well.
As an all-rounder. Okay. Chris and Teppo, I'm going to start with Chris. From a balance perspective of South Africa, what do you think is the best balance for this team to actually try and counter what Sri Lanka is going to offer coming into the series?
I guess there would be the temptation to go with 3 spinners, but unfortunately, as we've been saying, we don't have a lot of variation on our spinners. So obviously it'll be Shamsi, and then one of 3 players are almost exactly the same in Maharaj, Linda, and Bjorn Fortuin. I would imagine we don't go with 3 spinners, no matter how spinny the track is. Maybe that's just the way South Africa always is. Us playing a spinner at all was an issue for a long time. I don't think we'd go for 3 spinners like that.
And Teppo, do you agree with Chris? I think obviously we probably won't go with 3 spinners. I'd like to see a game where we do play a third spinning all rounder, maybe a Keshav and a Linda. But how important do you think Kagiso and Anuch Nokia will be at the top for the side?
Very important, just because that's just the way we sort of play. I mean, it would be strange for us to leave out our premier pace bowlers, and surely they might not get as much movement as they would with the red ball, but they can still do a thing or 2, and they can still, I mean, the premium fast bowlers. But I think for me, how we should probably be responding in terms of the team balance is all-rounders. I do not mind a third spinner if that spinner is a spinning all-rounder. We need batting depth. That is what we need, because I don't expect us to get big runs here. The pitch is slow, the ball's going to come on slow, and we really enjoy the big shots from very pacey balls. So I think just to cushion the batting lineup, we probably need some depth there in the batting, and all-rounders are the solution to that.
Chris, with the inclusion and the return of Dwayne Pretorius, that obviously answers the question is who bats at number 6. But obviously 7, 8, and possibly even 9 could be the issue in these ODIs, and maybe even into the T20s. Where do you sit with the all-rounders? Do you want 3 all-rounders? A lot of people have been asking for South Africa to play all three of the all-rounders that are available in Phehlukwayo, Mulder, or Linda with Dwayne. Where's your thinking around that?
Well, yeah, we were talking about how much we miss Dwayne, or that Dwayne-shaped player, whether it's Dwayne or Chris Morris, the guy who's an all-rounder but can bowl as well as the frontline seamers. So I'd be happy to go with just Rabada and Nokia, and then perhaps Cyclone and Gideon Williams as the out-and-out seamers, but just 2 out-and-out seamers, and then Dwayne Pretorius as the third seaming option. Yeah, exactly where he comes into the lineup. Maybe this is the testing ground where we figure out who exactly we favor between Phehlukwayo and Mulder as the other seaming all-rounder. And then I think George Linda probably is the first choice spinning all-rounder.
I believe that Phehlukwayo is probably going to be playing the ODIs, and the T20s are going to be for Mulder, or at least that's how I see the squad set up. So I'm very excited to see Via and Mulder. Just pace off the ball in general, I think could be a proper way of attacking. It worked for us in the West Indies. Obviously, not exactly the same conditions, but we don't want Sri Lanka to be scoring maybe too quickly. Or speaking of the pace on the ball as well, the big boys can really bully the Sri Lankan batsmen, not used to that express pace as often as that. You know, it's not like Sri Lanka doesn't have the pace, but I mean, when you hit with like premier fast bowler after premier fast bowler, you know, it could sort of weigh you down in a way. So yeah, the competition seems very exciting.
Estelle, you've been listening to us talk about the South African team and the balance. Where are there players in South Africa, or are there any of the South African players that you think Sri Lanka would struggle to face, or the converse, where you think maybe Sri Lanka might actually just enjoy and have a good and either enjoy scoring runs or taking wickets against? Where does the Sri Lanka team see the South African side, or how actually?
Yeah, I think the pace is definitely are going to be a challenge. I think that's something that Captain Dasun Chanaka also wanted to focus on in training, facing really quick bowlers, because we don't have bowlers that bowl that quick and are as accurate as guys like Rabada. So I think the series itself, particularly the ODIs, in my opinion, will be decided by how well Sri Lanka play the South African paces and how well South Africa play the Sri Lankan spinners. So it's going to be a battle between the bowling sides, I think, because Sri Lanka, like you mentioned, we're missing a few of first choice players in the batting lineup, but the spinners and the fast bowlers, or at least some of them, have had some, they've had some momentum coming up to the series. So they should be raring to go. So the batsmen will be the ones, I think, who will decide how well the team does during these two, the ODI and the T20 series.
Chris?
Just because you briefly mentioned Shanaka, and it reminded me that Sri Lanka's gone through, I think, 7 ODI captains and 6 T20 captains in the last 3 years, and he's latest. And there's conspiracy theories as to exactly why he's been given the captaincy recently, but he's obviously won the T20 series now. Do you see him as a long-term captain choice for Sri Lanka?
I seem to be muted, but yeah, we're back for the second, the post-rain situation of this game, the portion of it, and yeah, so it was a passing shower, which is good. No overs lost. So let's carry on with the ball by ball, Otto.
Yes, Maharaj is in here. This one spins away from the right-hander, and it's played through cover for a single. Start of the 23rd over. We'll probably wouldn't have lost any overs, I would think. Paul, what's the news there?
No, we're not. We haven't lost any overs. So we're just going to
continue. That's good.
I think there's like an extra hour given for rain delays, so they're going to go into that portion.
Okay, so we have.
So Sri Lanka,
we have Maharaj. Yes. And it's Dhananjaya De Silva on strike with a slip in. Maharaj goes to him now, full and just deflected out to backward point for no run. Avishka Fernando is on 41 or 57. And Dhananjaya De Silva is on 31 off 38. Here comes Maharaj in again. This one is played past extra cover through to the mid-off region, and they take an easy single there, 107 for 2. Maharaj, 5.3 overs, 1 for 13. So Bavuma holding him back a bit and getting him back into the attack now after that rain delay. Maharaj left arm round the wicket, and this one is just played back to him for no run. Partnership now on 49 of 64 deliveries.
Yes, these two have batted really well, and Dhananjaya going at a really high strike rate.
This one is swept, slog sweep by Avishka Fernando, but it goes to the sweeper on the leg side boundary, and they take just a single, 108 for 2. This one was neatly clipped there by Fernando, and lucky for Maharaj, he's got Rassi van der Dussen fielding there on the mid-wicket boundary. He comes in again. This one is driven to mid-off, but it's cut off by Maharaj, diving to his right, and there's no run. Excellent over for South Africa after the rain delay. 108 for 2, 23 overs gone. Maharaj 1 for 14 off 6. A bit of a breeze blowing there. And we see that it goes down the length of the pitch, or maybe just a little bit across, coming towards this near side of this view that we're seeing. Still looks a bit gloomy in Colombo, but I'm not sure if that's mist and rain or if it's possibly some pollutants, some carbon emissions. So the partnership has gone to 50 off 66, and Avishka Fernando has contributed 16 of 25. Dhananjaya De Silva has contributed his 31 of 38. Good solid work here from these two for Sri Lanka, and they'll probably stick around until over 35, 40 if they can. Shamsi is also back into the attack, or he's continuing. He was bowling before the rain delay. He comes left arm over the wicket now to De Silva. Is that? Yes. No, it's Avishka Fernando who backs away, tries to give himself room, and that ball comes into him quite significantly. Some good spin there by Shamsi. So let's see if he's got the one going the other way, away from the batsman.
Because if he gets one that straightens, Avishka Fernando is using his bat to try and time with the ball, and there's chances are he could have missed it and he's castled.
As Fernando goes onto the back foot and just blocks this ball down the pitch past the diving Shamsi to mid-off for a single. 109 for 2 is the score. So we're going to carry on through to over number 32, Mpo, or are we going to lose overs?
We're the ones who are going to lose overs. You got Tsepo and
okay. 20 past 1, right?
Yeah.
There's just a little dip in my feed here. Shamsi comes in for his next delivery. Let me just restart it quickly. And we'll give you the details of that delivery as soon as we possibly
110
can.
110 for 2. Avishka Fernando 43 of 61. Dhananjaya De Silva 32 of 39. Projected score right now is 234 at the current run rate. But if they go 600
Shamsi in
here, they get to about 2.
One middle and leg. Just defended by Avishka Fernando back to the bowler for a dot ball. So we didn't miss much there.
Yeah, so if Sri Lanka continue, if Sri Lanka go at 6 runs and over from here, they get to 267. At 8 runs and over, they just creep over 300.
Sure, that's going to be tough for us to score on this wicket, I would assume. Shamsi comes in again, and this one is a bit short. Goes onto the legs of Fernando, who whips it down to backward of square leg, and they take another easy single. Nelson is on the board for Sri Lanka for the loss of 2 wickets, 1 ball to go in the 24th over. Do Sri Lanka fans also do the feet off the ground thing? Let us know if you are a Sri Lankan fan. Is Nelson a thing in Sri Lanka? Shamsi comes over the wicket now on the leg stump again, turning further away from the leg stump, and it's just Dhananjaya De Silva missed out there, helped on its way, but straight to the man at square leg inside the fielding restriction ring, and it's still 111 for 2 after 24 overs. Shamsi now 22 runs, no wicket, 4 overs bowled, and we see the Manhattan here, the graphic, the bar chart of Sri Lanka's innings so far, and it's only at the start where they managed to score past 8 and over. 2 overs since then have gone past 6 and over, and the rest sort of hovering around the 3 to 4 run mark. This one by Maharaj backs away, does Dhananjaya De Silva, and he cuts it very nicely down to backward point, and they take 2 runs, a bit wide there by Maharaj and short. And he immediately admonishes himself. It did straighten a lot. So it was on its way to middle stump. Yeah,
it's a little bit easy because the angle's coming into the right-hander. It's not turning away from the right-hander. All it's doing is straightening. And if he's playing the ball that's straightening off his back foot through the covers, it's kind of making it very easy for the Sri Lankans because it's the one-dimensional from South Africans right now.
Similar ball there, going on to middle and leg this time, straight back to the bowler, just defended for no run. Avishka Fernando on 46 of 65 is facing 113 for 2, and he faces again now Maharaj. He plays Avishka Fernando plays this out to Temba Bavuma at extra cover for no run, 113 for 2 still. 24.3 overs gone. Maharaj still very economical. Comes in around the wicket now. Again, this one straightens onto leg stump. They try and go for a single, but it gets sent back. Does Avishka Fernando wisely so, as the ball comes back to Heinrich Klaasen behind the wickets with the gloves on. Shamsi there with some quick fielding, which is uncharacteristic for him. But he managed to get the ball in quick enough to stop the single there. Maharaj around the wicket. This one, Avishka Fernando comes prancing down the wicket. The ball goes back to Maharaj, and there's a run-out chance at the non-striker's end. But I think as Maharaj tried to whip off the bails, he missed the wickets there. Let's see a replay here. Fernando comes down the wicket. Yes, no. And Maharaj, if he had been behind the stumps, I think that would have been out. He catches the ball well away from the stumps, tried to flick it onto the stumps. No, Jaya De Silva got back there. He would have been safe. But it's a close one there. Markram quickly onto the ball from mid-on inside the circle. This again, Avishka Fernando steps back, swats this one out to the sweeper on the cover boundary for a single. And 25 overs are gone, 114 now for 2 are Sri Lanka. Avishka Fernando, 47 of 69. He's almost going to go to his 50. And will be on strike at the start of the next over. Dhananjaya De Silva, 32 of 40. And Maharaj has gone for 7 overs for just 17 runs.
At this point, I wouldn't mind an over of Kagiso, one of Kagiso and Anu, just to see if you can't break this partnership with just having a pacer ball, a 2-over spell.
Yeah, that could be interesting. Just 1 or 2 overs just to see how they go. So Shamsi in again to Avishka Fernando. Yeah, and it looks very easy at the moment for Sri Lanka as they take a single down to square leg where the man comes running in from the boundary. 115 now for 2. Dhananjaya De Silva and Avishka Fernando making batting in Colombo look easy as pie. Shamsi comes in again over the wicket, left-handed. This one straightens onto off stump, but it's dealt with easily by Dhananjaya De Silva. And I'm actually very interested to hear more about that podcast. I think I'll go and definitely give that a listen with the recruiter guy. Talking about the leg spinner being crucial in the white ball game. This one is onto the stumps, but I think it goes down leg as it hits Dhananjaya De Silva on the back pad, but he was well outside leg stump when it hit him. There's an appeal by Shamsi, but the umpire says no, and there's no interest of review from South Africa.
That was going down leg with the angle. Obviously, Shamsi turns it into the right hand, and it hit him outside the leg stump.
Yeah, Dhananjaya De Silva giving himself room there, and Shamsi just following him in. This one is onto the leg stump, straightening once again as Shamsi bowls wicket to wicket with the ball going slightly across the right-hander and then coming back in. And we see a replay of that LBW decision. If it hit him just at a more oblique angle, it could have gone onto the stumps there, but it's missed the stumps off the pad. That was the only way Dhananjaya De Silva would have got out there. This one outside off stump, and it's just punched off the back foot down to long off for a single. 116 for 2. 1 ball to go. Better over here by Shamsi to Dhananjaya after that single off the first ball. There's now 2 runs conceded in the over, so he's looking like he's got a bit more control now. But yeah, I would like to see Rabada and Nortje getting a go here, one of them or both maybe. Down to fine leg inside the ring, no run. End of the over, 26 gone, 116 for 2.
It's easier for the Sri Lankan batsmen right now, especially with Shamsi and Maharaj, because the ball's is turning into them while Maharaj's arm ball always comes in with that angle. It's not turning away, and he hasn't gotten a turn to turn away. So all they're doing is playing it off their legs, playing it down the leg side, taking singles, just moving it around. There's nothing risky about what we're asking the Sri Lankans to do, you know.
No, 100%. Spot on.
That's,
you know.
especially these two, and I understand the others are new in the Sri Lankan setup, but these two have played cricket for Sri Lanka for over the last 3 to 5 years, and so it's a little, and it's becoming a lot comfortable for them, and I think that's why I'd say bring in a pacer. We don't have someone. We expected Keshav to slightly turn it away from them, but Keshav is doing a good job holding the game, but on the other end, these guys are keeping wickets, and I think both teams' strategy from a batting perspective is to keep wickets in until as late as possible, also known as the Otis Gibson, and then they can try and attack from that platform. And this is what's probably getting Temba a little bit more frustrated, is that if he had someone who could turn the ball away, it might make shot making a little bit interesting, because every time you're hitting the ball, you've got that slip to worry about.
Yeah, and Maharaj tries to do just that, get some movement away, pitching outside off and moving away from Dhananjaya de Silva, but it's straight to the man, cut there, 2 point for no run, backward point. And Maharaj has only got 2 overs and 5 balls left. He comes in again, and Dhananjaya tries that late cut shot, but it misses it. And also Heinrich Klaasen doesn't manage to catch that. I don't know if that was an actual chance there. But a very awkward looking shot, and that is the ball going away, and it's a dropped catch by Klaasen. That was a dropped catch. Maharaj comes in again, and this time it's onto the leg stump of Dhananjaya de Silva, and Maharaj runs through to the mid-on region where that ball went. Klaasen looking sheepish there, top edge onto his thumb, and just popped out. Oh no. That's not so good. Maharaj onto the off stump. This one goes through the air over the head of the man at mid wicket. Long on comes running in, and Dhananjaya gets a single down to long on. 117 for two, excuse me, and 2 balls to go in Maharaj's 8th over. So he's got 14 deliveries to go in this game after this one. Comes in now onto the off stump, backed away by Avishka Fernando, and straight back to the bowler for no run. Sure, that's a rare chance for South Africa in this match, and Klaasen didn't manage to get his gloves in the right position there. The ball hitting him on the thumb and popping out of his gloves, out of his reach. This one is nice off drive, down to long off by Avishka Fernando, 118 for 2. 27 overs gone. And Avishka Fernando needs 1 more to get to 50. Dhananjaya de Silva is 16 runs short of that milestone. Maharaj, 8 overs, 1 for 19.
Yes. So I think we're just waiting for Chris. But Otto, if you have to go, you can go. I can bring Tempo in, and we'll carry on until Chris comes, if that's okay with you.
I'll keep you company until Chris is online, and then
so what I'll do is I'll add Tempo and take myself off. That's
okay, cool.
Yes, the Pretoria boys. Let's go.
Here we
go.
Hier gaat ons. North side is the best side. Shamsi Shamsi to Avishka Fernando. He plays this one out to mid-on where Shamsi fields, and there's no run. 118 for 2. 28th over, the start of the 28th over, the start of Shamsi's 6th over. He's conceded 24 so far. Shamsi goes now to Avishka Fernando, and my feed is dipping again. Sorry about that. But it looks like it's going to pitch on middle and off. Can you tell us what happened there?
Yeah, he middle on off and played it to the leg side, got himself a quick single and got his half century. It's his. They're not telling us which half century it is. They're just telling us he's played 24 matches. He's got 878 runs. But oh wait, it's his 650, and he's got 200s. As Shamsi comes into the attack, this one very straight, a reverse sweep attempted by Dhananjaya. But got the bottom edge as it hit the pad. 119 for 2. And one thing I wanted to say as I was coming onto the stream, I don't know about you, Otto, but I think I'm done with Heinrich Klaassen, hey? That drop catch,
Yeah.
No.
It was just not having his hands in the right position. Shamsi this time beats the bat once again, goes through to the keeper who collects it this time, but there wasn't an edge. So yeah, I mean, I've never kept wicket, but I've seen a lot of these clinics that they had, during the innings breaks and so on. Now, this one went down into the ground and then into the hands of Klaassen. So easily could have gone onto the stumps, and Shamsi knows it. He comes over the wicket now, left-handed, to Dhananjaya De Silva, who turns this back down the pitch to the bowler, who's fielded it there, 119 for 2. And there is one more ball to go. Much better after the rain break from Shamsi. His economy rate has plummeted down to 2 after the rain break, which is making his figures look a lot better than they were looking. Last ball here, and this one straightens past the off stump, cut down into the ground to backward point inside the circle for no run. And that is the end of the 28th over, 119 for 2. So with Klaassen there, I've heard them say that your hands have to like follow the ball up, and his hands just stayed where the ball would have gone if there weren't an edge, because you can, like I said, I've never kept wicket, but if he just a centimeter higher, and that would have gone straight into his glove there. So let's like I said more about Markram. Let's give somebody else a chance. He's had his chance. He's gone on 3 or 4 tours now, I think. I think this is maybe his 4th or his 5th tour that he's been on, or series that he's played in, and he's had regular opportunities, and he's keeping to the best spinner in the world. Well, that one was off Maharaj, actually. This one is a cut shot to backward point, and they managed to get through for 2 as the ball comes a bit slowly back from the boundary there. Maharaj has now conceded 21 runs, and the score goes to 121 for 2. So, yeah, don't pick the guys on their reputation or their name. Maharaj comes in again around the wicket. This one is driven too long off, and it's collected by Rabada. I think that should be only 1 to Avishka Fernando's total. Yes, it is. He's on 53 of 77, 122 for 2. Give the guys coming through a chance. If the people at the top in the team are not performing, replace them, because you're sending the wrong message to the younger players. Maharaj comes around the wicket now, defended back to the bowler for no run.
So back in school, I used to keep wickets, and let me tell you, it's not an easy thing keeping to spin. Your reactions need to be fast. But just in terms of his technique there, it felt like a very schoolboy error, like sort of leaning towards the batsman, not going towards the side, as this one played to the offside to long on for a single, 123 for 2. The way he was leaning away, like he didn't get his body behind the ball. If his body was behind the ball, something could have, he would have been able to adjust a bit better. So it's just schoolboy errors.
I see. That's interesting. No, thanks for that, because if I'd known you were a wicket keeper, I would have just kept my mouth shut. This one goes to cover, and there's a single taken. But it looked awkward to me. It didn't look like he was, in a good position there. Last ball of the over now from Maharaj. Left arm around the wicket with a slip in, and there's a sweep shot, and it goes high up into the air, but it's going to fall safely at long on, who runs around now, and that should be 2 runs that they've taken there. Yes.
Let me not
126 for 2, 29 overs gone.
Let me not lie to you. Catching edges as a wicket keeper from spin bowling is probably one of the most difficult things to do. Like we mustn't underestimate MS Dhoni.
It is not easy.
Was a goat. All those spinners, bruh. He was a goat for keeping behind there. Don't underestimate the man's quality as a keeper. He was on another level. So Quinton de Kock as well. Like keeping against spin is a tough thing, and I think that Heinrich Klaassen just isn't there. And I think with his age, it's not gonna get any better. Like I think he's been around.
Yeah,
the
that's
block
not
enough times.
making his position, his claim to the gloves any stronger as his age as well.
You know what I'm
Shamsi
saying?
continues. Start of the 30th over. Yeah, and this one goes down to mid off kind of region for a single,
But I
and
think
they take a single there. 127 for 2. Go for it, Chipo.
I think what this series is showing us is basically this is Heinrich Klaasen's last chance in my opinion. He has saved us before, and I feel like he does deserve a chance. And if he doesn't take this chance, he's chow.
Yeah, very loose by Shamsi, way down the leg side for a wide. Looked like he was bowling to a left-handed batsman there, but I think that even a left-handed batsman would have copped a wide there. Have you got the YouTube comments there?
What a
Teppo?
shot!
This one is just beautifully driven over extra cover for a 4, and the first boundary in a very long time for Sri Lanka. They'll be happy with that. Score moves to 132 for 2. 29.2 overs gone, and Shamsi is back above 5 runs and over.
I do
After
have a
being
few,
so neat and tidy. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was also 46 balls since the last boundary. But I do have a few YouTube comments. I don't care. Media says it's Ronaldo's movie, and we're just in it. I'm also
Shamsi goes to the leg stump of Dhananjaya De Silva, straight to Rabada at fine leg inside the circle, back to the keeper, no run. Yeah, that was a beautiful cover drive.
It really was, like, just lofted over the infield. Cover didn't stand a chance, and then there was a vacant deep cover region there. 4 runs, absolute class.
Shamsi into Dhananjaya De Silva again, and he just dabs it late there and almost beats the man at third man inside the circle, but they take a quick cheeky single, and that goes to 133 for 2. Now the score Avishka Fernando will face. That's really good batting, good fielding by Andile Pehluquayo there at third man inside the ring. Avishka Fernando now on strike, top scorer for Sri Lanka so far. 55 off 79. 2 balls to go in this over, and Shamsi was not looking good. This one's down the leg side, punished by Fernando through the air down to the mid-wicket boundary, and lucky for Shamsi because that definitely would have been a wide. Instead, it's just a single, and he's now conceded 8 off the over so far, and 1 ball to go. He's now conceded 33 runs in 6.5 overs. So he's going not going so well for Shamsi. This one, another little deft cut shot behind the stumps almost, as Dhananjaya De Silva sends it down to a very finer third man area, and they get 2 runs there for their trouble, and it's fielded by Pehluquayo running back. 30 overs gone, 136 for 2. Avishka on 56, Dhananjaya on 44. He's got 6 runs to go to his over. Jinx, come on.
Just gonna quickly jump in with some YouTube comments. I Don't Care Media also says a tribute to Dale Stein's retirement, legend, #legend. And then Jean Dion Look with 2 O's and a CK says, I reckon Sri Lanka can get to 300 from here. Otto, what do you think? 300, is that on the cards for the Sri Lankans?
No, most definitely. I wouldn't be surprised if they make it to 300. That's looks like they are trying to pick up the scoring rate at the moment, and this one is played by Avishka Fernando off the back foot, past the man from backward point, running to point. Cover sweeper rather gets it, and they take a single, 137 for 2. And
300.
I think I'll be with you until the end of the over. Yeah.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah,
that's great. I'm not sure about 300. I don't think the pitch offers the opportunity for you to get runs quickly. I don't see a lot of balls going to the boundary. Not with the bowling that we see here. Oh, come on! Surely.
This one by Maharaj is another sweep shot attempted, and Klaasen takes the bails off. He looks confident. Maharaj seems to have taken his second wicket here with an attempted sweep shot. The batsman is beaten by Maharaj, and that was that De Silva on strike? I'm not sure. We'll check for you now, but they are
I believe
reviewing
it was. Yes, it
umpires.
no, it
Yes,
was
it's
Fernando.
Dhananjaya De Silva.
What?
Was it Fernando? No, Fernando's
the
standing there
right-hander.
next to Maharaj. They're both right-handers, so it's difficult to
was
say.
De
Let's
Silva.
see. It was De Silva. His foot goes into the air over the line. Klaasen whips the bails off, and does he get a spike down onto the line? Maybe, but not behind. It looks like that is a wicket for Maharaj.
I don't know why
On
we're
first
looking at 100
glance,
classes. We need to be looking at the
at
line. We're
first
looking at 100
glance,
classes stumping.
he took the ball behind the stumps. There was no edge. The ball is way away from the bat, so it wasn't caught behind. And the next thing they should check should be the back foot. It comes down onto the line as the bails come off. Now there's nothing behind the line that I can see.
Anything behind the line, eh? I don't see anything behind the line.
That's a wicket. That's a wicket.
I think he's to the stands, De Silva here. He's done really well, but I don't see anything behind the line there. I think we've
worked.
got the wicket there. Definitely. And just as
So
I
close
was
to his
shunning
50.
Klaasen,
So close to his 50.
just as I was shunning him, a little bit of brilliance, because he had to go far. He had to go far to pick up that ball and then come to the stumps, and how quickly he did it was very impressive.
Yeah, it was good. So they're still not sure. Dhananjaya De Silva is standing around there. So I'll be with you, Chepo, until the end of the over, and then I've got to get back to the rest of my life.
And then while we're
back
here,
to reality.
hit you with some comments here. Jean-Luc says, thought catch deliveries that swing after the bat was difficult. Yeah, that's also very difficult. And then he also says, time to bring on Andile to dry up the runs here. That's not what he did earlier. I wouldn't say that he dried up the runs. And then Jean continues to say, they could get 300. Our death bowling in the last 12 months has been mediocre. Bavuma should pour the ball to Andile and Markram to dry up the runs.
Yeah, you see, that's where I think they could get to 300 because we're running out of overs for the bowlers that have been economical, the spinners. And we're going to have to look to Andile, Petlukwayo, Rabada, and Norkia, and they have been leaking runs. Expensive bowlers, but they can.
Top order. This was top order.
Top order, yeah, but like Mpho.
He's been given. He's to the stands, De Silva.
Yes.
To the stands, young man. Had a great innings, but it comes to an end with a great bit of bowling and a great bit of keeping. As I was shunning the man, Klaasen, he has another life here, and that's Dhananjaya De Silva. 46 off 61, stumped Klaasen, bowled Maharaj, 5 4s, 0 6s, and I just missed the strike rates. Aish, do you have it there, or must I bring it up?
I should have it here.
It's too late.
Strike rate was for Dhananjaya De Silva 70.96. 137 for 3 is the score. 30.3 overs gone. Maharaj now 2 for 27 off 9.3 overs. So he's got 3 deliveries to go. And to the crease comes, let me check for you here.
Asalanka.
Lin. Sorry about that.
Asalanka.
Charith Asalanka. There we go.
Asalanka. Charith Asalanka.
But I think this is a good time. If you need to just go off, I think I'll just hold the phone till Chris comes. He's in backstage. He just
thank you.
Thanks, Otto. Next time.
Thanks, Otto.
Have a good one. Bye.
So Charith Asalanka is in. He has he's only started his international career. So he was given an opportunity against India. So hopefully he's going to try and take an opportunity here and solidify this middle order spot, because you've got Dinesh Chandimal waiting in the wings. You've also got a lot of other all-rounders like Kamindu Mendes that could come in as well.
Do we know why Chandamal's not playing? I would have expected him to play.
So he's seen as the backup because obviously they started in the India series with Minod, Banuka, and Avishka Fernando.
Okay, we see Maharaj coming from over the wicket to the left hander as this tickled to the man at backward square leg. He gets himself, Asalanka gets himself off the mark.
And
with a
we've
quick
got
single.
Chris. So
And we have
all the best,
Chris.
gents.
Back.
Take
Also
us
saw
for the final 20.
Yeah, on
Yes,
the
all
Chandamal
good.
thing, I saw someone on Reddit ask the same question, and a Sri Lankan supporter thinks they're just sort of testing their depth and their youngsters. I guess they know what Chandamal is. He's a known entity. He's by far the most experienced player in the squad. Rather give some youngsters a go. But yeah, lots of youngsters. This is a very green lineup we're watching.
As this one cut to the offside by Avishka, he gets himself a single. So Sri Lanka 139 for 3.
Cool. Yeah, I think we can swap what we did in that first session. You do ball by ball, and I'll keep an eye on the social media.
We distribute skills, we distribute roles, and we get that going. So from when we last left to where we are now, Chris, how do you feel about the South Africans' performance? Do you think we're doing well? Do you think we're not getting enough wickets as Maharaj comes in and this one tickled to the onside, and they get a quick single there, 140 for 3?
Yeah, I think we failed to capitalize on those 2 quick wickets that we got, but maybe I'm overestimating it because that second wicket was really soft where Monica put it out on the boundary and it was caught by Verena. That was a really, really soft wicket. And then, Danjaya de Silva is obviously an experienced campaigner. He was able to take advantage, and Avishka Fernando is doing well as well. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. While we're in between overs, do you mind quickly hitting us with some tweets and stuff? Because
on YouTube, I don't know exactly which the last read out on the YouTube comments are, but I'll read the 2 most recent. Jean-Dion Luke says, "Bring on Rabada. Need to put pressure on this Asalanka kid. Don't let him settle." Which isn't a bad shot. I think we were talking about it before. The fact that a lot of the Sri Lankan batsmen wouldn't have seen pace like Nokia and Rabada have. Even if these Sri Lankan wickets aren't offering a huge amount for the seamers, it is worth having a go. And then he also asks, so Sri Lanka, or she asks perhaps, so because I don't know if it's Jean or Jean, but so Sri Lanka are done with Angelo Matthews, and I think that is the case. There's very similar to South Africa. There's difficulties behind the scenes, and he's had a bit of a falling out with Cricket Sri Lanka. So both him and Isuru Udana have pretty much retired from international cricket. I think there's money issues, there's respect issues, where those are 2 players who've done a lot for Sri Lankan cricket and then haven't, quite been treated with the respect that they believe they deserved. So, a big loss in experience in Angelo Matthews. And
I think it's more that.
Sorry. Yeah.
So I think it's more that Angelo Matthews is done with Sri Lankan cricket, maybe. Oh, this one just beats the outside edge of Asalanka. Shamsi's coming into the attack here, continuing his spell. Figures of 0 for 35 after 7.1. And have you been impressed with the number 1 T20 bowler?
Yeah, he's come back right. He didn't look great at first. It's the most expensive I've seen him be in a while. It didn't look like typical Shamsi, but I guess this is a batting side that'll be a lot more used to spin than Ireland or the West Indies.
This one pitched full and tickled to the man at backward square leg. Petroquai quicks it up quickly, but they managed to get a quick single there, 141 for 3.
Yeah, I think on the Angelo Matthews thing, they actually revealed all the contracts that they were offering to the players, and they sort of had like A, B, and C level contracts where players were either offered, I think it was sort of $100,000 a year, $75,000 a year, 50, all the way down to $25,000 a year. And I think some of the younger players were given preference over like Angelo Matthews for those top level contracts. I think including Big Brother, who's now been suspended, and Danjaya de Silva, who I guess are the really good young players that they see in the future.
This one lofted on the offside. It's in the air for a long time and bounces just in front of Rassie van der Dussen at long off. Potential opportunity there, but not really diving for it was Rassie van der Dussen there. Do you think that was a chance, or am I just getting a little bit too extra, Chris?
I think it's those things that we call half chances, where it gives you a bit of hope as the bowling side that it's not like the batsmen are just going to run away with it. There's a little bit of edginess, but I don't think Rassie van der Dussen had a realistic chance of getting to that.
So with all that said, as Shamsi comes in for his 4th ball, this one outside off, played straight into the turf, picked up by the man at slip. Great wrong in there. we haven't been getting a lot of wickets, but Sri Lanka haven't exactly been putting pedal to the metal. So who do you think is the more comfortable of the two teams?
I think South Africa would have been hoping to be in a slightly better position than this. I think Sri Lanka is slightly outperforming their own expectations, again, based on the Reddit comments. But the game is, very much still in the balance. But I think based on where everyone's expectations were going into this, Sri Lanka slightly overperformed. Because as we've been saying, very new side, very green side. Their successes have come against a very weak India. And so they're wanting a proper test.
Last ball was cut to backward point. This ball, edge just past the man. It's slipped. It's running to the boundary there. It looks like there's no one there to pick it up. He's going to get himself 4 runs. It was a short wide delivery by Shamsi. Got the treatment, and that ends the 32nd over. 146 for 3 are Sri Lanka.
I'll see if we've got anything over on old Twitter. Good. Thank you, everyone. Just send in your YouTube questions as well. We do enjoy the engagement, and it keeps us with fresh things to talk about.
Oh yes, we never read Anis's comments on YouTube.
Saying that Seppel's besmirching Klaassen and then boom, stumping. That's the other thing that I did want to say, because I was watching that before I joined the commentary again, is every international really should have zing bails. There's no reason that we should be trying to see exactly when the bails come off during those stumping replays. I don't think they're that expensive. They definitely should have the budget for them. Some people I can understand being against them in test matches because of some sort of history and honor to test cricket. But white ball cricket, you need zing bails. And I personally don't mind them in the test either.
I think only old people don't want zing bails. Only old people don't want new technology because they want to preserve old things. And it's just, hey, bro, time moves forward, bro.
Yeah.
It's just one of those things, man.
The only thing that's constant in cricket is change. Everything's changed over time. And Jean or Jean, you're welcome to correct me on the pronunciation, does get their wishes. Rabada's into the attack. You carry on with that as a good delivery.
This one, it was a very good delivery there, just on top of 4th stump, and this one just played back to the 3rd man for a quick single there. Ashvika Fernando sitting on 60 off 84 as expected, carrying the bat for his team here, and Asalanka sitting on 7 off 7.
Sean B says $100,000 seems very little for the big guys. And when you compare that to the sort of money that other players from other countries are getting and the sort of money offered around at the IPL, if you think Chris Morris is getting like $2 million for 6 weeks of work, and I think most of the Australian guys are sitting on $1.5 million contracts. I don't think the South Africans get paid that. I don't know what the retainer is for the South African players, but I think the match fee is about 25,000 Rand a game.
Yeah, last ball was just
whatever
played.
Their contract is.
Last ball was played to the offside for 8 dots, no run there. I mean 100K doesn't sound that much, and it's
I wouldn't say no to it, but I'm also not an international level cricketer.
Dude, that's the thing. I mean, do you think a similar sort of thing happened with Faf du Plessis? I don't know the ins and outs of what's been going on there, but this one, a short delivery that Asalanka just matrix leave. Goes to Heinrich Klaassen, no run there. Do you think the similar thing happened with Faf du Plessis? So that could be the reason we don't see him in the side.
Yeah, so I think Ken has spoken about that. Ken Borland, one of our other commentators, also a cricket writer.
Cool guy.
The fact that I don't think Faf actually has a contract with Cricket South Africa at the moment. So if he was to play for South Africa, the only money that he would get would be those match fees. And I think for someone like Faf du Plessis, that's not quite enough. And they'd almost need to negotiate a hybrid contract where he does get a little bit more than the normal match fees if he is going to play for South Africa. Yeah, Sean B asked what the Proteas get. I just know the match fees. I don't know the sort of what the contract money is like. I can try have a look. I don't know. There's a chance that CSA is a little bit secretive about it.
Yeah, I don't think that they talk about those things. Last delivery was a short ball that was hooked, but Asalanka got over it. It went all the way down to deep square leg, and they got a single. 148 for 3. This next delivery, just on top of middle stump, played to the leg side, deep square leg for the right-hander now picks this up, and they get a single there. One more ball of the over left, 148 for 3. Sorry, 2 balls of the...
Okay.
No, I was right.
So there's a website called Sport EKZ or SportX. Whether you trust that or not, I don't know. But they've got what they reckon the contracts are. And at the time that Faf was still playing for South Africa, he was on $450,000 a year. Quinton was on 350. There's a few players on 250, and most are on about $100,000 or $75,000. So spending a little bit more than the Sri Lankan players, but
last delivery was short, tickled to the leg side. The man at mid-wicket runs to the square leg region to pick it up, and that ends the 33rd over. The 150 up for Sri Lanka, 150 for 3 after 33.
300 could still be on the cards here for the Sri Lankan side. I don't really know. I mean, we know Dustin Shanaka. We've seen a bit of his batting. We've seen a bit of Hasaranga, but I don't have a great idea of the lower order hitting and power. But that whole double the score at 30, you can do a little bit better, especially when you're only 3 wickets down. We'll have to keep an eye.
I don't back it. I don't think that the pitch has enough in it to assist the batsman to get that far. There was a prediction on Twitter that said under 250, between 250 and 300, and I was very much on the under 250 side.
Really?
Maybe I was a bit over optimistic there, but I don't think that the pitch offers enough.
It could still happen. Adam Markram's back into the attack. One quick Adam Markram hat trick, and
anything can happen.
Suddenly that even 200 is in jeopardy.
So Aiden Mark coming from around the wickets, played down into the turf by Asalanka, fielded very nicely by the captain, 151 for 3. Interesting that we'll continue with Markram here, eh?
Yeah, I mean, he was successful enough at the beginning, but it's almost that the law of averages, you hope that it doesn't even out, that he can continue with it. Similar to the 100, where they've got the option to bowler 2 overs on the trot or 2 5s consecutively. It seems like that's not often the right decision.
Whipped all the way to long on for a single. It looked pretty big, but just turned out to be a single. 152 for 3. Sorry, Chris, what was the last thing you said before I got very excited?
Talking about, so in the 100, there's that option to bowler 2 consecutive overs. But like if the first 5 goes well, there's no guarantee that the second 5 does, because the batsman can start to line up for bowlers. Once you see enough consecutive deliveries, you can get taken apart. And so you'd often see a bowler go for sort of 3 runs in their first 5 and then 10 runs in their second 5 when they're bowled 2 on the trot.
And this one just guided down to a vacant third man region. The man at short third man has to run to fetch it. They get 2 runs off that delivery, 154 for 3.
So you don't know when to stop Markram bowling. You can, if you give him 5 overs and he only goes for 20 and he takes 1 wicket, that's a success. But then you think, I'm going to keep riding this. You give him 2 extra overs and they go for 10 runs each, and then suddenly it doesn't look quite as successful.
True. You know what? I'm just happy that he's got some overs under his belt. As I said, building to 2023. We're going to need backups as this one, sliced, a very late cut. Beats the gap in between short third man and backward point. And Asalanka gets himself 4 runs there. Very well played cut shot there.
Yeah, that was the quicker one again. That's the one that he got his wicket with, where he just puts a few extra kilometers an hour on it. But it does also mean that if the batsman gets on it like that, it does run to the boundary very quickly.
Indeed.
And Gene Jean says bowling 10 in a row to Liam Livingstone is a scary thought. Yeah, because you can get lucky and beat someone like that a few times. But he was in such good form that you've sort of shown him your hand. He knows what you're going to do. And then the next 5, there's a chance he lines them up and just dispatches them.
Indeed. Asalanka not looking too bad, 16 or 15 at the moment, the left-hander. Really enjoying the offside as he leans on the back foot and punches this past the man at backward point. The sweeper has to pick it up. He gets 2 runs off that and 10 runs off this over. Pretty pricey at 160 for 3. Am I right? Is it 10 runs off this over?
Sorry.
Yeah, it is 10 off the over.
Close enough. Attention, yeah, it was. Sean B says, the grade A contracts for Indian players are 7 crore, which is about $4.9 million, which is massive inequality. It does make sense when you think in that the BCCI, the Indian Cricket Board, brings in almost all the money that world cricket experiences. There's a massive population that's cricket mad. And it works out like that. England, Australia, and India make the most money, and so they end up getting most of it. It does feel a little bit unfair at times.
But it's fine as this one played, driven straight back to the bowler as Rabada continues his spell. 160 for 3. And South Africa probably definitely looking for wickets, need to start breaking partnerships because Sri Lanka are probably going to start putting pedal to the metal. We've seen Hasaranga, his ability to clear the boundary in South Africa. I've seen it. And even Shanaka, he was also pretty decent in the last test series that was played here. As this one lifted to the cow corner region, there's no one there. Doesn't even matter because it's way over the boundary. KG Rabada being sent to the cleaners by Avishka Fernando here. What a shot that was.
Yeah, the sort of helicopter, that MS Dhoni, Rashid Khan helicopter shot that ended up going for a nice 6. Jean Jean says, Klaasen can bowl a few offies too. Not a bad list day record with the ball there. A quick 2-over spell from him wouldn't be bad. Yeah, we've definitely, and give Kyle the gloves, we've definitely seen Klaasen bowl a few times. He's, I guess, the true all-rounder that he can bat, bowl, and wicket keep. The equivalent to Faye Tunnicliffe in the women's side. I've seen her do all three for the Proteas.
And this one was a slower ball, full delivery, played straight to the man at backward point. No run there. And we're just seeing some visuals of Avishka Fernando's 68 off 89, 68 not out of 89. Hitting it all over the park. He's definitely the informed batsman. This one was the one that we're meant to watch as he hooks this one to the sweeper on the offside, gets himself a single, gets Sri Lanka to 166 for 3.
So he does have a couple of ODI hundreds of Avishka Fernando, but both of those have been against the West Indies. It'd be nice for him to add a third international 100 and do it against a different side as well.
A full, yeah.
His highest score against South Africa, his first 50 against South Africa, though.
High key. Well, and this one, Asalanka, very deft touch to the third man region. A wide third man quickly cuts that off, saves 2 runs, and that takes Sri Lanka to 169 for 3.
So we've got plenty of time to revise our predictions of 300 or more.
Yeah. If things continue this way, we're probably going to get to. That's 4 runs. That's definitely 4 runs. As Shamsi, wait, there was a dive put in by Shamsi. Threw the ball onto his legs. It's not 4 runs.
And then touched but they did make the third umpire work hard for that because lots of different things happening at the same time.
Great full delivery here by Kagiso Rabada. They thought about the single, but great fielding stopped that from being run on that ball. And that takes the over to 100. That takes us to the end of the 35th over, 169 for 3.
And elsewhere in the world, obviously, there's a test match going on right now that's been covered by Guerrilla Cricket UK. But India sort of carrying on where they left off, not quite as bad as they were in the first innings of that other test, but they're 53 for 3 at the moment with Virat Kohli and Ravindra Jadeja at the crease. Jadeja sent in ahead of both Ajinkya Rahane and Rishabh Pant. Quite an interesting move there.
That's very interesting. Do you have any YouTube comments?
Yeah, so Jean Jean says, breaking, Kohli is 83 away from 100. Tense stuff over there in England. There was a time, a long time during Kohli's career where that's how it felt, where basically he'd come to the crease and just score 100. But now it's been 2 years without 100 for Virat Kohli, or just short of 2 years, but he hasn't scored one since 2019. He's had a good over 50 innings back without 100. That's by far the leanest run of form we've ever seen him in.
Aiden Markram Sos into the attack. First ball from around the wicket to the right-hander. Played straight back to him. No run there. And the second ball played to a backward square leg for a single. 170 for 3 are the Sri Lankans.
So why is Markram Sos? I know like Franco Mostert's Sos because he's Mostert.
Because it sounds like mustard, yeah.
And old Markram.
You're asking the wrong guy, dude. I just hop onto trends. Right. I don't create them. I heard Umpo was saying that the team calls him Sos. Maybe I know that there's Markram's or Markham's clothing brand, but I'm not familiar with any Markram sauce or Aiden sauce. other than the source that I'm seeing on the field, is this one driven to the to the sweeper on the offside for a single.
Yeah, I'll see if there's anything online about.
Comes down the track, smashes it to Carl corner. There's a man there. Oh, drops it. Carl Verreynne drops it and takes it over the boundary at the same time. There was an opportunity there, and it went down. And a win for 6. You hate to see it. You hate to see it.
Yeah, I mean, it was very difficult. If Verreynne was going to take that, he'd have to do one of those catches where they jump outside the boundary, throw it back in, and retrieve it themselves. But yeah, he didn't put himself in a position to do that. He jumped over the boundary. Both he and the ball ended up on the wrong side of that rope. And so it's a drop and a 6. And Markram maybe overly upset. Like, it would have been an amazing catch if it was taken. Markram almost acted like that was easy to do.
Nah, I don't think he was acting like it was easy, but Carl Verreynne could have done a lot better there. The least he could have done was caught the ball and then go over. But the fact is that he dropped the ball going over, because if he caught it and threw it, it would have been good. But I think he was throwing it before he actually had it in his hands. So caught in 2 minds, didn't catch the ball, and just caught 6 runs. He's not a boundary riding fielder. I don't think he's used to that.
Yeah.
So once he gets the hang of that, he'll probably get a lot better. But yes, wow, great power.
There's nothing online for Aiden Markram-Sos. The only thing that I could find came up was Menlo Park's cricket page, where they've got a little profile on their own players. And the captains, it just says that his favorite cricketer is Aiden Markram, and his gunsteling kos is chicken schnitzel met kaas sauce. So that's the only time Aiden Markram and Sos come up on the same page online.
Oh my
Anis
God,
Mohammed says, what happened to FTC Markram? That's future Test captain. Well, he's doing all right. He was bowling well up until this point. But as we were saying, he can't just rely on his bowling now, as well as that is going, and he does offer an extra option there. Quinton de Kock's going to be back in the side at some stage, and Markram needs to prove that he's not the man to go. There's going to be some competition between him and then obviously the 2 wicket keepers in the side. It's Klaasen and Verreynne are sort of fighting for that de Kock spot. But if they both bat well and Markram doesn't, he could be the one to go.
Yeah, but the thing is, the one to go is probably going to be Klaasen. We know that.
Or Verreynne. They seem to consistently disrespect Verreynne. I think I'm going to come up with the conspiracies that Mark Barcher has something against him. He doesn't want any rivalry from another Cobras wicketkeeper. He wants to be remembered as the one Cobras and Proteas wicketkeeper.
No, I don't think that's true. I don't feel that there's enough in it to say that he's been. Let's be honest. Of the young South African cricket players, there's just not an innings break. There's just a drinks break happening now. So don't worry, you're not missing any cricket. So yeah, he's probably the young player that's been given the most opportunities, if we think about it. He's had a few runs in the side. He hasn't had time to establish himself in the side.
Yeah.
But I think that with time, I have no doubt 2023, we're going to see him in the team. If he takes his opportunities, I have no doubt we'll see him in the team. He took his opportunity against Pakistan in the one-day international, got a 50 there. I expected to see more of him, but we didn't. So yeah, now's his chance.
Yeah, I guess he's probably him and Van Mulder, the real youngsters in the side. Obviously, Rabada, Ngidi, and Perth Lequire and Aiden Markram are all just a couple of years older than them, all that sort of 25, 26. But then Carl Verreynne is 24, and I think Phil Mulder's 23. So they're the proper youngsters. And Lutza Sapama, I guess, is in the squad. He's even younger when he does play.
How old is Junior Dala? Is he
Junior Dala is quite old. The name is throwing you off. I think Junior Dala is in his 30s at least.
That is mad.
He's 31. Mad. He's also, if people ask you to name the foreign-born South African players, Imran Sia is easy to remember. Junior Dala, not as easy.
Where was he born? As KJ Rabada comes into attack, this one blocked, and the man at short cover picks it up. No run there.
Zambia.
My dad's from Zambia.
And your dad, just to confirm for everyone watching, your dad's not Junior Dala, right?
No, he's not. I'm not Junior Dala, dude.
Dala the third.
Dalla the third. Dalla what you must, bro. Dalla what you must. KG Rabada zooming in here. And this one picked up. It was very, very straight. Picked up and goes straight to the
Square leg.
backward square leg boundary. 4 runs there. Very well played shot.
It was that flamingo sort of pull that Colors used to play. Not quite as emphatic as Colors, but when you get the front leg up and you're just on the one leg, playing it off your hips. Very elegant.
Yeah, very elegant. Very concerning signs for South Africans.
That
we
looked
are
like
hoping
the
that
sort of leg break slow ball from Rabada there. He just rolled his fingers over the top of it, and I think it came in at under 120. But yeah, picked well by Vishka Fernande.
very well indeed. That's why a short delivery, an outside edge, a leading edge, and just bounced short of the man at point. Oh man, that was half chances that, like, if someone was really awake and they were hungry for catches, maybe they could have taken it. But yeah, that one just ran to the sweeper, got themselves a single. Sri Lanka 183 for 3.
Jean Jean says, Dollar, Reza, Hendricks, Bjorn Hendricks, all 31. Cricket South Africa need to move on from these oaks. Yeah, and I guess there's more to it than that, because sometimes a player can just reach their peak in their 30s and they're very deserving of a spot. But I think there's young players that are similarly good to a lot of these players that are fighting for positions there.
But you're not getting that. This one was just dotted down by Asalanka to backward point, no run. But you're losing the variation that Bjorn Hendricks' left hand brings. There's no left hand.
That's why we need to nurture Marco Jansen. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, Bjorn Hendricks or Marco Jansen. I would take Marco Jansen all day of the week, dude. Because this one, a ramp shot. Absolutely well played, right over the keeper. It looked like it was going for 4. I was convinced it was going for 6, but the man at third man picks it up. And yeah, it turns out it was just 2 runs. Okay, I got a bit hyped for that. I got very hyped for that, but a very good ramp shot.
Marco Jansen, even younger than the Lutisa Pamnas and Björn Mulders. He's someone who, just given enough time, will definitely make his way into the side, I'm sure. But he is, very green. He's played so few domestic games. Mumbai Indians took a bit of a punt on him. They gave up after a couple of games. He didn't do too badly, but he's not quite at the IPL level yet. I think he was lucky to get a go there.
This one a bit too close to the legs. Oh, no, please, no overthrows. Thank you. This one a bit too close to the legs. Tickled to the leg side. The man at a short mid-wicket has to go fetch that. And they scamper through for a single to end the 37th over. 186 for 3. We're looking at the coversman. Is it raining? What's going on? Why are we looking at the groundsman here? Why are they standing at the covers? What's happening?
I think we've covered it before, but South Africa's all-time leading wicket taker is amongst the left-arm seamers.
All-time leading wicket taker for South African left-arm seamers. Wayne Parnell.
It is, yeah.
Yes.
So he's our best ever left armer.
3.
Yeah.
They're like, it's Wayne Parnell, it's Bjorn Hendricks. I don't
I'll
know.
get the list. Yeah, it's a challenging one. It's weird how a country like Pakistan can produce almost more left-arm bowlers than right-arm bowlers, and we just don't seem to have them here.
That's interesting. Do you think there's like a culture of like, because we're all used to like living our lives as right-handers. Do you think there's a lot more accommodation for left-handers as Heinrich Nokia comes pumping down for his run-up? And this one played straight back to the bowler, no run there. 186 for 3 after 37.
I really don't know what would cause that. Whether if there's more left-armed people in general in Pakistan, or if you sort of see left-arm bowlers as a kid and you don't just bowl right-arm automatically. You try to emulate your heroes, and it's almost self-serving. I don't know.
Interesting. That seems very interesting. Heinrich Nokia coming from over the wicket. This one right on Asalanka's legs, the left-hander's legs, and plays it off his legs. The man at third man picks it up. Just a single, 187 for 3.
So, yeah, Wayne Parnell's top all time. And then Well, yeah, there's a few old bowlers from sort of pre-readmission. Trevor Goddard is second on the list. Dudley Norse is fourth. Lenoir Tsotobe is third. Andrew Hall.
He was
then,
left-handed.
yeah,
What?
and a
I
really
forgot.
underrated
Yeah.
one-day bowler. He wasn't a great test bowler, in my opinion, Lenoir Tsotobe, but ODIs, he really was good during his time.
Only he didn't
with
do
the
that
Proteas.
match-fixing stuff, man. Come on.
I mean, that was after he was already out of the Protea setup, but it does besmirch his legacy a bit.
Oh, great shot from Avishka. Fernando pierces the gap between what's backward point and a short third man. And the man at third man has to run, sweep on the boundary. Shamsi had some athletic fielding to save the boundary. This man is feeling good, dude. This man is feeling nice. He looks so athletic. I like this energy, man. Number one T20 bowler. Let's go, baby.
There's a leaf blow in the background. I don't know if that's coming across or if this microphone's doing a good job of only picking me up.
You know what you must do as Andrej Nokia bowls this one, and it's played down to third man region. Sorry, fine leg region. The left-hander or right-hander keeps confusing me. You know what, bro? Until someone else comments on it,
Yeah.
it doesn't exist. It's not even. I didn't even know it was a thing, bro. There's even construction going on next door. You can't hear it because it's not that bad. So yeah, hey, bro, it's all chill.
We've had the same. New neighbors bought the house about a month ago, but they're fixing it up, and they haven't moved in just yet. Just see them every now and again.
I see this one very well bowled by Nokia on that fourth stump line, but very well responded to by Fernando. Just dots this down to the third man region that's a bit vacant because third man is at a 45 angle, so has to go fetch that. They get 2 runs for that, and they are now sitting on 193 for 3.
And we're keeping an eye on Avishka Fernando. He's sitting on 87 of 99 deliveries. I feel conflicted. You sort of want a batsman to succeed, but you also don't want them to do it against your side.
Against your team, bro, right? This guy must go out. A booming drive in between cover and backward point, and they just get themselves a single. Applauds from the field. It looks like Yanaman's happy with that as the 38th over comes to an end with Sri Lanka sitting on 194 for 3.
Avishka Fernando on 88, which I think is Rabada's test cap number. 88. Get to see it on his sleeve. Cool. I don't know what his ODI cap number is. I think a little bit higher. We've gone through more ODI players and test players.
We also have a partnership here, a partnership of 57 or 45. Sri Lanka really putting pedal to the metal here at the latter stage of their innings. If they continue like this, if Avishka Fernando can stay in, I really do see 300 runs. And I don't see South Africa getting wickets here. I just don't see it.
We've been a little bit lucky in the wickets that we have got. They've been slightly soft. We haven't looked threatening throughout. I don't know where the next wicket's going to come from.
Do you think so leading up to this game, I said that the South African team normally needs to sort of assess conditions for the first game. I don't really expect us to win the first game because I feel that we generally need to assess the conditions before we make a plan. As Andile Petlokwaya comes in, a wide Yorker that has just been punished to the offside. Andile Petlokwaya just looking like a whipping boy right now. That was horrendous. Half volley on the offside. Got the treatment it deserved. Cease.
I do like that Petlokwaya mixes up his variations a lot and he's happy to experiment. But sometimes the execution's not all the way there and it does end up with loose deliveries like that. So when it's good, but it can also backfire.
It's not bad. It's disgusting. No, but you know, the thing about Petlokwaya is that he makes me feel like I'm watching Manchester United. This one just cut. It beats the man at backward points. The man on the boundary has to do some great fielding to save a boundary there. Andrej Nokia, they get 2 runs. Petlokwaya making it tough for the field, and that's 200 up for the Sri Lanka. It's 200 for 3.
Yeah, no, they've been doing very well, and the run rates of 10.2 in the last 5 overs.
Yo, This is, oh my gosh, that is Heinrich Norclear. You are a machine. Oh no, wait, it's 4 runs.
No,
Never mind. Never
it
mind.
is 4. The foot on the boundary.
So what happened was he slid across the boundary, missed it with his hand, stopped it with his foot, was doing quite well, and then tried to just paddle it away. But then he touched the boundary at the second time. So that's 2 boundaries off 2 balls. Andile Petlokwayo now it goes down the leg side. I hate this. Take him out the team. No. Pet. No. Lucky, my man. This is not looking like a. No, I need something else, mate. I need something else. I don't like to be kept on the edge of my seat like this. Andile, this one played down the leg side. Long on will pick this up. Oh, sure, thank the Pope. The first non-extra, non-boundary ball of the over. Sure. 204 for 3.
So 350 partnerships in this match so far, which is the equal most since for Sri Lanka in a game since 2019.
Sorry for reading YouTube comments, but Jean or Jean literally says Andile is our version of Fred from Manchester United.
I know I share a birthday with one of the Freds, but I think it's the older Fred who used to play for Brazil and is retired now, not the current Brazilian Fred.
Oh, no. Okay, this one was a pretty decent delivery. Just beats the top edge of Asalanka and goes to Heinrich Klaassen for no runs there. Oh, and
yeah, it's not the current Fred, it's the older Fred that I share a birthday with, and Zlatan Ibrahimovic, although both of them are quite a bit older than I am.
The Zlatan. What a legend, bro. What a legend. But yeah, no, Petlokwa has been keeping me on the edge of my seats. I'm not enjoying this. If he doesn't get a wicket, then it's not nice. As this one dots it down, and the man at third man will pick it up for a single. So I feel like even in Ireland, like there were a lot of loose deliveries, but then you got some wickets and you're like, okay. If the loose deliveries lead to a wicket, that's fine. But I don't see us getting wickets here, hey?
Petlokwa might be the one to do it. So I can see a loose delivery where they try to capitalize on it and it just ends up spraying to a fielder.
I could see something like that happening. But it's going to come out of nowhere. That wasn't the ball. Very straight, played off the back foot. The man at short fine leg. Was he short third man, moved to fine leg, picked it up, ends the 39th over, 206 for 3 are the Sri Lankans. Avishka Fernando, 2 away from his century, off 104 balls. That's not
it's been good and fast as well. There's a little bit of humor in seeing these 2 Jean or Jean questions next to one another, talking about all Dala, Riza Hendricks, Bjorn Hendricks being 31 and need to move on. And then also saying, what do you guys think of Ayubalela Omane, who I think is 32? But yeah, as an outside punt, I think he's playing in Namibia at the moment, well, for the Titans at the moment in that tour of Namibia that they're doing, and he's taken a few wickets. But I don't think he's better than any of our current all-rounders. If you think he's competing with genuine youngsters in Mulder and Petlokwa, and then Pretorius, who's a little bit older, but really a good seeming all-rounder.
Oh, I don't know if the race through for a single there. Heinrich Norclear into the attack. They dotted it down. The man at cover had to run and dive and throw all in one action to shy at the stumps there. But in the end, Avishka made it through comfortably for his 99th run.
Derek Alberts, who's at least in our WhatsApp group, I think, is with the Titans on that tour. I don't know if he has done commentary with us. Maybe not recently, definitely. He may have done some ages ago. But he's been sending lots of content from that tour, including a video from Dean Elgar, sort of wishing Dale Steyn well in his retirement.
Dale Steyn, what a legend. What a legend. I was tutoring a kid and I asked him if he knew, the kid's like 11 years old, asked him if he knew who Dale Steyn was. And he was like, no. And I'm like, what? No, dude, he's so good. This one was a short delivery, hooked down by Asalanka to the sweeper on the leg side. and very good fielding by Petlo Kwayo in the deep. Saved 2 runs there. I saved 3 runs there. Saved 3.
Yeah, that's. I was just gonna go back to you tutoring someone. It's very good at making you feel old. Like my sister's all pairing a 6-year-old and an 8-year-old at the moment, and you think,
oh wow,
a 6-year-old was born in 2015.
Oh wow, that's mad.
I mean,
no, they went
yeah,
through
the
for
kid
2.
you're tutoring would have been born in
on strike.
2010. Sorry,
That is mad.
that
2010.
were born after we won the Rugby World Cup in 2007.
That is mad. That's crazy, dude. We're old now. Oh man. And I'm like out here being like, we're old, and there are probably people in their 30s like, oh, you think you're old, bro?
No, there's going to be people who are saying, oh, you think your 30s is old. There's always one-upmanship with
There's
that.
always one-up.
Both of us are the oldest we've ever been, and so we're going to
Fact.
think of ourselves as old. It is
Fact.
allowed.
Fact. And this one, a short delivery. Asalanka really got his whole bat behind us, hit it straight to Heinrich Nokia, but he fielded it very well. Did the Nachi. 209 for 3, a partnership of 72 or 56. We need something to break this partnership. I think Heinrich Nokia is probably going to be the one to do it. He's got quality, mate. Heinrich Nokia, a full delivery, played down to third man. Rabada has to come around to sweep that one, and they get 2 runs. Asalanka sitting now on 30 of 32. That's not a bad score at all. Vishka 99 of 105, and Sri Lanka 211 for 3. So before we get into the South African batting innings, we're literally 10.1 overs away from getting there. How do you think the South Africans should go about constructing their innings, especially in the middle overs?
Yeah, strong base. We need that top 3 to really perform and build a base. Because, yeah, it's without Quinton de Kock, our batting looks a lot more fragile. Ooh, a short run there.
Is that a short run? That's like on the line.
Yeah, the line belongs to the umpire. If it has to cross the line. I think if it just touches the line, that is a short run.
That's not nice.
So, yeah, we're going to see Avishka Fernandez facing. He's on 99. And Seppel's ready to talk you through every part of this, I'm sure.
Avishka Fernandez, the right-hander, and Asalanka.
Oh, so no, you are right. It's the graphic's incorrect.
The graphic confused.
They're more desperate than I am to see the 100. So right now, Avishka Fernandez 2 best scores. He has 127 against the West Indies in Hambantota. Where's that? And then he got 100 in the World Cup against the West Indies at Chesterley Street. Okay, it is in Sri Lanka, Hambantota. I don't know if we've ever played there, because I don't know we have. We have played. So, yeah, 200s, both against the West Indies.
Interesting. He's 1 run away from it now. How many? So the third, you said that there were 3 50-run partnerships.
Yeah.
Damn. That's not nice.
And then 1 0-run partnership, obviously. Oh, it was a 1-run partnership, sorry. So opening partnership was 57, then there was that 1-run partnership, and then we had a partnership of 79, and this one's on 74, I think.
Petlo Kwayo coming into the attack. This one a bit too close to the body. And Vishka just plays this to a vacant short fine leg region to bring up his 100 here. His 3rd one-day international 100. He must feel absolutely fantastic. Absolutely great. He's deserved it. He played very, very well for that 100.
So 100 runs in the end of 106 deliveries, 7 4s and 2 6s. Good strike rates. He's done it against all the bowlers. That's a really, really good innings for a side that needed an innings. Obviously, Avishka Fernando strangely finds himself as one of the senior players, even though he's only played 20 ODIs. He's one of the more established players, and that's a really, really good innings. And it means that his average is now over 40. So it's just him and Karunaratne that have averages over 40, but Karunaratne, I think, has only played 6 innings.
That's mad. Doesn't he have more matches than our current one-day international captain?
Avishka Fernando, probably,
Yeah.
yeah. I think this is his 21st game.
What is experience anyway? Jeepers creepers. Pitlock coming from around the wickets. Oh, Sri Lanka tries to just guide this down with a deft touch to third man, but misses the ball. Looked like it could have been an edge, and Heinrich Klaassen has to dive forward to fetch that.
And the
No
bird
run there.
did its best to put Heinrich Klaassen off, because sort of as the ball went past the batsman, a bird also flew between the wickets and Heinrich Klaassen.
Oh, wow. We're just seeing scenes of that 100 moments. The man's deserved it. As Asalak, dots this down to a cover region. A quick single there. A shy at the stumps from the diving fielder. But they make it through pretty safely. Things that look risky aren't as risky as they look, actually. I think Sri Lanka are pretty comfortable. And they could really get some big runs here.
Yeah, they've built a good stage, and it looks like they're ready to accelerate. Mickey Arthur looks a little bit worried, but not as worried or frustrated as he looks 90% of the time.
He's definitely not sitting comfortably, the former South African coach and current Sri Lankan coach.
Former South Africa coach, former Australia coach, former Pakistan coach, and current Sri Lanka coach. He must be I can't think of any coach who's coached more than 4 international sides. He must be up there.
Yeah, actually, Andile Petlokwaya with a slower ball, that's a bit full, but straight to the pads and is played down to the man on the leg side. I guess long on or like mid wicket. Yeah, gets a single there. He's coming from mid wickets to a mid on region. Yes, picks it up and throws it into the bowler. 112 for 3 after 40.3. Fernando on 100. And Sri Lanka lofts this to the offside, but a sweeper will pick it up there. They'll probably get themselves 2 runs, a comfortable 2 runs there.
The scorecard seems to think they ended up running. Oh, yeah, no, it is 2.
The scorecard is behind us, bro. Like, I think, is it?
Yeah.
I never know. I don't trust the scorecard anymore.
It was 2 in the end.
That's a nice looking scorecard. I like how it's structured. Not too much information there. Just give us the batters. You can show us the balls of the over from time to time. This is a good scorecard. We need more of these ones. Simplistic. This one played to the leg side by the left-handed Sri Lanka. The man at long on, Temba Bavuma, picks it up. They're going for 2 runs. And that was a very, very well run 2, which takes up Sri Lanka to 117 for 3 after 41 overs.
217, yeah.
217. What did I say? 71.
I think 117. Maybe I misheard you.
Thanks.
Temba Bavuma also lost his glasses as he was fielding that, and he almost did an Andrew Strauss. That's one of my favorite cricket gifs or videos of Andrew Strauss throwing the ball straight through his own sunglasses and smashing them into 4 or 5 pieces. Yeah,
I do remember that. That was hilarious.
Gino Jean says Mickey Arthur's a real journeyman. Sam Allardyce vibes. Just waiting for him to take over India soon. Well, yeah, India have a good record with South African coaches. At least one of them won a World Cup, Gary Kirsten. Then he came to South Africa, and unfortunately, we weren't able to do the same.
That's crazy. I cannot believe that Gary Kirsten won a World Cup with India. That is mad. It was with India, right?
Yeah, it was.
Wow.
You can find all the technical ways that South Africans have won World Cups. It's going to be either under 19 World Cups as coaches, or like the World T20s with like Michael Lum and Craig Kieswetter playing for England. I think Jason Roy as well. Yeah, playing for England.
Yeah,
That's the only way you're going to get it to happen.
Hectic. Hectic 200 and sorry, yeah.
Sorry. I was going to say my big cricket
attack this one in the air on the offside. Surely there's a man 100. Nope, it's a vacant region there. And he gets himself 4 runs. Avishka Fernando. Actually, a very well played shot. We couldn't see any fielders circling around under it. So he actually found the gap there. Very well played. Gave himself some room as well.
Yeah, I thought that was finally going to be the breakthrough, but no one there. I guess that's part of the power play. Lots of room out there. Not quite as extreme as it used to be, but yeah, still enough room that you can go for the big shots. I was going to say my big prediction is the Protea women are going to win a World Cup or T20 World Cup or 50 over World Cup before the men's side.
I say us.
They've looked a lot closer.
Yeah,
semi-finals, and it's not this. Yeah, although they were very unlucky in the 2019 T20 World Cup. No, it was 2020. It was last year, beginning of last year.
It was 20.
Where they
wasn't
lost
it
to Australia.
It was 2020.
No, it was 2020. It was just as COVID started.
Yeah,
it may that a full MCG may have been the first super spreader event. We don't know.
This one played to the offside. The man at long on will pick it up, and they get themselves 2 runs. Do the Sri Lankans. South Africa seems to have no answers for Avishka Fernando here. 107 of 109. Absolutely breathtaking innings.
Yeah, and all around the ground. It's not like he's relied on certain shots. He's been doing it everywhere. He's been going along the ground. He's been going in the air.
Oh my gosh, that was so close. Oh, this one, a short delivery. Almost got too big on Avishka. Tried to clear the inner ring. And if Temba was a little bit taller, he would have caught. I hate
if
that.
He was a baller. We really need to introduce a state-sponsored doping program. Just get Temba some HGH, add an inch or two, and he'll take a few more catches.
If he was a little bit taller, maybe if he ran back and took his eye off the ball and then tried to catch it again. Nah, that wouldn't work.
Well, if we just get him taller shoes, like foam inserts for his shoes, just that extra inch.
Avishka sitting on Fernando sitting on 111 of 110. Now full toss. Oh my gosh, played to the leg side. They'll get themselves 2 runs. And Sri Lanka sitting on 229 for 3.
Jean Jean says, well, with the talent pool that India has, winning the World Cup is a must if you're coaching there. And it does look like, they're starting to take advantage of that a lot more. India's on the up and up, and I don't see that slowing down anytime soon. But then, it's funny that sort of the team with the country with the most players, the highest population and the lowest population were the 2 countries in the World Test Championship final. Yeah,
that's very interesting. The highest and the lowest population. So you either have to be super packed or super not packed, unpacked.
They have to have lots of room to practice cricket, I guess. And in New Zealand, that's what they have. Because it's the island seems small, but it's almost the size of the UK. And then it's got about 1/12 of the population, thereabouts.
That's mad. Partnership, this last delivery was a wide, short delivery. Avishka tried to give himself some room, but gave himself too much room. Played that straight into the turf, no run there. This partnership is sitting on 93. That is a lot, of 69 or something. The graphic just went away. I'll get you the details of that now. Chris, that's Guy. Thank you.
That's why you have me here. It's 93.
This one, full delivery, driven to the onside, and inside edge takes it to the onside, and the sweeper picks it up. That takes Sri Lanka to 230 for 3 after 42 overs.
And the 300 looking more and more likely. Where's the wicket coming from, Tsepo?
Where's the wicket coming from, boss? It's coming from. There's not going to be another wicket. I don't know. I don't know.
But we're going to be batting aggressively. There has to be at least one more wicket.
Chris, even as they put pedal to the metal, it doesn't look like they've. Well, yeah, it was close. Actually, it's probably going to come from Nokia. It was close with Temba Bavuma. Now that I think about it, that could have been a catch. If Avishka was not on the form that he's on now, that would have been that would have been in his hands. It was also a very well played, a well bowled delivery to sort of cramp him up for room. But I can't see it coming from anywhere but Heinrich Nortje right now. No one's really inspiring a lot of confidence in me in this power play. Yeah, it's a very dry performance from the bowling attack, leaving a lot to be desired. I'd like to see how Sri Lanka bowl. Maybe that will help.
It's not dissimilar to what we saw in that first game against Ireland, where maybe it's a little bit of, as you said, just learning to understand the conditions and maybe even a bit of complacency, where we come and think we're the big dogs. Who are these guys? And every country, there's still internationals. There's proper batsmen in the side.
Yeah, I'm not sure I buy the complacency thing. Shamsi comes into the attack and it's played into the gap at Cow corner by Avishka Fernando. What a shot from a fantastic batsman. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, there's big arguments with Paul's arguing with people about Markram's inclusion. I'll ignore those and focus on the positives. Mark says handy innings there from Mr. Fernando.
Why are we complaining about Aiden Markram now as if as if our bowling isn't a problem? We'll complain about Aiden Markram if he sucks. Oh, it comes down the pitch, double steps, this gets the leading edge, and we've got our man. Come on, boys. We got it.
It's coming home. Yeah, no, so it's just one wicket and the mood changes massively. Yeah, fantastic innings from Avishka Fernando. Don't want to take away from that fact. He really has done well for a young, inexperienced Sri Lankan side to put them in a real chance of winning this. In the end, he goes for 118, a second highest ever ODI score of 115 deliveries, and good sportsmanship there from Shamsi, who shakes his hand on the way off. Shamsi strikes me as one of the nicest guys in world cricket. I guess that's something else that he learned from Imran Tahir. He talks about how much he's learned how to bowl from Imran Tahir. Tahir was also one of the nicest guys. And our Shamsi, I've seen him stick up for people all over Twitter. And yeah, very nice to Avishka Fernando there.
He's also probably received a lot of ridicule over the years, but let's not take away from the Avishka Fernando moment.
Yeah.
Absolutely stellar innings. We didn't know how we're going to get him out. You asked me literally just before this how we're going to do it. I didn't know. And just went too hard at a Shamsi delivery there in the power play. I don't blame him for doing that. He's got to his 100. It's time to put pedal to the metal. And he can really be proud of the innings that he played today. Man of the match performance so far. Hands down. But Shamsi came through with the breakthrough. I shouldn't have doubted the man. I should not have doubted the number one T20 bowler in the world.
And the new man to the crease is the pretty fresh captain of Sri Lanka. That's Dasan Shanaka. He's only recently taken over. I think he is a man who can come in late and really have a good innings with a few sixes and a few fours. He's done it against South Africa before when he played at Palakele 2018. He got 65 of 34. If he does that again, then Sri Lanka have a pretty good innings here to defend.
I don't see why not. This one, a short delivery, cuts to the offside, and the sweep will pick this up. They're going to get themselves two runs, and that takes Sri Lanka to 236 for 4. 34 for 4, sorry.
Yeah, it's 5 sixes against South Africa in that innings.
Shamsi coming from over the wicket to the left-handed Asalanka. Yes, it was Asalanka. Maharaj picks this up, gives it to Heinrich Klaassen, 236. Did they take 2 runs? Scorecard, what? They were just on 234. What is happening?
I don't think they did take 2 there.
Yeah, they only took a single. So how did they get from 234 to 236?
I think it might just be the
237. Oh, okay, because it was 236
before. They added them all
I see, yeah. Okay, so I was right when I saw the 2 runs earlier. It's 237 for 4 now, as Dansun Shanaka got an inside edge, went to the man at short, fine leg. No run there. Shamsi, last ball of his penultimate over. Yes, it is. This one wide. and sliced by Shanaka to a vacant third man region. You don't like the looks of that. And a boundary of the last ball of the penultimate over. And that takes Sri Lanka to 241 for 4 after 42.5 overs. 300, Chris? Gonna keep asking.
Well,
300?
on that note, on Facebook, and Paul Moses Mupandi says, guys, you're so negative. The Sri Lankans haven't even reached 270 yet. But the way that they've been going in the last few overs, and yeah, I guess it's a real positive that Avishka Fernandez out. There's a chance that stems the flow. But Darson Chanaka, as I've said, he's done it against South Africa before. We hope that he doesn't do it again. But I think it's still possible that it's still, well within the realms of possibility that we see
only 4
300.
wickets have fallen. Only 4 wickets have fallen. 330.
Yeah, to counteract someone even more negative than us. So at least we look positive in contrast. Jean or Jeans is 330 if we keep giving them freebies.
Dude, Jean or Jean, you need to change your name to Jean or Jean. Literally just have Jean or Jean. That'd be hilarious. Heinrich Nokia coming into the attack. Oh, wow. A very, very full toss. Could be
closer to a beamer than a full toss, just right at the gloves of Asalanka, who's having a little bit of a laugh.
That should... If that happened to my boys, I'd be like, guys, umpire. What's happening?
Sir, please,
umpire. Sir. Sir. Ma'am. That is something that you'll hear in South African schools everywhere. And this one, a short delivery that was just ducked away by Asalanka. No run there, 241 for 4.
With the collar up, I've said it earlier, it really does remind me. I don't know if anyone will need to search it on Google Images, but this new Proteas kit looks a lot like the 2003 Springboks World Cup kit with those little yellow triangles sticking out of the collar. The sort of
search that now.
Spikes.
I didn't watch rugby then.
It wasn't a good World Cup, so I don't blame anyone for not seeing it.
Another full toss, bruh. Another one, but this one closer to the legs. Umpires, please check this out. We can't keep bowling like this, Heinrich. What's going on? Right off the hips, played by Asalanka. Bounces once before it gets to the man at deep square leg. And they get themselves a single. 242 for 4. 242 for 4. 2424.
Yeah, try to say that 10 times fast.
24244. 24244. I would have actually sent. I would have, but that should have been sent to the stands. Those are 3 full tosses that should have been sent to the stands, and then a Yorker by Heinrich Nokia. Really liked that one. Squeezed out by Shanoka. 24244.
To 43.4, so it doesn't quite continue all the way, but it makes a good beat if you say that 10 times and then Mas can do
they took the single
verse over it.
They took the single. If Rassi Fanadison just chilled, he could have got a run out there. Oh man, I see the Springboks kits, and I see what you mean with the things at the shoulders, as this short delivery is controlled, very well controlled by Shanuka. Takes it to the leg side, gets himself a single. Wait a second, scorecard. What is going on? It's only 2-4-3 now. Okay,
it's 2-4-4 now. It should update. The single there.
They didn't take the single
a little bit ahead. Sorry.
What is happening? This scorecard is the bane of my existence now. I was just talking it up. No, the scorecard is great. The design is great. But the scorer, cease, bruh. Get good. This one hoiped to the onside. And they'll just take themselves a single as the sweeper picks it up. That ends the 44th over. 2-4-4-4-4. Is it 2-4-4-4-4? Yeah.
After 44. Yeah.
After 44. Oh, yo, Ruud must be having an absolute time now. Ruud Nelson de Jager, this one's for you. 2-4-4-4-4 after 44 overs, mate.
Yeah, and just 3 runs off that Nokia over. So that's a good way to slow it down a bit. I guess a big part of that is Avishka Fernando having gone.
Indeed.
And we're supposed to talk about all our commentators like they're famous. So Root, I think we just call him Root. So it sounds like we do have Joe Root come on. And then we've got AB Muller, who sometimes does commentary for us. We just call him AB.
Just AB, yeah.
Yeah.
I see. So you should just be like Root AB. What about, yeah, but you see now Chris. There are just so many Chris's. I don't know if it's Morris or
yeah. My middle
Gale.
name's not Henry, like all the Chris Henry Morris and Chris Henry Gale.
This one dotted down. Shamsi bowling his last over as Sri Lanka just dots this down to a short third man. Gets himself a single. 2-4-5-4-4.
Yeah, I'm not going to give my middle name out because I've already given out my birthday on the same broadcast. I don't want to lose all my personal information.
I was literally just going to say your first surname. Oh my goodness! Beats the inside edge, does Shamsi. Shanuka knew nothing about that, and neither did Heinrich Klaassen, quite frankly, as this just bobbled out of his hands. Oh my goodness. I don't even know what happened.
Yeah.
How did that bounce so
the
high?
greatest. He had a good go with the stumping earlier, but he did drop. He's dropped a catch. He's missed a catch, and now he's missed a chance for a stumping. And we've got. I mean, Quinton de Kock will obviously come back at some stage, but Kyle Verreynne is also pretty handy behind the gloves. There's a chance we rotate there as well.
I think if I were Kyle Verreynne right now, and I'm watching Heinrich Klaassen miss this stuff, I'd be like,
yeah,
guys, come on. Or I'd be like, I'm glad I'm not there. Like, it would be one of the two, dude.
Yeah, you look better by contrast. It's the same thing that like the players that aren't selected always seem better than the players who aren't performing.
True. This one played to the leg side. They get themselves a single as Long On just hoists this in. Yeah, so I was chatting to Otto about this earlier. Do not underestimate how difficult it is to keep against spin. And even that stumping opportunity, we must understand that the ball is pretty high. And for Heinrich Klaassen to sort of flip his hands to like the reverse cup to get the stumping, which is where the ball sort of met him at his chest, it's going to be very, very difficult. So that's why it hit him on the wrist as this ball played by Sri Lanka scorecard. You're doing this to me again. It was Sri Lanka, yes, played it to a short third man for a single, 2-4-7-4-4. But yeah, it was a very difficult stumping opportunity, and I won't hold that one against him. As this one is blocked by Shanuka, the wrong one came through there, and that ends Shamsi's over. That ends Shamsi's spell. He's got 1 for 55 off 10 overs. Are there any maidens? Chris will tell us, and that takes.
I'll look through Shamsi's figures. Yeah. Average sort of figures by Shamsi standards. No maidens there. I think we're used to him being a little bit better than that. But 5.5 in the context of this whole innings is right about where everyone else has been as well. Only Keshav has really stood out. Other than that, we've gone for a few runs.
And when you say really stood out, I mean really.
Yeah.
Jeepers, 10 overs, 30 for 2. An economy of 3. That is actually
easy to work out the economy rate when a bowler's finished all 10 of his overs.
That is mad. Jeepers.
Also saw images of a drone earlier. I just hope that I'm pretty sure that's the broadcast drone and not someone trying to sneak their drone in. I know Cricket South Africa actually got in trouble when we toured Bangladesh last because we were filming our own practice sessions with a drone, but you have to have like a drone license in Bangladesh, and we didn't have the necessary accreditation, and so we got in trouble for that.
That makes sense. Look, bro, don't want to be playing around with drones, bro. Drones, dude. In South Africa, drones aren't a big deal, but like, once you get to like Middle East Asia, I would also be very, very, very skeptical of drones. Even though obviously it's not like drone strikes were everywhere, but.
I mean, different sort of drones. I don't think they're dropping them off the sort of GoPro ones, but
true. This Rabada comes into the attack and starts off with a pretty decent Yorker, but it's guided to a vacant region right on the inner circle, and they get themselves 2 runs. 249 for 4. So my prediction of under 250 is gone with the wind.
Right. Dan Kiwi on Twitter says, well, he tags me in particular and says, can you please tell me the name of your first pet? No reason.
This one, this one driven by Asalanka, who's sitting on 43 or 46. You know, he's actually been ticking the scoreboard along quite nicely.
Yeah.
And that brings up the 250 for Sri Lanka, 250 for 4 after 45.2.
So the 270 has to happen that Mpho Mapandu was talking about. I don't know if we're going to see the 330 as threatened by Gene
I
or
don't see
Jean.
330, but I definitely see 300.
Yeah.
I see us having to get a target of 300, going at a run of ball. Shanuka tries to give himself room. KG Rabada follows him, bowls the ball right at his feet. A very, very nice followed Yorker. And yeah, they take a quick single there. This was very well bowled. Sometimes I forget this guy's actually the bee's knees. He's pretty good.
Yeah. Exploded onto the scene in one-day cricket. Obviously, that's where he made a start. He still has the record for the best figures ever on debut, including a hat-trick against Bangladesh.
That's mad. That's mad things as he comes in from around the wicket to the left-hander. A very wide delivery. It's going to the offside. There's no one there. KG, I'm never complimenting you again. 4 runs. What a terrible delivery. Wide half volley. Got the treatment it deserved. Cease.
Well played. That's exactly what you have to do to it as well. And Asalanka could be on his way to 50 here. He's sitting on 48 now.
KG. I'm gonna stop complimenting guys. Honestly, dude, it's so frustrating, man. I was just singing praises, and then we just saw absolute trash. But props to the batsman, making him mess up his lines there by moving around. I like that. Stay nice and active. Here comes Rabada again. Great response. Shanuka wants a run, a shot at the stumps, an appeal. It's going upstairs. Oh, this is interesting.
Yeah, I'm very keen to see what happens here. The South Africans look pretty sure that it is out.
Yeah,
and yeah, definitely out.
The pitch. Oh, he's gone. He's gone. KG.
Yeah, 40 centimeters out of his crease.
No, this guy's out, bro. KG, bro. I don't know what to do. I compliment, and then you do trash. Then I'm like, you're doing trash, and then you do well. Maybe I'm just going to be flippy floppy. That's how it is, bro. Well done. Very well done. Great run out there. Great awareness. And also, thanks for not missing the stumps. That could have been overthrows.
Right. Anis Mohammed says, just so that you know, the most runs South Africa have scored batting second in a day-night game in Sri Lanka is 264, and they've never chased more than 250 to win under lights in Sri Lanka. I'd be curious, Anis, what's the sample size there? How many games have we played under the lights in Sri Lanka batting second?
Besides that, how often have we batted second in like recent games?
I'll be able to see how many times we batted second against Sri Lanka in Sri Lanka. The Cricinfo doesn't let one filter by day-night games, I don't think. I'll have a look.
I don't back us, eh?
Oh, no, it does. So I'll get the whole list. Anis, you don't even need to reply. I'm on top of it now.
Yeah, there's a first time for everything, as Gene or John says. But hey, we'll have to see. How do you think? Yes, I'm actually so curious to see how Aiden Markham and Yanaman Malan will go at the beginning. But before that, we have to get the innings done. Hasaranga's come in, 25 innings as Rabada bowls to Asalanka. Just beat the outside edge there. That could have been out. Wow, that was actually a great response from KG. Well done, mate. Very well done.
Okay, so this is our 15th game against Sri Lanka in Sri Lanka as a day-night game. And so we've managed to chase down 246 and one, and then we've been chasing more, and we've got 259 and 264 and lost. Overall, we've only won twice chasing under lights in Sri Lanka. And then there've been 2 no results, or 1 no result, and doing the maths, 12 losses, or 11 losses.
This is chasing.
Yeah.
Oh, Sri Lanka 255 for 5. After 55 overs. No, I'm joking.
But this would also be the weakest Sri Lankan side we've played in a long time. We've played against some very good Sri Lankan sides in the past.
A very, very. I think Heinrich Nokia just missed his Yorker length here, but Hasaranga was lucky to keep that one out. It was going straight for the wickets as well. So, yeah, very, very well bowled from Heinrich Nokia. I love how KG Rabada got the runouts by being chilled and being like quick at the same time. He wasn't. He didn't seem hasty to get it off. It was just a very, very calm throw to the stumps and got the run out. That was very impressive. He didn't seem rushed. That was pretty, not bad at all.
And to counteract, Anis Mohammed and Paul says that in that India series, the highest score Sri Lanka made was 275, and they lost. So you can definitely beat a high Sri Lanka score here.
Asalanka takes this down to the leg side and gets himself 50 runs there with these 2 runs. Very, very well done. 50 or 51 balls for the left-hander. So Chris, you have the rest of the good stats.
So 3 4s, no 6s, strike rate of 98, and it's also his second one-day 100. His first was against India just a few weeks ago, also in Colombo. So of the 6 ODIs he's played so far, 4 of them have been in Colombo, and if he keeps getting picked, he's going to play 6 games in Colombo on the trot, like a lot of these Sri Lankan players.
Heinrich Nokia bowls this one close to the legs, tries to send this to the mid-wicket boundary, did Asalanka, but gets an edge and it goes down to a short fine leg. They get a single, 259 for 5. I'm trying to look for our stats chasing.
In general,
our stats chasing after,
tell me exactly what you want and I'll find it. Sorry?
I want to see our stats chasing in one-day internationals after the pandemic. Yes.
Okay. It's going to be, it's still, I don't think after the pandemic exists just yet. But I'll go from the beginning of 2020.
Yes, that will do. This one driven straight to the non-striker. Hasaranga drives that straight to Asalanka. Oh, that could be a nice little rhyming combo there. Any rappers out there? If you're a Sri Lankan cricket fan, you'll have a blast with Hasaranga and Asalanka. But yes, that takes Sri Lanka. Oh, wow. Even get Sri Lanka involved in this rhyming thing.
Yeah. I
don't have the
of the 13 matches, the ODIs you wanted chasing. One moment. I'll get chasing.
Chasing, yes. Sri Lanka 260 for 5. A short delivery. Asalanka tries to slice it this one, but misses the ball completely. A slow ball bounce from Heinrich Nokia. Very well bowled. 260 for 5.
Excluding this game, we've chased 6 times, won 3, lost 2, and there was 1 no result.
Okay, so we're not that bad. We're not that bad at chasing.
So we beat Australia twice and England once. We lost to Pakistan and we lost to Ireland.
Okay. I'm actually glad that we're chasing as well, because you haven't been doing a lot of chasing recently. As this one, a full delivery dug out by Asalanka, somehow manages to beat the inner ring and gets 4 runs. What a classy shot. My word.
Yeah, so Gino Jean said 40 needed off 19 to get 300. Now suddenly 36 off 18. So 12 runs and over. Pretty simple maths. It's looking less likely than it did a few overs ago, but I'm definitely not going to rule it out. Either way, we've got our work cut out for us in the second innings.
Oh, indeed. Is it pedal to the middle? I actually want to see how the South Africans go about constructing their innings. Are they going to attack the power play like they did in the West Indies and the T20s? Are they going to consolidate, try to keep as many wickets as possible for the last power play and really get some runs there?
Are we going to see
Who's going to
Yanaman
be
Malan
their
do it
best,
himself again? The man who's averaging 121 in ODI cricket.
on a spinning wickets? Can you imagine?
Yeah,
KG
that
Rabada
is going to be the
continuing here.
challenge.
A slower ball bouncer. Dot ball. Wide. Oh, what?
Mr. Umpire, please, sir.
Sir. Not like this, bruh. Sure, just looking at the last shots from Sri Lanka. Probably a bit of a half volley. He was going for the Yorker length, Heinrich Nokia, and just missed it. Just got a bit too short, and yeah, got a juicy half volley in the end over the infield. This last delivery was just blocked, I guess, and Heinrich Klaassen has to go fetch that, and they get
I'm just getting a
themselves
call,
a single,
sorry.
266 for 5. I didn't hear what you said, but I'm assuming I'm alone. Sweet, I am. I'm not. Umpo, what's up, brother? My man. 3 overs left. Oh, wow. That was so strange. A wide full toss. Sri Lanka got nowhere near it. It hits the back of the pitch and rolls, literally rolls all the way to Heinrich Klaassen. 266 for 5.
Yes, 266 for 5. Yeah, South Africa.
300?
Look, right now I think Sri Lanka are in the throes of a winning target. I think 270 is par.
Another short delivery. Sri Lanka tries to send this to the boundary but misses it completely. And they scamper through for a single. It just got Heinrich Klaassen on the bounce there. So he wasn't able to shy at the stump. So they snuck through for a single there.
Yeah, but I think the highest score that Sri Lanka scored in that series against India was 272, chased down by India. And it took them 9 wickets, and so they've got wickets in hand. So it's pretty interesting to see how far this young Sri Lankan batting lineup can go.
Do you think the South African bowling attack lacked venom as another slower ball bouncer that Hasaranga tries to play at, tries to just tries to ram almost
Ken
to
and
the
I
offside, no run there.
are having a debate. He thinks South Africa needs to play 6 batsmen, and I think that's where the situation comes in. Because when you play 5 out-and-out quicks or 5 bowlers instead of a 6th one, you find yourself in a situation where you just have to interrupt me when the ball is played.
The ball is bowled, and this one straight. Wow, that was a phenomenal ball by KG Rabada, straight to the legs of Hasaranga. Somehow goes right in between the legs, and that's a dot ball. My word.
Yeah. So you find yourself in a situation where if one of your quicks or your quicks are being taken apart early on, like today, you then go and look for other options. And in those 30 overs, in overs 30 to 40, South Africa did not have an answer to Sri Lanka from a bowling perspective.
No! The widest of wides on the leg side beats the batsman, beats the keeper, beats
There's
the
nothing
boundary.
you can do there. There's nothing that did any. Well, there's nothing that the wicketkeeper could have done there.
Nothing. And I was literally looking at the over. I saw 1 wide, 2 singles, and I was like, "This is actually some great bowling." KG.
Yeah, but this is Sri Lanka. This is Sri Lanka showing us that they also have a softish middle order. That run out from Dasun Shanaka really opened up that lower order.
It really did, yeah. I think there's definitely notes that. Oh, well bowled, KG, baby. Oh, what a Yorker! Oh my gosh, he's been following the batsman the entire over. Hasaranga tried to give himself some room, and he just played the ball straight into his stumps. What a Yorking delivery, KG! Oh my gosh, I'm geeking over this stuff. This is brilliant. That's not a no ball either. This is so good.
So Anendo Hasaranga out for 3 of 6 balls, bowled Rabada, and Sri Lanka find themselves 272 for 6.
I have been treated to.
Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, sorry that I disappeared for a bit.
Oh, dude, that's a great time to be back, bro. I just witnessed one of the best death overs I've ever seen. Honestly,
I didn't even get
that
to
was
see it.
absolutely fantastic. That was
Yeah, I
absolutely fantastic.
need the quick recap. That's a skill that you have, or I'll just have a look. Ooh, yeah, so 5 wides and a wicket at least on the
Yeah.
scorecard.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's Hasaranga.
Literally.
So that's an IPL wicket. Counts a little
Hey,
bit
we'll
more.
take it.
Counts 1.5 to get an IPL player out. There's only 2 of them in this Sri Lankan squad.
You know what? I'm glad that there's
a man who's not the opening batsman, that's Dimuth Karunaratne, the test batsman who was probably the best test opener for a couple of years. This is Jamaica Karunaratne, who has a very high average of 47. He's one of those players who has a higher average than his high score.
Because it was not out.
Yeah, lots of not outs. I mean, MS Dhoni, obviously a brilliant batsman, but he's someone who has a much higher, a very flattering average, thanks to quite a lot of not
Because
outs.
of the not outs, I see. Heinrich Nortje coming into the attack, a Yorking delivery that's driven to the man at long on, and they'll get themselves a single. A very good Yorker from Heinrich Nortje. Why didn't we bowl more of these Yorkers at the... I guess different batsmen, I guess.
But that's also what we've been saying for ages. And I think us as non-professional cricketers often underestimate how difficult it is to bowl Yorkers. Jared Kimber does have a whole thing that when people ask why don't they bowl Yorkers, apparently modern bowlers bowl more Yorkers than bowlers did 20 years ago. And Yorkers are really difficult to bowl. And you get them just slightly wrong, and suddenly it's a full toss or a half volley. So
it's high risk, maybe not high reward. High risk, high reward. Yeah, I guess.
But yeah,
so,
you get some bowlers who are really good at it. I always remember Lasith Malinga is probably the best Yorker bowler ever, and coming from that low angle
because of his action. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. This one, another Yorker, squeezed out the man at deep square leg, a deep backward square leg, even, and they get themselves a single.
And prime Mitchell Stark as well. I think sort of 2015 Mitchell Stark, that World Cup Mitchell Stark, with just the left in-swinging Yorkers making batsmen look stupid. And Chris Jordan's also a very good Yorker bowler. That's almost his specialty.
I always hear about like Chris Jordan being a Yorker bowler, but I never get to see them. This one, whipped. Oh, you're joking. Whipped to the leg side, and one bounce in front of the fielder, and he just got beaten by the spin. Kyle Verreynne.
Yeah, I need to see that from the other angle to see how this sort of was a leg spinner in a Kyle Verreynne, and he overran it. It didn't look like it did a huge amount. He just
he
overran it and then had to dive backwards.
He is
get him
not
behind
an
the
outfield
gloves,
player.
Get Reinhard Klaassen out on the boundary.
Like the more I look at Kyle Verreynne, the more I'm like, this guy's not made for the outfield, bro. He's not. He's not. He doesn't have the. Being an outfielder is tough stuff, bro. It's tough.
Oh, that's a terrible delivery. Sorry.
Oh my gosh. Heinrich Nortje. Six runs off a full toss.
Sri Lanka wasted no time dispatching that into the second story of the stands. Just stand and deliver.
Guys, come on, guys.
So they've been going at the 2 runs per delivery that they needed. It's now 16 off 8 required to hit that 300. Yeah, I don't know if he was trying something special there, if he was going for a slow ball. Jeez. Yeah, just hip high full toss.
Man.
Dispatched.
That was caca, man. No.
We're not talking about the South African fast bowler Ayabonga Kaka. We'll be covering the women's games all throughout that series as well. So if anyone's here watching the men's games, remember that South Africa and the West Indies at the moment as well. And our broadcast is slightly more reliable than SuperSports has been so far. You won't see the Mac VLC player up in the top left-hand corner of our screens. And we will be covering all of that, including the game on Sunday morning. So if you have insomnia and you want something to do between midnight and 3 in the morning, we're the first place to be.
Indeed. A quick single taken by the batsman here. Sri Lanka 285 for 6. I feel like they could have. They don't. I don't want to say they don't deserve to go over 300, but there were lots of. The last ball was also a Yorker. We're seeing a lot of Yorkers. Maybe Heinrich Nortje just missed his length. Yeah, he's been trying to bowl
He missed
Yorkers
it
the
by a
whole
lot
time.
there. Yeah.
By a lot, eh? By a lot. Damn. That was concerning. But in terms of preparation for the World Cup, in death bowling, there he also tried another full delivery, missed the Yorker length, turned into a full toss, but at least there was only 2 runs off it. That should end the penultimate over. 287 for 6 are Sri Lanka, 13 away from 300.
Perfectly possible.
Perfectly poised.
So I imagine Rabada will be bowling the last. He is the one man who we consider a death bowler in the side. And Dile Petlaquayo for a while was a good death bowler, but he seems to have just lost that edge that he had.
This man is wayward. This man
I think
is
we need
wayward.
That's why I'm keen to see how Dwayne Pretorius does in the T20s. There's a chance he will be our other death bowler going into that World T20.
I must admit, I feel like I haven't seen a lot of his bowling. It's just that I haven't seen a lot for a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
He and Petlaquayo made their debuts in the same game, or at least their one-day debuts.
Short ball. Oh, big shot. Gets a top edge, goes over the keeper, and it goes all the way to the boundary. Sri Lanka counting his lucky stars and getting himself 4 runs there. Wow.
So it's very close to the commentator's curse. It's just the commentator's curse with Jean or Jean saying going to need a horrendous over from KG to get 300. He'll concede 5. Well, so that means he's only going to go for 1 off the next 5 deliveries. We'll see how that goes.
With some decent Yorkers, I can see that as being a thing. I think we're going to see a lot of Yorkers here because we've been seeing Yorkers. I was wrong. A short pitch delivery in the air. 100 class in his 100s and takes the catch. It's nice to be wrong when Kagiso Rabada is just so right. Yes, indeed. That's another wicket.
Well, yeah, good follow-up after that. Stuck to his bouncer. And good innings from Sri Lanka. Again, we need to acknowledge what the Sri Lankans have done. 71 of 62, 6 fours and 1 6. It's exactly what the Sri Lankans needed at this point, is a good aggressive innings. And that's what he's provided. He is disappointed, understandably, that he wasn't able to continue, but he's put his team in a great position. They're now sitting 291 for 7 with 4 balls left in the first innings. And we'll keep an eye out for who the new man out is going to be. It's going to be probably Dushmantha Chamira, or because he is the other IPL player. I'll keep an eye out for exactly who they send out.
And that's Charith Ashalanka, Ball Rabada, Court Klassen, 72 of 62 balls. Is that 6 fours and 1 6 at a strike rate of 116.12.
So it does look like it's going to be Chamira coming out. Or maybe. Yeah, it is. Just Mantha Chamira. One of the older players in the side. Most of the players are in their early 20s. Only a couple of over 30. Chamira himself is 29.
Here we go.
He's got a good bat spin. You spun that bat beautifully in his hands, prepping for a Rabada over.
Another short delivery. Very well bowled. A slower ball. Short ball.
Replay of the wicket there. Yeah, Heinrich Klaassen didn't even need to move an inch. It fell right into his hands. But yeah, lovely innings from Sri Lanka. His teammates are congratulating him. Seems to be a good team spirit at the moment. They're a team on the up. Obviously, yeah, very young, very fresh. And that can be good. There won't be cliques of established players. It'll be a lot of young players coming into the side, all sort of on the same page with the same hopes and ambitions.
Creating cliques now. Yeah, like now they're going to start being like, it's going to be a team culture. No ball bowled. As this one played to the leg side, the Manukau corner will fetch. That's 2 runs, 3 runs off the ball because it's a no ball. And a free hit. Hey.
With all this talk of 300, I feel like we're going to see exactly 300. Almost literally. Not a run more, not a run less.
Either
the
we're going to
pacing
see
as well.
300 or 299. And then we have to chase down 300. But there are still 4 balls left of this over. Hey, KG, bro. KG, wow.
Oh, that's
Oh my gosh, KG, bro. Oh, it's a free hit. Oh, you hate to see it. And they're running for it now.
okay. So because we got slightly overtaken with excitement, what happened there was Kagiso Rabada clean bowled the batsman. That was Chimera, I think, in the end. But obviously, because it's a free hit, the ball just ricocheted off the wickets and they're able to run through for what might have ended up being 3. It was, just a real comedy. You've got to feel hard done by as the bowler, but I guess it's his fault. He bowled the no ball, but
yesterday, bro.
Yeah, no, so they went for 2 in the end. That was 2 byes that they ran. Good fielding there from Andile Pitlakwaya on the boundary to stop that running away for 4. That would have been even worse.
Wait, I think it is a 4. His leg was on the boundary.
I think they left it as 2. So 296 for 7 now. Grant Alexander on YouTube has some happy faces. I don't know exactly what he's happy about. Just the humor of clean bowling. A batsman is still conceding 2. And Mudassir Ali on Facebook says, hi.
Hi. How is this
I'm actually going to go back and have a look. And I think it did end up being 4.
That's 4 runs, bro. Come on.
That's frustrating.
This is actually a joke, dude. This is actually
the meme team. Yeah.
This is disgusting. Oh my gosh.
298 with 2 deliveries left. The 300, we're going to see how close it gets.
Hi. Here comes KG, a very, very decent Yorker, driven out to long on. A long on works. Oh, it's run out. They went for 2. They really shouldn't have. I thought it was an easy single. They just threw away a wicket there. Okay.
One thing you can't complain about is this game being boring. A lot has happened in this final over.
Wow. 299 for 7. Why take the second? I guess take the second run now and get the other oak on strike. Yeah. Sacrifice your wicket. There's no need to keep it. Not now. Yeah, fair enough. That was actually some 4D chess with the running. Take the 2, give the strike to the established batsman. Chimera out without facing a ball. 0 of 0, a strike rate of 0, 0 4s, 0 6s. And I'm joking.
My laptop's died. I've missed the screen, so I'm going to be a listener as well for the last 2 deliveries of this innings. On YouTube, Buntu Fitla says, Tisbawam, I can't even remember the last time we chased 290 plus and won. And I can tell you the last time we did that was when in Durban in 2016 against Australia.
They went for 2 again and it went down to long on and they got run out again. What is
and what you know what that means? The final score after 50 overs is 300 on the dot.
Ball.
That was the last one, wasn't it?
5 overs. No. There's still 1 more ball left. That was some great fielding by Heinrich Nortje as well. Very well done.
So I was just talking about the last time we chose 290 plus was against Australia in Durban 2016, where we scored 372 to win. So we've chased down more than 290, but we haven't won the game. We got 328 in the second innings against England and Southampton. We got 309 against Bangladesh at the Oval in the World Cup, that game that we lost. And we got 290 against Pakistan. Yeah, that's what I thought. So end of the game, end of the innings rather.
The scorecard is so annoying.
It's a very strange scorecard that we've left with. At end of 50 overs, Sri Lanka got 300 for 9, including what I think was 3 runouts. I'll have to have a look at the most runouts in an innings. This is giving it a real good go. All of them executed by Rabada.
That's a crazy. What did I just witness? I don't know. 300. South Africa have to chase 301. Catchable total. That I think we have the firepower to do it. But if we just accumulate runs, I think we'll be fine. Chris, what do you think?
Yeah, a lot. It's the same tune we've been singing. It's a very fresh side. Obviously, we've got a few players who've been there for a while, but Quinton de Kock out means that batsmen are going to have to stick their hands up. There's a lot of players batting for positions, and I can see it going one or two ways. I can see us walking it and us doing it whilst only losing 3 wickets, or I can see us being 150 for 5 and slowly whimpering away.
Yeah. Hey, whatever it is, we'll have to see it next time. We'll be back here after the innings break. Don't go away. Keep us dialed in on the YouTubies. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Go follow us or tweet us at Gorilla SA, and we'll see you guys a little later.
Yes,
Bye.
for the innings break, we'll be playing the interview with Dan Weston. He was the head recruiter for the Birmingham Phoenix in the 100, and also he's the recruiter for Leicestershire Cricket Club. So we'll be back in about 20 to 30 minutes, and it'll be a short break.
If you like stats, listen to that guy. That guy was dropping bars.
Sure. Okay. Thanks, gents. Hello, and welcome to the Full Quota podcast on One World Sports Radio. Remember, this is your cricketing podcast on the One World Sports Radio platform. We've got an EPL podcast, we've got some rugby broadcasts happening. So the most important thing for you to do is to subscribe to our channel, and you will get all these information to you, and also you'll be notified when we go live. Remember, you can also interact with us on these various platforms, Twitter, Facebook, and on YouTube as well. YouTube is the primary broadcast. We're actually currently live on YouTube, Facebook, and as well on Twitter on the One World Sports Radio channel there. Today we've got an interesting guest to talk about how the 100 eventually ended up. It's a new competition. We thought we'd hold off on talking about it until today. We're also going to talk about T20 and going to the World Cup, and then we'll talk about what's going on with the Proteas. So hang on, hold on. There's going to be some drama towards the end. But yeah, let me just get how the guys are doing. Tempo, how are you doing?
Yeah, I am busy. But all right. After yesterday's news, I don't know. I feel strange. I thought we were moving in the right direction, and then but we'll hold on. We'll hold that thought.
Looks like we're playing like Arsenal, just pass sideways.
Oh
no. All right, Tim, how are you doing, my man?
I'm doing good. We'll obviously get into the love battle later on, but all good. Looking forward to this chat we're about to have with Dan.
Yes. So what we have, and as Tim has said, we've got Dan Weston with us today. He is a player recruiter and analyst for Leicestershire County Cricket Club, as well as he's the Birmingham Phoenix. He also worked for the Birmingham Phoenix in a similar capacity in the 100 for both the men's and women's teams. He's got some interesting ideas on T20s for South Africa, so hang around once we get into that, because I think it's going to be quite an interesting conversation. So let's bring Dan on. And let's get him to let us know about his world as a player, analyst, and a recruiter. Hi, Dan. How are you doing?
Hi. Thanks so much for having me. It's been looking forward to having a chat about this.
No, yes, it is quite awesome. And so just to start off, Dan, just give us I think for me, the interesting part, obviously, you're a player recruiter. So just give the viewers and the listeners a taste of how you got into the game and how you landed up at being a player recruitment specialist or an analyst.
Yeah, sure. So I've always been very much interested in cricket from a young age, of all sports really. I was a massive sports fan from being a young child. Always been pretty good at maths as well, particularly like mental arithmetic, trying to solve problems and things like that, using numbers. In England, there's this TV show called Countdown. I don't know if you have it in South Africa, and like they have maths, 6 random numbers and like a big number, and you have to use the 6 numbers to solve solve the big number and stuff like that. And I was doing those type of things when I was like 4 years old and stuff. And you know, it's always had that interest. And then after university, I did a degree in accounting, so again, quite maths orientated background. Worked in the gambling industry for a long time, did stuff like playing professional poker online, things like that, which is worth mentioning because there's a lot of skill set crossovers between pro poker, online poker, and what I do now in cricket. Because, for example, one of the things that poker teaches you primarily is that it's a process-driven environment rather than a results-orientated scenarios. So in poker, you can play amazing, but because there's still a luck element on a given day, you could still lose. On another day, you could play badly and still win. And it goes in the same cricket, you know, you can play well and lose, you can play badly and win, small margins, fine margins, a lot of high variance in an individual match, and probably in some tournaments as well, especially knockout tournaments like the World Cup, which obviously we're going to go on to speak about later on. So there's a lot of crossover. It helped me also do a lot of statistical analysis, because I use a lot of statistical tools to analyse my own poker game, check out how opponents are playing and stuff like that. And the crossover between that and analysing batters and bowlers and teams and opposition scouting and stuff is actually really, really similar. So you've plenty of crossover. Then about 5 years ago, I sort of like, because I developed a lot of those skills, I thought, well, I'll build a cricket database and see where I go from there. And then that was difficult to get out of once I started, because I started realising that like teams were making more mistakes than I thought, and commentators didn't really have a clue what they were talking about and stuff. And and then I started building more and more and more databases, and then it turned itself from a hobby eventually into something of a business. So it was very difficult to get roles. As a non-ex-player, you know, it's very, very difficult to get a decent job in cricket. So you have to work really hard to try and prove your worth, both in terms of marketing yourself, but also in terms of when you do get jobs, I feel like you have to work twice as hard. It shouldn't be like that, but I feel like you have to work twice as hard to prove yourself, because you're not a known quantity and you're not an ex-player, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. So yeah, it's been a difficult journey to get decent jobs, but I am fortunate now that I've got a couple of good roles, and we'll see what happens from there. Hopefully we'll pick up a couple more, and some other franchise leagues and stuff like that. And hopefully the results of the teams that I work for have gone pretty well this year generally. So obviously we spoke about the 100. Obviously, I've been very disappointed. Obviously, we didn't win the final on Saturday, but we topped the group stage. We outperformed all the teams on a lot of different metrics as well, which was something which coincided with our recruitment plans too. So that was good. So we hit those objectives. At Leicestershire, I think that it's important to rationalise the fact that we have a lower budget compared to pretty much every other county. So even if we've come halfway, that's a pretty decent success. This year so far, we've actually got a higher win percentage this year than any year for the last 10 years. So that I think what I'm trying to say is that these things show that analytics and an unconventional approach, if you like, actually do work.
Yeah, no, we're gonna delve into the whole analytics versus eye test. Temple?
Yeah, I was actually going to ask a question along those lines, because obviously for us laymen out here, we just pop onto Quick Info. We're like, look at the strike rates, look at the run rate. Sorry, the average. That's the other one. Sorry, brains a bit puzzled. But what other stats are there? Like, can you give us like a quick look into the type of stats that you look at? Do you look at like strike rate per 10 balls on this field on this day? like demystify it for me.
Yeah, I'll leave the random stuff like the fastest Test century scored on a Tuesday to a few people on Twitter who think really love that sort of stuff. I don't. So basically, there's loads of stuff. I mean, it's difficult to even know where to start. So for example, you talk about average and strike rate. I actually don't really evaluate, in T20 at least, I don't really evaluate average as a particularly useful metric, because strike rate and boundary percentage is far more valuable in terms of determining success for teams. And I actually look at balls per dismissal rather than average. So I look at balls per dismissal and strike rate, or balls per dismissal and boundary percentage to be a little bit more specific. And you can classify players' skill sets by their boundary percentage, so how aggressive they might be, for example, and how much intent. Intent is a bit of a buzzword at the moment, and you can gauge a player's intent level pretty accurately by their boundary percentage over a decent sample size. You might want to split those up by, for example, different phases: power play, middle overs, depth. You might want to look at splitting them up further against pace bowlers and spin bowlers, or various spin types. But all this kind of information will enable you to build plans for dealing with an individual opponent in a given match. So we might say, for sake of argument, we've got a right-hander and he's really weak at the ball turning away from him. So we might want to bomb him with like slow left arm or some leg spin or something like that. And that might be a viable plan against a specific opponent. So there's a lot of things that you can really delve into. They're a lot deeper than those sort of basic quick info metrics. And I haven't scratched the surface of some of the advanced metrics that I use for recruitment, which I can't really talk about in the public domain because at the moment, I mean, this year in the Blast in England, I managed to find Leicestershire the top run scorer and the top wicket taker for our overseas players. So yeah, I can't give away all the secrets.
Would you be able to give us an idea in what you saw in people like Marcus Harris, Josh Inglis, and particularly for our South African viewers, when you initially signed Veon Mulder? You've told me previously that Veon Mulder, it was quite difficult to get footage of him. So what was it about him that attracted you to initially sign him before you had to replace him?
Well, yeah, that's an interesting one. I mean, I can't go into like massive specifics with regards to specific players, but with Veon, I think it's important to realise is that he's far ahead of the curve for players of his age and has been for a long time, which illustrates, he didn't even play like semi-pro cricket in South Africa. He went straight into franchise level. So his stats are real, whereas I think some players, their first class stats, they might have played 80% of their matches in, say, 3 days rather than 4 days, and it's a lower standard, and that inflates their first class numbers. You've got to be kind of very aware of that. So with Veon, his numbers were real. His numbers were very, very good. There's not that many players who bat in the top 6 and can be a frontline bowling option or a very viable bowling option. I think he would go really well in English conditions as well. And we thought we were getting 102 players for one, really, if you like. And there's not many players around the world who can do that. So I think that's really important. So that gives you kind of some insight into what I might be thinking about there. So there's a scarcity of resources argument as well as an individual player's quality, and I think that's something that any recruit can really try and think about a little bit, because when you're prioritising recruitment, for example, in England there's like 101 really good T20 batters, but there's not that many good bowlers. So you're shopping in 2 different markets effectively in terms of that scarcity of resources. And so that was some thought process towards Veon. Marcus was someone who had done consistently well in Sheffield Shield. I built a model that showed me that Sheffield Shield was a slightly higher standard than county cricket, and generally players very, very slightly improved their Sheffield Shield numbers in county cricket. And he did a great job for us as well. And Inglis and Nav in T20. So Josh, again, that was very data-driven. Model outputs. He was good at the ball turning away from a right-hander as well as with faces spin, which was kind of like something we were really looking for a player who could do well for that. And Nav is someone I've been watching for 2+ years as soon as he started playing franchise cricket, and I like what I see from him in terms of like multi-phase flexibilities, the phases that he bowls in. So it is quite good for flexible plans, and he's got good number of variations, which I think batters find quite hard to pick. And yeah, he's a passionate guy, clever guy. I like the fact, he gives the bulk batters some send-offs and stuff sometimes, and so he's a guy who's up for the battle, not up for that. So yeah, quite a good character, and I like that as well.
Okay, let's just have let's go just into the 100. Obviously, Leicester had the T20 Blast, and then afterwards there was the 100. What is your opinion, and what's the general consensus in the country around the 100? Have more people gone to love it, and also are there what learnings can people take into T20 with the 100?
Okay, so you asked about a general consensus, and I think that there isn't one, because unfortunately it has polarised cricket supporters in England. So a general consensus certainly, in my view, doesn't exist. I wish it did, but I personally would, regardless of whether I worked in the league or not, I think that a high quality franchise league needed to come to England, be it a new format or there's not really a new format, it's a slightly different format, or whether it was T20, it didn't really bother me in that respect. But I was strong on the fact that we needed a real high quality domestic tournament, because as good as the T20 Blast is, it's 18 teams, so there's that clear dilution of quality between teams, because you can't have 18 teams full of really good players, but you can have 8 teams full of really good players. There's a clear point that I made on Twitter the other day, is the fact that in a Blast, it's probably pretty similar to South African domestic cricket in my view. I think very similar dynamics, and that there's usually at least two players in every team who are like, maybe they're not great hitters, they nerdle it around a little bit, they don't really have like big hitting in their locker. And it's the same in the Blast. And then also in the Blast, there's like 1 or 2 opposition bowlers, you can probably target and get away with targeting. Whereas a lot of the time in the 100, I felt that there was no real let up in terms of opposition bowler quality. They just kept on coming after you. And the same with batters, they kept on coming after the bowlers. There was no consolidation. There was no players who they didn't have the big shots in their locker. Everyone had that intent, and I felt that was indicative of a higher standard of competition. And also there was more overseas players, and there was a big discussion about the quality of the overseas players. But to be honest with you, I thought the quality of overseas players was actually pretty high. What I felt was people got confused a little bit about was the fact that they confused quality with reputation. Because people will say, oh, I don't know, Josh Inglis came in or Adam Milne came in, and they're not big names. Well, actually, they're better than most of the big names. So, and they're far better than most of the big names. So, what do you want? Do you want guys who are like declining and with a massive reputation but really not that great anymore, or do you want guys who are actually really good? And I would, as a recruiter, of course, I want guys who are really, really good. I don't care about reputation. Reputation doesn't bother me in the slightest. So I think there was a lot of agenda against the 100 to start with, from a lot of kind of traditionalist and county supporters and stuff like that. As the tournament progressed, particularly after the wildcard draft, and as the tournament progressed in terms of the matches, I felt that the number of people who were against it dwindled quite a lot. So there was a lot of people who were like, okay, well, I've grown to accept it, and in some cases, I think also grown to enjoy it, which is great. And yeah, from my perspective, it was a fantastic experience, but also the fact that I saw so many, all the grounds were packed. I saw so many people enjoying themselves, having a great time. After every game we played, I used to do like a Twitter search of Birmingham Phoenix because I wanted to see what people wrote about our team. And the amount of people who you do a Twitter search and it will come up with like, a parent with a photo of them and their children saying, we've had the best day out at watching Birmingham Phoenix, and they've all got Birmingham Phoenix kit and stuff like that. And I just think that's absolutely amazing that we can help contribute that to a family and hopefully children who are going to grow up enjoying cricket and loving the game and wanting to emulate guys like Mo, Liam Livingstone, Adam Milne, people like that, guys who are their role models basically in terms of what they've achieved in cricket and their level of performances and stuff. And I just think that's fantastic. And whether people agree or disagree with me, that's absolutely fine. But you don't see a lot of families at 4-day matches in England. You don't see a lot of people at 4-day matches full stop. But families and stuff and kids having a great time, you just don't see it very often. But this was, I think, a really good vehicle to get a lot of new fans into the sport, and that can only be good for the sport in general moving forward. You know.
That sounds so exciting. Like, I won't lie, when you spoke about family, it played on the heartstrings. You know,
Yeah.
it's all about family. That's
yeah.
Okay,
I love.
speaking. Oh, sorry, I'll go.
Yeah, no, I loved seeing that. I agree with you completely. Yeah.
So you're speaking about initially when you came into like your role as the main stats guy, the stats guru, that you noticed a lot of teams making a lot of mistakes, and teams like RCB come to mind where, as you mentioned, it's all about reputation. You got like the big names there, but in terms of quality, they leave a lot to be desired. They're not getting trophies. So what are the types of like mistakes that teams usually make with recruiting, adding to like reputation over quality? You know,
it's interesting you raised the RCB example. I actually think they're doing a little bit better now than they have done for years. So they seem to have been working pretty well with their recruitment strategies of late. So I endorse a lot more of their strategies this year than perhaps they might have done before. I think a lot of mistakes we'll make. Like I said, one, they don't understand the difference in standard and the different dynamics from one league to another. So I'll give you an example. So it's pretty well known the IPL teams love Australian players, and I think that at some stage that faith was fairly justified, but not quite fully justified. But in the last few years, I don't see the Big Bash being as a higher standard as it used to be, and the IPL teams still value the players the same, even though the standard has dropped. And it's a lot easier to bowl in a Big Bash against not the best caliber of batter and on big boundaries, and then when you go and play at the IPL, you know, there are small boundaries and amazing batters, and it's not a surprise to see Australian bowlers struggle on a general basis in the IPL from that perspective. There's a lot of stuff like recency bias that we spoke about Big Bash. Oftentimes, the IPL auction will coincide with the Big Bash at some point. So, like, maybe the first half of the Big Bash, a few players have done well, get picked up by IPL teams because they're like in the current eye, if that makes sense. They're on TV doing well and stuff. There's that recency bias. A few times that's happened with West Indies as well. They've had a conveniently organised T20 series against India about a week before the IPL auction. So a few of the West Indies players did well against India. Yeah, indeed. Are picked up for big money. I think that coaches sometimes they recruit known quantities too much to them. So, like, for example, they want to pick players that they know, maybe some of their friends, things like that. Owners get involved, which tends to lead to emotional, non-logical decision making. There's also other things that influence poor recruitment, stuff like not understanding role clarity. So, for example, buying a bowler who bowls in the middle overs and then expecting him to bowl at death and be a superstar, which just doesn't happen. There's plenty of stuff. So many mistakes that teams make. I'm trying to think. They don't value the right metrics a lot of times. So a lot of teams prioritise dot ball avoidance over boundary hitting, when boundary hitting is proven to be a more winnable strategy. If that makes sense.
Sorry, say that again.
Boundary hitting versus dot ball avoidance. So, for example, some players are like very risk averse, so they don't like hitting boundaries because they don't want to get out, but they will try and like rotate the strike and avoid dot ball. So I call it dot ball avoidance. Whereas other players, they don't care if they dot up because the amount of boundaries they hit massively outweighs the dots. The decreasing value from the dots. You know, someone like Chris Gale would be a historical example of that. Someone who he has a high percentage of dots, but he also has a high percentage of boundaries, and historically that's been a strategy that worked for him. So dot ball avoidance doesn't tend to win you as many matches as boundary hitting does. So it's a poor strategy to sign dot ball avoiders on a general basis, but teams still love them.
Yeah, that says a lot about the way we speak about cricket. I was spoke about T20s in that West Indies series.
Avoidance.
This is why I wanted Dad on the show, my Paul. I wanted him to debunk that theory about dot balls. No, what I wanted to just ask is, with the 100, did your approach in terms of recruitment change with the slight changes that they have? So having 5 ball overs, having the bowler allowed to bowl 10 balls straight. Does that did that change your approach at all?
Hello, and we're back for the second innings. The second innings in this T20 between South Africa and Sri Lanka. South Africa are chasing 301. And it's been a while, 2016 since we last chased it. I'm joined by Simon Gear. With me, it's been a while that we've been together, so hopefully South Africa will be able to do something nice.
Hi, I'm Paul. Simon? Yeah, very, very well, man. Good to see you.
Yeah, good. Remember, you can watch us we're live on YouTube, we're live on Twitter, we're live on Facebook. You can follow us on all those platforms. You can also subscribe so you can know when we're going live. We'll be going live at 8 p.m. after this game with the women's game, if the stream does allow us, but it got better towards the end. So I'm assuming the big wigs up at SuperSport were like, you got to fix this now. So that's
if it rains again, we're not even going to go live again. We're just going to stay on air, I suspect.
Yeah.
Who's the last? I mean, the whoever's got the last shift here and the first shift on the next game might well end up doing about 4 hours of commentary. But
I think that's a niece.
Oh, is he really? Okay. Well,
yes.
he's certainly up to it. He's got the enthusiasm for it.
Yeah. So we've got Yanaman Malan getting ready to face up. I'm assuming is Dushmanta Chimera, but this is quite an imposing total, Simon. 300 against Sri Lanka and Colombo, with Sri Lanka having 3 spinners, is something that this batting lineup is going to have to navigate.
Yeah, we're going to discover whether having the rise of the spinner within our squad has helped the guys in the nets as well as in the middle, I suppose.
So Yanaman is getting ready. He averages 121 in ODI, so he's very, very ready for this. Dushmanta Chimera into bowl. This one's a fuller length ball on the offside, played out to Hasaranga at point for no run. That's the first one. Just really worried about this 300, but yeah, I honestly do think South Africa's bowlers let them down. But yeah, I think it's a tactical thing, because I wouldn't have gone in with three seamers. I'd have actually gone in with 3 spinners to try and match Sri Lanka, but South Africa's always just wary about that. But it is what it is, and now we're finding ourselves in a situation.
Yeah, just a reminder, you can tweet us at GorillaSA. That's GUERILLASA. Let us know your thoughts on this game, on the next one that's coming up, the women's game, and on cricket in general.
Next ball is an edge that runs all the way to the boundary. There are 2 slips in there for Sri Lanka, but this one just playing it low, going past that 3rd slip on the ground. And good runs for South Africa off the bat, first boundary of the innings.
Yeah, I'm not sure it was an edge entirely. I think it was played sort of certainly with the outside half of the bat, I think. But he couldn't have left it. It would have hit the top of off otherwise. What he did do was maybe play slightly away from his body. He maybe needed to get across and solidly in behind that. But runs more important maybe than safety.
Yeah, no. Yanaman's really enjoying this ODI, playing in ODIs for South Africa. So long may it continue. Chimera into Malan, who it's a beautiful ball outside the off stump. He tried to play a similar shot to the previous one. This time he got a lot of air as the ball did swing a little away from
this one I think maybe moving away from the batsman slightly. Yeah, it seemed away off the seam. and that was enough to beat the edge. Whereas I think the previous one pretty much had gone straight on, and Janneman Milan definitely fishing outside off.
Yeah, footwork nowhere to be seen at all. But it is like the third ball of the inning, so you can forgive him. But yeah, South Africa really do need Janneman to fire if they're ever going to get close to this 300. This one's just left alone outside the off stump. No run.
I was sort of surprised that Sri Lanka got to 300. Certainly, they got off to a really, really good start. But I then, with our spinners coming in and really tying them up, I thought that we were going to safely restrict them to high 200s for a while.
I think it was when Asalanka came in after that wicket fell in the 30th over. Those next 10 overs were just horrible from South Africa's perspective. I think they went over like at 7 runs and over, and it just set Sri Lanka up for that attack on 300. This one's a short one outside the off stump, played off the back foot. It's gone square and it's been chased down by Wanendu Hasaranga, who corrals it in, and the South Africans managing to get 2. The outfields here are long.
Yeah, I mean, they're clearly fast as well. And Milan, I'm not even sure whether you could say that he timed that necessarily, but considering he's really just prodded at that in exactly the same way as the one that went past his outside edge, but managed to get 2 runs off it. I'll chat about our bowling performance after this ball.
Final ball of the first Chimera over, as he comes right arm over. And this one's played off the back foot, looking for the single or misfield. Engages the single. Janneman was already halfway down the pitch, waiting to see whether the fielder was going to get it right. And this time he didn't. And so he manages to hold on to the strike. He's farming the strike already with South Africa 7 without loss.
And that means South Africa needs exactly a runner ball for the next 49 overs, which is good news for them. Yeah, just having a look. I mean, so our 4 quicks went for, our 3 quicks went for over 7 runs and over, or as near as damn it. Anrich Nokia 6.9, Kagiso Rabada 7.3, and Andile Petwayo 7.4. And compare that to our spinners, where Keshav bowled 10 overs, 2 for 30. Aidan Markram, who's hardly anyone's frontline spinner, 6 overs, 1 for 33. And Tabraiz Shamsi, 10 overs, 1 for 55. So almost more than a runner ball, more per over from the quicks than from the spinners.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I felt was that maybe we should actually go in with one out and out bowler who bowls at 150 Ks and have another quick in. I would have thought Vian Mulder and Dwayne Pretorius to kind of be those guys, because at least they can bat, and then have a third spinner in there with Keshav, probably even George Linder and Tabraiz Shamsi to try and play these 50 overs like that. But because I'm not a fan of having Aidan Markram bowl, and in his last 2 overs went for 19 runs, as this one is played out to the offside for no run, and it was in that 10 over period I was talking about where Sri Lanka, South Africa had no answer. And
I've quite liked the way we use him up front sometimes. Where you get a couple of quick overs from him in the first 10 overs. And I haven't actually seen us do that. I've seen us do that in T20. I haven't actually necessarily seen us do that in ODI.
I just feel as though... Yes?
I mean, it's quite a good way of getting some extra overs of spin in. And he can bowl when he's not under pressure.
Wide ball from Karunaratne, Chamika Karunaratne, not Dilmuth Karunaratne, and he'll have to bowl that next one. So it's 1 to the total, 8 without loss. My only problem with having Aidan Markram bowl is that you don't know what you're going to get every day, every game. And today, it was the first time the Sri Lankans probably even saw Aidan Markram. I assume in the next game, they're probably going to try attack him as much as possible, like they attacked him when he bowled his 5th and his 6th over. And so for me, I wouldn't want to be relying on that. I'd rather get someone who knows how to bowl, even though our batting lineup right now needs actually more batsmen than bowlers. This one just played out to the offside on the up for a single down to 3rd man. And we'll see the first time Aidan Markram bowls. It's going to be an interesting one because He averages 26 in ODIs. I don't know in what world that's good enough, but we shall see.
Yeah, I mean, look. I think you're right that particularly when he comes up against some of the big powerhouse hitting sides, he is going to get found out a little bit. And in fact, the West Indies did go after him a little bit, didn't they? But I do like the idea of having him as maybe preferably a fourth spin option rather than a third one.
Mm-hmm. Aiden's first ball back of the length, he plays it back to the bowler, no run. I'd be comfortable if he's coming in and you know that you've got 4 spinners in the game and he's your fourth. That makes a lot more sense. The only problem is all our other spinners outside of Tabraiz Shamsi are all the same, and he is the one who's different. He's right arm orthodox, whereas you've got left arm orthodox in Linda and Keshav Maharaj. So it's just it's an interesting one, but we shall see. Anis on YouTube says, keep an eye on the dot balls. That's the next dot ball that was bowled by Karunaratne to Aiden Markram. He lets it go through.
Chepo Taylor tweets us in. He says, yo, Yanaman. I think talking about Yanaman playing with the outside half of his bat for most of this innings. But it's working for him so far, so just keep doing what you do, lad. He's got a hell of a record so far. Was that an average of 77 that they were showing?
No, his average is 122.
No wonder. I was sure that I had them the wrong way around. That's astonishing.
Next ball, Aiden plays out to the leg side for no run, picked up at mid on, and so scored hasn't moved. Yeah, he's scored 491 runs. He's just running through ODI cricket. Only problem is that you want that translated into T20s. That doesn't happen. Whereas Aiden started T20s really well, but in his ODIs, it just hasn't come through. And that's a big issue for South Africa. Last ball for this last over. Chamika into Aiden. He plays this one off the front foot. This time down to the leg side, no run. End of that over 9 without loss after 2.
He's been very, very watchful as Aiden Markram. I see he's got a white handkerchief tucked into the front of his pants. Does CSA budget not extend to navy green towels? You would have thought
they were using yellow towels. So I know Temba had a yellow towel at the not at the toss, but at the anthems. So yeah, there's yellow towel somewhere, unless if he's used his yellow towel to shine the ball.
Possibly. Are you allowed to use your yellow towel to shine the ball? Are you allowed to use
not necessarily shine the ball to wipe it off because of the moisture, but
I also realized in my comment there that I created an entirely new color of navy green. But it works.
It is the closest. It's Everest green. It's emerald. Yeah. It's navy. If there ever was where you'd call it navy green, that's what it would be, I would assume.
Exactly. If the navy was trying to disguise itself in the jungle.
This one is short ball outside the off stump. Yanaman connecting with that really nicely flat batted shot, but it's one bounce straight to the fielder at cover, no run.
I reckon the Sri Lankans have got about another 2 overs here to find his outside edge. And I would say that it's probably even money that they might, because he's happily playing at everything outside off there. But that one was a much more solid shot than his previous efforts.
I'm surprised Sri Lanka didn't start with a spinner just to see how Yanaman would react, because everyone assumes Yanaman can't play spin. So I would have started with a spinner and see how that goes, trying to open up an end. Chamira into Yanaman. This one straight on middle. He gets a nice portion of bat onto it. It's gone down the leg side. Very awkward fielding there, but they've managed to get it back. 2 runs off of that. Yanaman on a roll there. 10 of 10. Aiden, no runs from his 4 balls. South Africa 11 without loss.
Yeah, I mean, I was very pleased to see us going into this with 2.5 spinners. And once we then saw how poorly our speedsters did, I really think that possibly even a third proper spinner might have been an option. And I do agree with you that, well, I'll tell you after this ball.
Chamira into Yanaman. This one is outside the off stump. I think that's probably where Sri Lanka need to bowl for him. He plays this one to the fielder at cover, no run.
I do agree with you that Petuayo and Pretorius and Mulder are all probably competing for one slot here in this lineup, and whoever's better able to just take the pace off the ball and let the humidity and the pitch do the work is probably gonna take that, because I think they're all much of a muchness in terms of the type of batsman that they are.
And I think that's a way we need to move away from South African cricket. This one is a short one down the leg side. Yanaman ducks underneath it, and no run there. I think we should consider playing all the time in limited overs cricket 3 all-rounders at 6, 7, and 8, and then you allow 3 out-and-out bowlers. I know Shamsi will take up one spot, and you need to decide between KG and Anna for the other quick. And then whether you go in with another quick or you go in with another spinner as your third option, like maybe today you could have gone with Kesh and picked one of Kagiso and have had your 3 all-rounders back you up. One can bowl at the top. So it's something that you can that I think South Africa needs to move to, because that's where the world's going to, and we're still stuck in our little bubble, as you may call it, because it is a COVID world. This one's outside the off stump, just a little bit of swing away from Yanaman. He doesn't play at that. And 1 ball left in the third.
I would be very, very open to have played only one of KG or Nortje in this game, but I would rather have replaced them with. Do we have another spinner in the squad?
George Linder.
George. So I mean, why not go in with George Linder as well in the next game? Because the next game also in Colombo.
All the games, all 3 T20s and ODIs in Colombo. Sri Lanka does not want to be moving bubbles. Short ball, and Yanaman ducks underneath it. Oh, it's called a wide. Thank you, umpire Kumas. Was it? Yeah. Damasena. Yes, I nearly called him Dama. Yeah, because I kind of put in the Kumar of his name, the KU of his name. Kumar Damasena.
He really smashed that in, and it went way over the head, to the point where the umpire, in signalling wide, almost had his hands in a Y shape rather than straight up.
like he scored a field goal in.
Or was a member of the Village People, one of the two.
In American football. This one, just outside the off stump, to Yanaman to end that over. He plays that to the fielder at point. No run there. South Africa 12 without loss. Chasing 301. Markram still yet to score. Milan 10 or 14.
My concern, if we had brought in one of the other all-rounders to replace Anrich Nortje in this, or indeed KG, is that Andile Petuayo didn't do all that well. And I'm not sure whether that's just Andile having been off the boil for the last 8 months or so, or whether that was the conditions.
I was actually surprised Andile got a game. I thought they'd want Dwayne Pretorius to get a game because he hasn't played since the CSA T20. And then I think that's where the issue that I had with the selection was like, there's a guy who could fix a lot of your problems, but you're not playing him. So that's another story for another day. This one, Karunaratne floats one up. It's a half volley that Markram climbs into. Cover drive through. The fielder at cover got a hand onto it, and they can only get 3 as the outfields are long. There was pace taken off that ball from the fielder, but a very good shot from Aiden after that. It was a poor ball, and he had to climb into that, and he did that really well, just not getting to the boundary.
He really threw everything at that, and it must have stung the fingers of whoever that was diving across in cover to try and field it. They got enough of a hand to deflect it and slow it down quite substantially.
Oh, Aiden coming down the wicket, and it's a shorter ball outside the off stump, and he just punches it with a flat batted shot past the fielder at extra cover. A lovely change of angle there. Actually, it is Yanaman Milan. He's playing like the world is oyster now. He's starting to move down the wicket, and that change of angle really getting that ball to the boundary. Good fall from him.
He's become noticeably better in the last over or so, as he's, I think, just building in confidence and getting into a better position to play those balls outside the off stump, and that's the second one in a row that we've seen him really get wet in the screws. He had one in the previous over as well, and I think we're beginning to see him get into his rhythm.
Karunaratne to Milan. It's another half volley that he drives to point, but he finds the fielder, just like in the previous over. There were a lot of those shots where he found the fielder. So 19 without loss. On YouTube, Anis Mohammed says, is spit or sweat still not allowed to be used for ball maintenance?
Certainly at club level, it's not allowed to be used still. I'm not quite sure what the ruling is on ODIs. I'm assuming not. I think that they're keeping... I mean, there has been some murmurs of maybe making that a permanent rule. There have been a couple of rules that people are talking about keeping in place. And
Yanaman Malan coming down the wicket this time. It was a short ball. He swung at that one with everything that he had. He got an top edge that went behind the fielder's square on the wicket on the offside, and it raced away to the you were so like backward point boundary, yes, for 4. Very good, a very good shot, not that risky, and he pulled it off really, really nicely.
And that's a good example of the time that he spends in the gym being well worthwhile. That's it was all about bat speed, and he really muscled that over backward points and away for that one bounce 4.
Yes, the guys in Paul must be salivating to have Yanaman Malan in their team with his brother, who is the captain of what they call the Rocks, which is the team from Boland. So it's going to be quite interesting to see them when the domestic season starts. Next ball just played out to point, no run.
Yeah, I look forward to seeing a bit more of the domestic cricket this coming season. It'll be with the rejigging of the franchises and so on. I think there's going to be some very, very good cricket played.
Yeah, well, we've been talking to a couple of the guys who are going to be playing. Next ball is a back of a length. Yanaman was stuck in his crease, could only just push it out on the bounce, and some great fielding from I'm assuming it is Rajapaksa, and he's done a great job at extra cover to prevent further runs. End of that over 23 without loss after 4.
I'm never sure whether this is my ignorance of Sri Lankan cricket. I often struggle with their 11s. I sort of get to know them through a series and then forget in between. But this feels like an 11 there are a lot of players here that I'm very unfamiliar with.
So Simon, take a seat. Let me tell you what's happened in Sri Lankan cricket. It's not as it's actually probably similarly bad to what's happened in South Africa. So we know that Kusal Mendes, Gunatilaka, as well as who's the other person? I've got his name over here actually. Are all suspended for breaching the COVID protocol. Or Dikwela, Nirishan Dikwela. So they're suspended for a year by the ICC for breaching the bubble in the UK. Short ball.
Suspended for a whole year? I didn't realize that. I thought it was a sort of a domestic sanction of a fine and being sent home for a week. I didn't realize that it was actually an ICC sanction. That's phenomenal.
Yeah, so they're appealing that. And then on top of that, Angelo Matthews isn't in the squad because he's fighting contractual issues. He wants more money.
Well, so do I, Angelo, but like such is life.
And then Kusal Pereira. Remember Kusal Pereira in Durban when he got COVID and he's recovering from it. So we might see him come in and open with Avishka Fernando as this ball Markham plays down the leg side. They're going to come through for 2. The South Africans, and score goes up to 25.
God knows, Guerrilla Cricket only commentated on Kusal Pereira's batting for hours and hours and hours at a time.
Yes. And then so on top of that, Sri Lanka then had a tournament just before South Africa came, a 4-team tournament with all the national players in the national radar. And Dinesh Chandimal got brought back into the side as a backup top order batsman. Nuwan Pradeep also came back in. So this team that you saw today is a team that finished the game against Sri Lanka, against India.
Okay.
The last ODI against India. as Chimera comes in as a short ball. Aiden Markham defends that out to the leg side no run. And most of that was came out of our our podcast that we had on Tuesday with Estelle Vadusevan of, I think it's the papare.com in Sri Lanka, and she gave us the entire rundown as to what's going on with Sri Lankan cricket. And which is why I was kind of disappointed with South Africa, because I thought going with KG and Anrich Nokia to a batting lineup that's new to international cricket might be a little bit easier, because you can assert your dominance and put Sri Lanka under a little bit of pressure, because they also have a similar situation with us where they bat until number 6. After that, there's nothing. And we saw that in those final 10 overs. This one's up in the air from Aiden Markham, but he manages to evade the fielders, and the ball's going to roll all the way to the deep mid-wicket boundary. It was a slower ball that was played by Chimera, but Markham got a hold of that one on the toe end of the bat, and luckily didn't go to the fielder, but more runs to South Africa.
Yeah, it certainly didn't look like an emphatic shot, did it? He sort of prodded at it and was trying to flick it off his toes, but just didn't get it nicely at all. As it was, straight through the gap. And these big modern bats, there's plenty of wood behind it, and it ran away for 4. That takes South Africa through to 29 without loss now after 4.4 overs. Markram is there on 9 off 9. Malan 18 off 19.
Mm-hmm. And Chimera bowling his 5th ball in this 5th over. And Aiden Markham looking like he's making a meal off of that ball, similar to... Remember, Jacques Callas used to do this, but this time Aiden plays this out to the offside. He was in the air the moment the ball made contact with the bat. So
he behaved like the ball suddenly became a hornet that took him by surprise. It was such an odd shot.
Yes,
I think he
Jacques
was.
Callas says. Remember, Jacques
He was
Callas
thinking it was good. He reacted like a batsman would if it spat off the off the surface and suddenly went for his grill. Except that it didn't. It's actually stayed fairly low. So it was very difficult to see what caused him that level of concern.
Mm-hmm. Next ball on the off stump, played out to the offside. The fielder is Avishka Fernando, and no run there. End of that over, 29 without loss after 5.
It's been a good solid start by South Africa. I think certainly we've seen Malan look more and more comfortable the longer he's been at the crease, and I won't put the mockers on him about what I think will happen with him. But it is the start that he wanted. South Africa, we know, tend to be a better bowling side than they are a batting side, and we are so reliant on how our openers do to get us off to a decent start. I think a lot will be expected of Temba Bavuma here and generally on this tour, to see him get properly back into form and really leading from the front of the bat.
Well, if the top order look at the way Avishka Fernando batted, he didn't score at over 100 strike rate. He scored at about 85, just nudging and prodding the ball around the wicket. Didn't worry about boundaries, just got the scoreboard ticking. And that's what you need on these wickets. We're seeing the first sign of spin with Wanindu Hasaranga. Anis on Twitter says 11 dots out of 16. That was a while ago. He then says update from England, 50 for Kohli. So that's good for India and me, because I don't support the mother body. Hasaranga in with a slip. This one is straight on the off stump. No turn on offer yet, but Malan played that. He opened up and showed Hasaranga all 3 of his stumps and managed to push the ball away. I'm not sure if that's the best way to play a leg spinner, but we shall see. Malan in again. Hasaranga in again to Malan, and he plays that off the back foot. This one was a little bit more shorter than the previous one, and so he just rode the bounce and played it to the offside for a single, 30 for without loss.
Yeah, certainly looking like he's willing to take the game to the spinners on the evidence of those first two balls. I think this is going to be quite an interesting little battle between Malan and the Sri Lanka slopes.
The number 3 T20 bowler Wanindu Hasaranga getting an inside edge off of the bat of Aiden Markham. Aiden came forward to that one, getting a thickish inside edge. There was a leg slip, or a leg gully actually. A man 45 on the leg side who picked that up. No run.
Yeah, I wonder whether there's something about the way that T20 scoring works, or I'm talking about the scoring for points for bowlers now, that it favors the spinners. I think I did actually talk about this in the previous series, that because captains don't play them in the last don't bowl them in the last 3 or 4 overs, I think these guys are ranked a lot higher than they probably should be in terms of genuine quality of player.
But we've seen quality spin bowling compared to the fast bowling that we've seen. I think all our favorites fast bowlers have been off the boil, as the last 2 balls have been dot balls. Aiden Markham just looking to get off strike. This last one, Aiden plays off the back foot, and it goes straight to the Centurion, Avishka Fernando, for no run. End of that over. 1 run coming off of that over. You can see, as Simon, with your tweet earlier on, the moment spin is introduced, that worm just deflects away. So end of that over, 30 without loss.
You see, if the captains all felt that these guys genuinely were ranked, 1, 2, 3 in T20s, then why don't they bowl them in the important overs, in the 18, 19, 20 overs of a T20?
I think it's always been easier to play spinners. I just think that and I do agree with you, because I think in the middle overs, if you bowled your quicks in the middle overs, they'd also probably take more wickets. But you kind of, it's just the way the game is right now, where you save your fast bowlers for the back end, and in those moments, batsmen actually thrive on that. Chimera resuming, and the Yanaman gets to the other end. He just punched that down past the bowler for a single.
I suppose it's also emotionally as a captain. If you bring a spinner on in the 19th over and the batsman puts 3 boundaries back over his head for 6, it looks really, really bad. If you bring KG Rabada on and there are 3 top edges that go over third man for 6, it sort of feels more vindicated. And I think that's probably the fundamental difference. That the guys still go for runs, but it looks less deliberate if it's a quick on.
Yes, Chimera into Aiden Markram, who punches this one really lovely off the back foot. The fielding leaves much to be desired, but the result is 4 runs off the bat of Aiden Markram.
Yeah, he's looking good at the moment, and South Africa moving on quite nicely. 35 without loss after 6.2, and of those, Aiden Markram is on 13. And Yanaman Malan 20.
It was actually more of a defensive shot, it seemed, like a back foot defensive shot, but he managed to get the middle of the bat and roll past that fielder at mid-off for 4. So good start to this partnership, 35 without loss for South Africa. I've put money on South Africa actually chasing 300, so let's see if that's going to work. This one's an edge and flies past the gully region where there is nobody, and third man picks it up for a single.
Did you put actual money on or metaphorical money?
Actual money.
Oh, wow. Okay. I did not know that you...
Well, I tweeted the group and said the odds are 4.75 to 1 for South Africa winning this game. And I was like, well, that's pretty cool. So let's see. I increased my money by 5 times if they do.
Yeah. Nothing wrong. Yeah, I sort of try and stay away from sport betting because I suspect I might enjoy it too much. I've actually got a mate who's a very serious sort of computer programmer type guy. Top chess player. He's one of those sort of guys. I'll tell you about him right now.
Chimera to Yanaman, and this one's a short ball. Yanaman looked like he was going to pull that, but it went way over his head. This time is not a wide. It's the first short ball of the over. Thank you, umpire Damasina.
And he runs a reasonably decent betting portfolio. I mean, it's enough that his financial advisor actually includes it as part of his analysis each year. And he does it entirely by computer modeling, usually football games, I think, soccer games. And he'll go right down to sort of second division UAE league and those sort of things, looking for differences in odds versus historical performance and so on. So he's not really a sportsman or sports fan at all. He's more a stats fan. Yeah.
This one is Milan coming down the wicket to this ball from Chimera, flat batting it straight to the fielder, third man, only allowing them to get a single. So the score goes up to 37.
The other tactic that I hear amongst my mates very often is to always bet against the Springboks when they play rugby as a sort of hedge against. But I think that's living your life in grey. I think how can you really enjoy the victories if you don't taste the agony of defeat every now and again?
But that's what I think in America sports betting has become big, and so that's what the pros are saying is that you need to try and find a hedge. Whoa, Aiden Markram over the cow corner for 6. It's a short ball into his arc, and Aiden lashing onto that. Really, really good 6.
Yeah, he hit that in the screws. It was still going up as it went over the boundary just about and clattered into the upper tier of the Columbus Stadium's square leg stand. He really got absolutely all of that. One of the best 6s I think I've ever seen Aiden hit.
Yes, very, very good start from Aiden Markram. Hopefully, he'll be able to carry this forward and take South Africa to that 301. So far, very good start. Many times he's gotten a good start and then gotten out cheapishly. But so far today, he's been quite good. End of the 7th over, 43 without loss.
I think from there as well as Chimera just dug it in and it just sat up and waited to be hit. And a guy with the sort of reaction time that Markram has, had all the time in the world to dispatch that over square leg.
And next over, Hasaranga to resume. He's got a slip in place to Yanaman. Oh, inside edge nearly hit the leg stump. And it goes down to fine leg. He'll picked up by Chimera for a single. That was a googly from Chimera, and Yanaman did not see it at all. Played for the normal turn and got that inside edge.
Sri Lanka can consider themselves so unlucky here. I mean, that by absolutely all reasons should have hit leg stump.
Yanaman decides to sweep this time. Luckily for him, it's outside. He's outside the off stump, and all he gets is a ball to the chest.
So Aiden, in fact, suddenly deciding that I think a bit of a rush of blood to Aiden's head there. He so enjoyed that 6 that he hit that he thought maybe he'd get down onto his knee the very first ball he faced in the second over. He missed it again.
So this time, Aiden Markram trying to be aggressive, gets a underedge because he was playing that off the back foot, a flat batted shot. And this time the ball just about nearly hits the off stump and managed. It actually came off of the wicketkeeper's pads there. And this one is a sweep shot. LBW appeal. Umpire's going to say no. Are they going to go up? It's hit him in front. Simon, what do you think?
I think slightly high. I think he wasn't fully down on his knee, and it hit him in the groin, basically. But he was, if he had been down on his knee properly, I would have said, yeah, there's a good chance there. But he was sort of in a half crouch.
The review. The reason why I felt Sri Lanka confident is when Indu just even considered looking back, he was like, this is out. And so we'll just see. So it's a no ball is fine. The front foot is fine. And
this could be an umpire's call, huh?
Yes.
Could well be clipping the top of middle.
Umpires call on impact and possibly on height, but let's see.
Yeah,
that was the most horrific shot I've ever seen Aiden Markram play.
Yeah, it was
in a very long time. And the worst one, there was a bad one before. I think 2 balls before, and then he comes out with this aggression.
He's looking like he's decided before this over started. In fact, he decided in the hotel last night that he was going to play the sweep in this over regardless. And it's there's a little bit too much bounce, I think, to be doing.
It feels like the South Africans are like it's like they're a bull in the china shop. They're just trying to muscle Hasaranga to all corners. But I think they're lucky because he might be outside that off stump line.
I think that's a very, very good call, Paul. I think you're right. I think this is going to have struck him outside the line. I didn't pick that up in the initial reaction to it. I thought that it would be more a height issue, and he is actually lower than I thought he was.
Yeah, umpire's
impact
call
is going to be umpire's call,
and
it would have been hitting with the wickets. Okay, very, very good umpiring that by Paul and the umpire on that end.
Not by me. I don't have the guts to be sitting on that other end and making that call. It's a massive call, but they just need to calm down. There's no need to rush. There's no need to try and be aggressive. And I think it might be a team strategy for South Africa to attack Sri Lanka spinners rather than necessarily just look for the singles. They're not watching the ball. That's my only problem. They're not watching the ball out the hand. So they're just trying to sweep everything and see whatever's going to stick. This one was a googly, which went on with the arm there and hit off the back foot by Markham to the field at point, no run.
I popped a little bit on him. I think there was a bit of bounce in that ball and caused Markham to play it quite circumspectly. Or Malone, rather.
Oh, this one just nearly coming off the pad, but there's a little bit of bat first and getting that inside edge onto the leg side. South Africa run. Markham calls Milan in for a single. End of the 8th over, 45 without loss.
Well, that was a hell of an over. We had Milan get an inside edge and it just missed the leg stump. We got Markham get an inside edge and just missed the off stump. Then Markham survived a review, which could have gone either way. It was very, very good umpiring, I thought, that it struck him out just outside the line, or umpire's call just outside the line. And at the end of all of that, there was, 1-2 runs off the over, plenty of dot balls. But South Africa have survived, and so they're on 45 without loss after 8 overs. Yanaman Malan is there on 22 off 25. Ed Markram, 21 off 23. They need 301 to win. And so at the moment, their required run rate still over 6 runs and over.
This is someone I'm waiting to see. I've been waiting to try and get a glimpse of this one. Of this bowler, Praveen Jayawikrama, left arm spinner for Sri Lanka. Estelle on our podcast was speaking him up, so we shall see. Simon, I know you need to go soon. I've got Chris backstage if you need to.
If Chris is happy to come on, that would help me, to be honest. So if he would like to come back on.
And he just replied and said he's happy. So we're going to do that soon. Maybe we'll do it at the end of this over.
That's a good idea, I think.
Yes. Jayawikrama to Aiden Markram. This one's a fuller ball that Aiden Markram manages to squeeze out with a cover drive to that extra cover region. And the South Africans will run 3. Good running from these two, and very, very good, batting from Aiden Markram, who picked up the length very quickly and managed to put that away for 3 runs.
Yeah, he sort of sliced across this a little bit in his drive, and so didn't get very much of it. And as a result, they only got the 2. But he moves on to 24.
Mm-hmm. And Jayawikrama in again. This one just defended back by Yanaman Malan for no run.
There is a slip in place for Jayawikrama, and he's also got a mid-wicket who's sort of in a catching position, maybe a little bit deeper than a test match style catching position. But they're certainly seeing him as an attacking option.
Mm-hmm. And Yanaman playing that with hard hands to the fielder at cover, who got a lot more than he expected with that, but they're managing to come through for a single. So just the aggression continues from Yanaman. It's like he's so afraid that he'd rather just be aggressive to the spinners than try play his normal game. But
I think he also picked up that one was getting dropped slightly short because he had time to really back away and smash it like a tennis forehand almost. Straight at that poor guy who's fielding at cover and just getting peppered at the moment.
Yes, so this ball going on with the arm, and Markham just playing that to the field at mid-on, who is the captain, Darshan Shanaka, the 6th Sri Lankan captain. I think Chris said in like 7, I don't know, very short space of time. So it's going to be quite interesting. This one played off, turning straight off middle stump, and Aiden Markham plays it back for no run. It's actually 7th captain since 2018 in ODIs.
Oh, that's impossible. You can't run a team like that at all, man. And yet they're probably going to beat us today. So there you go.
Round down ball to Aiden Markham to end that over. 49 without loss. And that's the end of it. Thank you, Simon, as I bring Chris onto the stream.
Thanks very much, and cheerio.
Howdy.
Cool,
I'm still only halfway through the Jaya Vikrama over, so
that's fine. That's okay. Got you the side. We'll just take a bit of a break. What have you enjoyed so far?
It's a challenging question. I watched so much cricket in the first innings, and there wasn't anything that really stood out to me. I went, wow. I know this is a contentious issue for you, but Aiden Markham did supersede my expectations slightly. We've got an idea about what Aiden Markham did, and he slightly overperformed on that today. And I'm really hoping that he's able to do it with the bats as well. I sound like a broken record at this point, but he's done it in T20s, he's done it in tests, he's done it in domestic one-day stuff. But for whatever reason, when he's wearing the green and it's 50 overs, he doesn't seem to perform. But he and the Yanuman Malan do look like a dangerous opening partnership in both the T20s and the one-day stuff. I think they average about 50 when they open together across the two formats, that is.
Yes, across the two formats. It's just the one man is nearing his average of 26. Hopefully he'll pass that and shut me up, because I just think we can't have an opener who averages 26, no matter how much of an upside he has.
No, I definitely understand that. So if you just looked at the numbers and nothing else, you didn't have context, there's no way he stays on the side. But I don't know. There's so much faith in Aiden Markham that you think eventually
first
it
ball,
has to.
Hasaranga's over. Just played back off the back foot from Yanuman Malan. Back to the bowler. Next ball is a wild swing. Gets an underage there, going to the fielder at the 45. This looks like Malan is on a hiding to nothing today. I'm sorry. It doesn't look against spin like this.
I guess we'll keep mentioning it until we're proven wrong. But the prevailing feeling about Yanuman Malan is he struggles against spin, and obviously these are conditions where spin is going to dominate.
Yes,
and
he's managed to survive until now.
He's managed to enjoy the seamers, obviously, this far. And
we have an LBW appeal, and he knows that he's already walking off. The Yanuman Malan's been trapped in front. South Africa are 49 for 1. He did not read that ball anywhere. He was hoping, he set up for a ball to swing, to turn away from him, but Wanindu gave him the googly. He did not see it, and he was trapped. LBW in front, and South Africa lose their first wicket.
Yeah, it's frustrating. It's exactly what we were hoping for, the exact opposite of this. I was ready for Yanuman Malan to make me look stupid and prove that he can play spin. It is quite disappointing. We found ourselves in a similar position to what Sri Lanka were. They managed to get into the 50s when they lost their first wicket, but they, at a similar time, just after, in a few overs time equivalent, they lost their wicket. So in the end, Yanuman Malan's gone for 23 of 31 deliveries to Wanindu Hasaranga, and the captain is going to come out to the crease, Temba Bavuma. And that lovely new uniform.
Yes, what do you think of it?
I've said it a few times. I do think, I don't know if you managed to hear, if you look for the South African 2003 Rugby World Cup uniform, it looks quite a lot like that, with the little yellow spikes coming out of the collar.
I remember that one. I remember that Nike one. And it was so tight, and it was so great. I remember that one.
It's kind of neutral. They haven't gone. Sorry.
It's safe. It's There's no design on the green. There's nothing. It's remember the pink day kit was similar design to this.
Yeah.
And they just took that pink day kit and then they just rolled it out with the green and the gold. Wherever the pink was green. Wherever there was green on the pink kit, it's now gold.
It's safe, but I do prefer it to the old kits. And it's nowhere near the worst kit in ODI cricket. Australia has such poor kits at the moment.
Tim, the cricket guy here, says neither opener has a plan against Hasaranga, trying to smash him as brainless cricket. Jean Dion Luke says, was a matter of time. Can't keep playing spin off the back foot. One of our best players of spin, Temba Bavuma, underrated in this regard. And first ball with Hasaranga, he plays out to the leg side. Can't get the single as the other spinner, Akila Dhananjaya, picked it up at square leg. You can see the difference. Temba's looking to play off the front foot, whereas Aiden and Yanaman are playing off the back foot. That Albida. Oh, this one turning away from Temba Bavuma off the bowling of Hassan. You can see the smile on his face. Oh my word! And that ends the over. 49 for 1. South Africa are in a little bit of a web caused by Hasaranga.
Yeah, there's no shame going to Hasaranga. He is a world-class bowler, and he's proven that time and again. But in order to be a successful team, you do need to survive the world-class bowlers. You do need to bat against everyone.
Yeah, and this is where and you don't need boundaries. You just need singles. You just need to rotate the strike, and this is where I think Markram and Malan struggled with Hasaranga. Just rotate the strike, watch the ball, rotate the strike, look to get to the other end. If you do that, you can frustrate the spin bowler a lot more than trying to heave, hoe, and do all of these other things. But I do think because Jawakram is a left arm spinner, they'll find a little bit more joy because we've got like all the left arm spinners in the world on tour. So hopefully they've learned from that, especially with Keshav bowling to them.
It's one thing we're not lacking.
Second over, and Aiden Markram with a forward defense back to the bowler, no run.
I mentioned it when I was commentating with Sepa. I do hope that we get to see Kamindu Mendes at some stage, either during this series or during the T20s. He's the young finger spinner who can bowl left-armed and right-armed.
And Aiden Markram getting to the pitch of the ball this time and playing it over long on for 6. Really good shot from Aiden. Good to see that he's choosing to now come forward, way forward to the ball, and really good shot. 6 runs to South Africa.
I can enjoy the comedy of him, Paul almost sounding disappointed when a South African batsman hit a 6. Just going, oh.
Look, it's a good. But it's I don't know, somebody was talking about one of these super sport things, like he was saying batting is like you bat as though you're standing in the bath, right? So you move forward and you move back. But I do think from a spin perspective, as Aiden plays this one down too long off for a single, but I think in a spin perspective, you have to either come super forward to get to the pitch of the ball or play it very, very late.
That's exactly it.
Yes, and so Aiden got that perfectly right in Pakistan in the tests, and to a certain extent we haven't played longer format cricket for a while, as this one's played back to the bowler off the bat of Timber Noran. And so in the previous over to Hasaranga, Aiden kind of lost all of that to say play forward, play back, and do that little tango that I would call. You could call it the spinner's tango, as Timber plays this one out to the offside for a single, getting to the other end. And you kind of have to do that instead of trying to like bully the bowler and put him under pressure. I get that, but you're trying to bully Hasaranga. At least respect the dude.
And Gino Jean saying not many spinners these days that come through and around, which I think is quite true. My first experience of through and around was just in grade 5. There was a spinner in my team who used to go through and around. And I think the only reason he did that is because he found out you could and then wanted to sort of be special. Yes. If Lorenzo's listening, that's what I think of your spinning.
Wikrama coming through and around there. And this one just outside the off stump, punched to the sweeper at the point boundary for a single. End of that over. 11 overs gone, 58 for 1.
I think that's fair. There's a lot of bowlers, and this early on, we can afford to be pretty cautious, especially with Hasaranga, and they can afford to see Jaya Vikrama out and hopefully target some of the other bowlers late in the innings. It's more important just to build a base at the moment.
What's Yanaman Malan's average now?
Well, it was 121 going into this. I'll have a look at how it's diminished. I mean, it's still going to be pretty damn good, but I don't know if it'll still be triple figures.
Might be in the 70s. Might be in the 70s. So South Africa need 243 runs off the next 39 overs. No cloud in sight.
It's 101. 101.2 now. So he manages to hold onto that, and Donald Bradman, eat your heart out. You never got to play an ODI. We don't know what he'd average if he did.
Oh my word! Hasaranga into Aiden Markram, who drives this one to the fielder at cover point. A dive came in from the captain, Shanaka, and South Africans take a single. But that's what you need to do. Just rotate the strike. Rotate the strike.
Yeah.
There's a fuller ball from Hasaranga there, so it's a little bit easier for Aiden to drive. And to a certain extent, that's what Timber brings to this team. It just brings a calmness and ability to play
level
spin.
head.
Yeah. This one he plays down the ground for a single, easy. Just get to the other end.
Part of that's always why I thought he'd be such a good test player. It seems so counterintuitive. Everything about the way that he bats makes you think he'd be a better test player than one-day player. But so far, it does seem that he's better in the white ball stuff.
But you also got to look at the times he comes in. When South Africa is doing well and he needs to score quick runs, he doesn't do that well. But when South Africa is in trouble, oh my word! Next ball played out to the offside by Aiden Markram. They get another single. This one was a little bit wider and was easier to hit. So not much danger for Aiden there. Hasaranga into Bavuma. He just defends this and runs very quickly, like he dots it down onto the square and takes another single. Easy. This game is easy, guys. This game is very easy. Just get to the other end. South Africa 62 for 1. 2 balls left in the 12th over. This one's full and driven down the ground. Hasaranga's length and line so far hasn't been great because this one's way outside the off stump, so not a lot of risk there for Aiden to play that cover drive. Even though there is a slip. So it's 63 for 1.
And this is the point that Sri Lanka lost their first wicket. They lost it at 11.5, and they finished this 12th over 57 for 1. So South Africa at this point, just a little bit ahead where Sri Lanka were.
And then Timber getting that inside edge coming forward and getting the inside edge. The ball hitting his inside edge, going through his legs to the leg side. And that's the end of that over. 6 runs, 6 singles. Easy, calm, no drama.
Yeah. So now the secret is to not do what Sri Lanka did next and have Bonnaka Rajapaksa just for no reason sky one to Kyle Verreynne. We need good level heads, which I think both of these men do tend to have.
That is very true. Just all South Africa needs to do is just repeat this over 38 more times.
Yeah. Easy. That's cricket. So simple.
I know. If this game was easy, we wouldn't be. It wouldn't be. What is it? It wouldn't be. Yeah. We'd be playing. That's what we need to be saying. So, 65 for 1, 64 for 1. South Africa are. Jaya Vikrama resumes in this one to Timber around. Timber just places around the corner on the leg side. Past the square leg umpire for a single. I really like the fact that Aiden's now calmed down once Timber's come in. It's kind of like he's the guy because that LBW appeal that could have gone either way. Because when I saw it in real time, I thought he was out. Next one from Jaya Vikrama going on with the arm. Aiden giving himself a little bit of room, playing it off the back foot, straight down the ground. There's a little bit of a dive from the from Jaya Vikrama, who took Timber out in the situation. But then Timber managing to get out and run to the other end.
Timber either patted Jaya Vikrama on the back or on the head whilst he was on the ground. Just gave him a quick little tap and then went through for the single.
And Jai Wickrama into Timber, who plays this one off to the offside. They take another single, square leg. Oh, Timber was looking for a second one off the misfield. Don't run off the misfield, Timber. Do not do that. And just really, really going through. Jean,
yes, go for it.
Yeah, you can say it. You can do it.
Says that I can see Aiden being on number 3 when Quinton de Kock comes back, and Milan opening in the ODI stuff. But yeah, playing that Jason Roy role for South Africa.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right now it's
Aiden plays it off the back foot for another single.
Obviously Quinton's going to come back into the side, and we had this discussion on Twitter. It's going to be one of Klaassen, Verena, or Markram who will be left out when de Kock comes back, and I guess they're all sort of playing for that position at the moment. I think Markram's made a decent case so far.
Don't forget about David Miller.
That's quite true. Yeah.
Because the problem is if Aiden bats at 3, Timber bats at 4, Rassie bats at 5, that's a little bit too deep. You'd want Timber at 3. I don't mind Aiden batting at 4 and Rassie batting at 5.
Or that sort of flexi order where
this one's a full
the
toss.
situation.
Timber drives it down the ground to the fielder at long off for a single. End of that over. 5 runs off that over. South Africa 68 for 1.
It seems almost unfair to Timber, but it is the way that they bat. You'd think if South Africa lose an early wicket and they're not in a good position, Timber's the man you want coming in. But if you already got a good start and there's a chance to twist the knife, then Markram can be a better option to come in.
Yes, the other problem is I don't think South Africa can afford to play 6 out-and-out batsmen, and
Markram's an all-rounder. That's the way. Even it's not the way you see him, it does seem to be the way that the selectors are seeing him at the moment. That he is the JP Duminy sort of sixth bowler option.
Averages 26. He averages 26, and we're keeping him in the team because hey, he can bowl.
I don't think it's just that he can bowl. I think it's the potential that we've seen him in the domestic stuff. It's almost
how long? It's 31 games. This is 32nd game.
It's the
and he hasn't even scored a century. If I just wish the South African public had the same amount of fervor and fire at Timber averaging 32 in Test cricket, as Aiden Markram averaging 26 in ODIs, and having not scored a single century in 31 games. I just wish we had that. Because it's the same thing.
It's almost the sunk cost fallacy, where you think we've given him 20 games, we just need him to come off. You can't give up on him now. But today's going to be the day, Paul.
Akila Dhananjaya to resume. He's bowling to Temba Bavuma on 769 for 1. That's a leg spinner out the hand. And Timber plays it out to the offside for a single.
Yeah, it was quite straight. We'll see if it was sort of the one that came on, the top spinner. But hopefully they'll show us a replay because leg spinner action, but didn't turn at all. It just carried on straight.
This one going on with the arm there, coming out the side of the hand, and Markram plays out to the leg side for a single, 70 for 1.
I've just seen the Hasaranga variations.
He got given a leggy, and then he got given a googly. Oh my word! Timber edged this one and is dropped by the first slip. Dhananjaya De Silva stretching to his right, and a life for Timber. A lifeline there offered on a drop. We've seen a lot of drops today. This is the second one.
That would have been a spectacular catch if he had taken it. I mean, he was fully outstretched there. Dhananjaya De Silva.
Shorter length ball. Next one played off the back foot. Timber plays it out to the offside no run. That turned very late for that last ball from Timber. And then Dhananjaya to Timber again. This one's a lot fuller. He just punches that one down the ground. No run there.
Yeah, that was the wrong and very much went the other way. I'll try to pay closer attention to his hand because normally it's easier to pick from behind than it is as the batsman. It's pretty well disguised here. Timber's having a little bit of trouble, but seems mostly on top of it. That's sort of the arm ball again.
Yeah, probably that top spin, and he plays it to the fielder at third man for a single. End of that over 72 for 1.
And Jean or Jean says Timber at 4 would be would be a great insurance policy. Can rotate the strike and score quickly. Not to mention a solid opener of spin. A solid play of spin.
Solid player.
Made for that ODI spot. I need ODI 4 spot. I need to increase the size of my font. I think, yeah, it's T20s. It seems like we're going closer to Timber being an opener, but I think in the one-day stuff, 4 can be the 3-4 with a slightly floating middle order is a good spot.
Rusty's our best batsman. Rusty should be batting at 4. We can't be doing this AB de Villiers thing we did for years, batting AB at 5. No, Rusty should bat at 4. He averages 75. He's got a larger sample size. Rusty should be your 4 in this team. But because we're trying to fit people in, we're going to be pushing people out of the more optimal situation. That's what I think has cost South Africa in World Cups, is putting people in places where they don't belong. Like AB de Villiers at the start of T20s should have been taking as many balls as possible.
Yeah,
he bloody nearly opens for his IPL side, but we always batted him at 5. And then even in ODIs, like there comes a point where AB needed to bat at 4. This one played out by Timber to the offside. It is Shanaka, Dustin Shanaka, the captain at the Maligawate end, who bowled that first ball, 73 for 1. And so I think for me, rather than try to move people around, pick the best player for that position. And then if there is a player who can bat in another position and we can't find a player we want, then put him in. I don't mind Aiden Markram batting at number 5 and floating below and behind Rassie van der Dussen, because I think Rassie's a much better batsman than him, and he's shown it.
And you say you don't want 6 batsmen, that you want the number 6 to sort of be an all-rounder.
If you're going to persist with Aiden Markram, then you might as well bat Aiden at 6. Behind.
Yeah, I don't know where he's best suited. It's difficult to tell.
I think it's not about being best suited. Who's your best 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5? And if Aiden's not one of those, you bat him at 6. This one, inside edge, down the ground, no run. Because the other thing about it is that Aiden batted well in T20s opening, right? So if Aiden's going to bat at 6, he can come in for those final 10 overs and do what he does best.
It's exactly that. You need your 6 and 7 to be guys who can go from ball 1. And that's why I'm pleased that Dwayne Pretorius is back in the side. He is a man who can do that. He's got, I think, a higher strike rate in T20s. And then, Markram at 6 isn't the worst idea. But whilst Quinton's not in the side, I think Markram as an opener is also not bad.
That's fine. I just don't like my openers averaging 26. My number 6 can average 26, but not my opener. This one driven down the ground. They're going to take a quick single to the fielder at mid-off for 1. Yeah, so South Africa goes up to 74 for 1. And I know people think I don't like it. I do. I just think we like to protect people a lot in this game. And like I'm even at the point where I'm like, you can drop Timber in test. It's great. It's fine, because obviously his numbers don't add up, even though, short ball in from Shanaka, and it's a wide. So it's going to have to be bowled again. His partnership's worth 26 now, or 31 balls.
You have your opener averaging 37. Is that all right?
Yes. Who's that?
That's Aiden Markram as an opener rather than just as a batsman.
In ODIs?
Yeah.
Okay. I can
That's including this innings, obviously, where he's got his 39, but that's not going to push it up too much.
So where has he faltered?
At number 3. Number 3, he averages 16 and a half.
Okay.
And he's played 10 innings at number 3.
Okay. How many innings has he opened?
15.
15. Okay.
Including 2 not outs.
I'd like it to be in the 40s, but
yeah,
you could live with that.
Yeah, it's a fun little puzzle that we'll see how the selectors solve over the coming months and years.
Okay, I'll stop talking about the fact that he averages 26. This one's a straighter ball on off stump, and Aiden plays it out to the leg side for a single. Score goes up to 77. South Africans look well in control at the end of that 15th over, 77 for 1.
Yeah, starting to feel a little bit comfortable. It is an imposing total. It's not, as we looked the last time we chased a 300 plus score was 2016 in Durban against Australia. So it would be an achievement. It would give our guys a sense of confidence if we do manage to pull this off.
It would, and they should. Looking at this batting lineup, South Africa has a better batting lineup than Sri Lanka.
Yeah, I do think so, yeah.
Yes, even though Petluguaya at 7 is way too high for him. And we've effectively got 3 number 8s batting at 6, 7, and 8. So that is what it is. Akila Jaranjaya to resume. Aiden Markram, this one just outside the off stump, turning into Aiden, and he plays this one down the ground, picked up at mid-on for a single. We've got Otto in backstage. I think we'll bring him in once the drinks break starts. I think it will be taken after this over, and then you can carry on until probably over 33, and then I shall come back.
Perfect. Maybe South Africa will have it wrapped up by then if these two get it. I don't think
Timmer plays this one down the leg side for a single. His score goes up to 12, and the South Africa score goes up to 79. It's been very calm, very easy from these two.
Yeah.
Just ticking it along and just taking over the middle overs. That's what you need.
Yeah, there was that half chance with the thick outside edge that Buguma got, but as we said, it would have been an amazing catch. And since then, they both look comfortable.
Akila with a quick, actually, it's a much slower ball there. It looked quicker, but it looks like it was a top spinner that Aiden drove straight to Darshan Shanaka on the bounce. No run there.
Sometimes it is really hard to tell because a lot of what Markram was bowling looked really loopy, but it was sort of 89, 90 kilometers an hour. And then it's quicker.
And Aiden finds the gap with an inside-out cover drive. It was a full toss, and it races away to that extra cover boundary for 4 runs. Aiden goes up to 45. All 44 balls. South Africa's score is at 83. Very good shot there from Aiden. Outside half of the bat. And yeah, Akila struggling for control there. And Aiden just making the most of that full toss. And 2 balls left in the 16th over. Aiden's looking around for where next can he find the boundary. It's a shorter length. It was actually more of a back of a length for a spinner, and it's played out to the leg side. The South Africans called for 2. This is why we love Temba, because he called them in. He called Aiden in for a second, and very good early call. And Aiden goes up to 47. South Africa 85 for 1.
Yeah, it meant that although they looked rushed, Aiden Markram was well safe by the time the ball came in. And that's one thing we definitely want to do better than the Sri Lankans is avoid 3 runouts in an innings.
Next one just played out to the leg side, no run there.
And I think that's the end of the over, and we'll probably go to drinks now. So South Africa 85 for 1. At the same point, the Sri Lankans were 68 for 2.
I'll just bring Otter in now, and then he'll start with the 17th over, and we'll just go via overs.
Yeah, 68 for 2 at the same stage were Sri Lanka. I'm pretty pleased with the way that the South Africans have approached this so far. And Otter's here. I imagine he's feeling in a similar way, slightly positive, cautiously ambitious. Are you?
Cautiously ambitious, yes. I think that's a good one. Yeah, let's go with that. How are you, Chris?
Yeah, very well, thanks. It's nice to have South African cricket back on the TV, especially when some of the players we've been hoping to do well seem to be doing well. Aiden Markram sitting there on 47, and Temba Bavuma, although he's just started, has looked mostly in control, save for a couple of false shots. A good test of
the big partnership here for the second wicket. Yeah, Bavuma is getting ready to face Shanaka, who is coming in right arm over the wicket. Temba plays this off middle stump line to the onside, and they take a single. And the score moves to 86 for 1. You happy if I take the ball by ball, or you want to have a go at that?
Go for it. And
Okay,
I'll
cool.
keep eyes
And you
on
got
social
the
media,
you got
try
the
to
comments and the
keep more
tweets.
interesting pipeline stats.
Okay, cool. Excellent. Dasun Shanaka, the right arm medium pacer, now goes to Aidan Markram, who just defends this down into the ground, and Temba calls him through for a quick single. Good running there by the captain, and he's back on strike. 86 for 1 is 87 for 1 is the score now. Excuse me. 2 balls gone in the 17th over. Markram on 48 and Temba is on 13. And yeah, this is a key partnership, I think, for South Africa, because some of our other players not so comfortable against the spinners. Although we've got the medium pacer bowling now to Temba Bavuma on off stump, drives this straight to mid-off, and he's through for another quick single, dives into the crease at the non-striker's end, and he's safe there. And another run to South Africa's score. So the current run rate is about 5.3, and the required rate just over 6.
But we are ahead of where Sri Lanka were at the same point. So that's...
Yeah, well, they faced some real mediocre bowling in those last 10 overs. Dasun Sarakat to Markram, who just defends this to the onside for no run. Dot ball there.
And yeah, we've got a comment from Jean Jean saying if you're batting with Bavuma, your hammies are going to get a good workout, which is very true. He hasn't scored any boundaries so far, and he's sitting there on 14. So that's 14 times 22 yards. They're going to be running a fair bit.
He is quick across the wicket. Is Temba, and well, quick across the ground anywhere in the field as well. Markram facing Sanaka, wide outside off stump, and it's a swash by Markram. It goes high up into the air and over mid-off, over long off for a 6. That looked for a moment like it was steepling up into the air, but it made it over the boundary. Markram has his 50. He's on 54 off of
49 deliveries, I think. So that's his third one-day international 50. His previous ones coming against this very same side, Sri Lanka in 2019, and then Bangladesh in 2017. He's got a high score of 67 not out. I'm sure he'll be hoping to better that today.
Yeah, he looks like he's in form, but as we know, that is the problem with Aidan Markram, that he gets a start, he gets in, he looks so good when he's playing, and then all of a sudden, smacks one straight to a fielder or gets an LBW or an edge. He's very lucky to still be there. Good decision in the end by the umpire not to give him out, but so close. Could have gone either way. Sanaka into him again now on middle and off stump line. He just defends this, does Markram out to mid-wicket for no run. That's the end of the 17th over. The score is 94 for 1. Markram on 54 and Bavuma on 14. And we've got some towels and drinks being brought out to the players now. Yes, and it looks like that is, in fact, the drinks break.
And
it's still nervy stuff here for South Africa, because it's a big target. We've struggled to score these kinds of runs in and around the 300 mark in the subcontinent. So it'll be very cool if the guys can chase this today.
I'm sure Temba will hit a boundary eventually, but I wanted to have a look at the highest scores in one-day cricket without scoring a boundary. And the highest score is a lot higher than I expected. I can tell you who did it against two, and then I'd like you to guess how many he scored. So Adam Perore against India in 1994. No boundaries in this innings in an ODI. How many
in an ODI?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's before Adam Gilchrist changed the rules about what an acceptable strike rate is in cricket.
Yeah. So strike rate, I'll tell you, was 70. 69.
70.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll go for 112.
Nearly. So 96. You managed to score 96 with 138 without hitting the ropes once. No fours, no sixes.
That's not too bad. Geez, if he had scored one boundary, he could have had his 100 there.
Yeah.
But since you alluded to it being a surprisingly high score, I thought I'd go over 100. You know. Yeah, so good stuff so far from South Africa. Janneman Malan dropping his average to just above the 100 mark with his 23 or 31 balls. But yeah, it's not ideal to have a batsman in your side with a reputation of not being that great against spin and then going ahead and cementing that reputation. So hopefully somewhere else in the series he can rectify that. Is this the day that Aiden Markram is going to get his first triple figure score? We'll see. And then, as you said, very optimistically, maybe we can be the guys on commentary when we cross the 300 mark. Although I think that's highly unlikely. That'll be some kind of wonderful display of power hitting if we see that in the next 10 overs or so. But I think let's not take any wickets, Chris. I think that should be our first priority.
Yeah.
We see Markram's wagon wheel there. All of his runs scored in the V, straight down the ground. Well, the vast majority of his runs. 35% to the offside through mid-off and 31% through mid-on. So that's a good sign. Playing straight past the bowler.
Yeah. They're taking advantage of different parts of the field because Temba's scored most of his runs sort of square on the offside in that point and cover region with his cuts and a couple of drives.
So the players are ready to start again. The 18th over, 94 for 1 is the score. Thanks for listening to us. Please remember to follow us on YouTube, One World Sports Radio on YouTube. You're listening to Guerrilla Cricket South Africa. The cricket team are broadcasting the India-England Test match at the moment. I think they've started today, did they?
Happening. Yeah, no, they did start today. Cool. And India got off to not the best start. They're currently 122 for 6. Kohli's run of no hundreds continues, but he is the top scorer so far. He got 50 off 96 before being caught behind off James Anderson's bowling. Oh, no, sorry, caught behind off Ollie Robinson.
So Umang plays this to middle off for no run, straight to the fielder. And Akila Dhalanjaya in again with a slip in place, and this one again goes straight to the fielder at mid-off for no run. So it's looking good for Temba here so far against the spinners. His strike rate is not great, but he's definitely brought some calm to Aiden Markram. Yeah. And this one he plays very neatly to square leg, past the square leg umpire, and get a single. It's 95 now for 1. With 3 balls to go in the 18th over. So I think if these two can stick together to about over 30, that'll be great. And then the rest of the middle order have a bit more freedom, as long as they keep the scoring rate up, because we've seen a few partnerships in recent series as Dhananjaya in again to Markram, who plays this down the ground too long on. Gets an easy single there. Where we did it for long that score a lot of runs, but the strike rate sort of played us out of the game. Where we're left with getting. Yeah,
you don't want it really. You want to get to the 30th over.
13, 40 runs and over in the last. So, yeah.
Sorry, I think you cut out for a bit, but then you came back, so now we're interrupting each other.
If you keep the required rate down to below 70, that should be good. Temba tries to work this one from outside off. By Dhananjaya through the fine leg area, but the keeper runs around and fields that very quickly. So he played sort of a lap sweep going forward, and Dhananjaya in again. This one is driven to long on by Temba Bavuma inside half of the bat, and they get another easy single there. And the score is now 96 for 1. With, I think that's the end of the 18th. Yes, 97 for 1. Apologies for that. I should stop trusting the scorecard on the screen because it's a bit behind here and there. So Bavuma is on 16 and Markram is on 55.
If you want to hear
And-
maybe a slightly distressing statistic, Keelan Dhananjaya has dismissed Adam Markram as much as any other batsman he's ever played against. He's got him 3 times in 5 innings.
Oh, no, that's not good. And those are all
Yeah, that's all ODIs.
ODIs.
Yeah. Now I want to look at
So we're looking at the comparative.
Keelan Dhananjaya is also, the bowler who's dismissed Markram the most. No one's dismissed Markram more than Dhananjaya.
Oh, no. We see the comparative score. South Africa just a little bit above that of Sri Lanka, and of course 1 less wicket. This time Bavuma is facing another spinner there. Let me just check who's bowling now. That would be Jaya Wickrama. Praveen Jaya Wickrama. He plays this to the offside for no run. Jaya Wickrama is through and around the wicket, the left-hander, and this is a wild drive by Bavuma. There's an appeal for a stumping as the ball goes through to the keeper, but it's sort of a half-hearted appeal. Doesn't look very convincing there. So we'll see what the TV umpire says, but the ball beating the outside of Bavuma's bat as he went forward for what would have been a really good-looking cover drive if he had connected the ball at all. So we see that the front foot there for Jai Wickrama is not a problem. He's
I think Otto may have cut out there. I don't know when he's going to come
going
back.
quite wide side off stump and leaves the right-hander, and the wicket keeper takes the ball. We're looking for the edge. There's no bat on that ball. The ball turned too much for Bavuma, and his foot is now outside the line. He's moving it back as the wicket keeper's hands come down, and his foot is down behind the line, so he's safe. Phew.
I
Okay.
guess it's difficult to tell in slow motion, but it looks like the wicketkeeper there might have been slightly delayed on the stumping attempt. His hands were quite high, and he took it back before. It seemed like there was a lot of time for Temba to get his foot back down.
Yeah, he sort of swung his hands around and then brought them down. But Temba is safe. Jai Wickrama in again, and this one leans back onto his back foot and plays it out through extra cover for a single.
So he continues with no boundaries. Temba Bavuma moves on to
So
60.
background noise.
All the runs run. Yeah, what's the dog's name, and what do they think that the game's going to go like?
It's a miniature fox terrier called Max, and there's somebody in the street that she's not happy with at all. Markram facing Jai Wickrama, and this one is flatter. Markram also plays off the back foot through to the sweeper on the covered boundary, and they could take another single there. The score is now 98 for 1, and 3 balls to go in the 19.
So we are just like the official SuperSport broadcast. There was a dog during the first 10 overs of the Sri Lankan innings just running across the field, Kakita Rabada, to chase it away. And now we've been similarly interrupted.
Sorry about that. Bavuma defends this one out to the offside for no run. So I'll just mute my mic.
Seemed safe at that point.
In between deliveries, if she's mind, Chris. She's running around now. Seems to have stopped barking. We'll see. Jai Wickrama to Bavuma, and a reverse sweep gets past the keeper. It bounced. A third man in the ring will pick it up for a single.
Another single.
And that's the 100 up.
Yeah, 100 for 1 after 19. That's good going.
Yes, indeed. 8 points up for South Africa.
If we have a look, Sri Lanka only managed to get to their 100 at 21.1 overs. So 2 and a bit overs ahead, and Sri Lanka were 2 down at that point.
Yeah, and this is that period when the spinners for South Africa managed to slow down the Sri Lanka undone at the end. So it looked like they would struggle to get to 300, the Sri Lankans, at this point in the game. Yeah. So we have He's just bowling at the moment. Jaya Wickrama.
Sorry.
No, it is. So, and he moves on to 19, 101 for one. Markram will now face Akila Dhananjaya. As he comes over the wicket now to Markram, this one is played straight to the man at a short mid wicket, and they don't get a run. Akila Dhananjaya is now bowling his fourth over, I think.
Yeah, it is.
Yes, his fourth over, and he has conceded just 15 so far. He comes over the wicket to Markram, who smacks this way over long off for a beautiful six. The ball bounces just past the boundary rope, in between the boundary rope and the advertising awnings. If somebody was standing at long off, that would have been a catch, an easy catch, relatively easy catch. This one is flighted and full and just hammered down to long off by Markram for a six. Good shot in the end.
Brilliant shots. It's fourth sixth of the six of the innings, which is more than the Sri Lankans had in their whole 50 overs. They just managed 3 sixes there. This really has been the Aidan Markram innings that I think a lot of us have been waiting for. He's looked pretty calm, but put away the bad balls with such style. Those sixes where your heart's in your mouth for a little bit because there are long boundaries and you don't know exactly where the fielders are, and then you see it land on the covers that are good 5 meters past the boundary.
And Akila Dhananjaya to Markram, who works this off his pads out to wide, long on, and he gets off strike. So he gets 2 in fact. He's back on strike. That's 109 for 1 now. It was just in between the man at short mid wicket and the fielder running around from the square boundary, cut that off. Akila Dhananjaya continues now to Markram. This one on the pads, and a bit of a misjudgment there, leading edge into the ground by Markram. And that's exactly the problem right there with Aidan Markram. He looks so good. He plays all these magnificent shots, and then all of a sudden he loses his wicket in the most ridiculous way. Dhananjaya with the last ball of the over, and this one is driven to the man at short mid wicket all along the ground for no run, and that is 20 overs gone, 109 for 1. So the required rate now
about 6.5.
6.5.
6.4. So
okay, so that's still very
exactly
controllable.
What we've been going at in the last 5 overs. We've been going at 6.4. So it looks okay. But 6 does make it look a little bit better. And Aidan Markram now slowly closing in on his highest score in ODIs. I don't want to address it too much. I don't believe in that sort of stuff. But I do get blamed if it ends up happening.
Yes. And the other guys in the commentary team will definitely be picking that up if we manage to jinx one of the South African batsmen here. As we now see Jaya Wickrama continuing to Bavuma, who gets a quick single, and he puts Markram back on strike. So they're showing a weird angle there. I'm not sure where that ball went, but they jogged through for an easy single. Markram now facing Jaya Wickrama, the left-hander, coming through and around. Through meaning between the umpire and the wickets, for those who might not be that familiar with cricket. And he goes quite wide of the crease there. Markram plays a back foot cover drive, and he gets an easy single to the sweeper on the cover boundary, and the score is 111 for 1.
I remember you were talking about explaining through and around for people who aren't that familiar, and I think it was Rob Key during the 100, because obviously lots of first-time cricket watchers were watching the 100, and he was trying to explain one cricket concept to people in the most basic terms, and then use the word mid-wicket, as if that first-time watchers would have any clue about.
Bavuma punches this one into the covers for no run, and the score is still on Nelson, 111 11 for 1. Bavuma defends this one, which goes onto his off stump, middle stump line to backward point for no run. Yeah, I mean, it's a bit difficult to explain the fielding positions over the radio, but it's quite easy to find the diagrams on the interwebs. Jai Wickrama to Bavuma, this one inside edge onto his pads and out to backward point region there. No harm there, but almost snuck it through the Jai Wickrama as Bavuma tried to play sort of a drive, an on-drive shot it looked like. Jai Wickrama in again to Bavuma, and this one is just defended off of the extra cover for no run. 21 overs gone, 111 for 1. So I'm getting some nice feet in the air exercise here. I hope they don't take a drinks break now.
That's again. It's something that I've done before to see exactly how often we've lost the wickets for Nelson compared to those numbers directly around it.
Yeah, interesting. I remember you talking about this on air, but I also can't remember what the outcome was there. 62 of 69 balls is the partnership between Temba Bavuma and Aiden Markram. So that's excellent. So we need 3 more of these partnerships, and we'll be chasing down 300 in Sri Lanka, which will be phenomenal. So it will be Akila to continue, and this one is just scooped by Aiden Markram down to the fine leg boundary, and there's a bit of a fumble there, but I don't think the ball made it to the cushions. Almost cost his team a 4, did the man there on the boundary. So Akila Dhananjaya starting his 5th over. It was a ball that was going down leg side, and if Markram had left it alone, it would probably have been a wide, and so close to being a misfield 4 there on the fine leg boundary, as he just played that lap sweep shot type of shot around his legs, past the leg stump and the wicket keeper fine down to fine leg. 113 for 1, 2 runs there off that ball.
And now that it's out of date, we've lost a wicket this is South African ODIs, have lost a wicket on 110, 15 times, on Nelson 12 times, and on 112, 11 times. So it's pretty similar to the numbers around it.
Yep. Akila Dhananjaya to Markram, who double steps down the wicket and lofts this one past the man at mid-off, who runs down to the long-off boundary, gets it hauled in just before the boundary rope, and that is 3 runs by Bavuma and Markram, which is excellent work there by those two. Good shot there through the air, but he knew he just had to beat the man standing at mid-off inside the circle, and it went wide of the man at mid-off, in fact. So in between extra cover and mid-off, and almost made it to the boundary for a 4. But 3 runs, we'll take that, 116 for 1.
And Aiden Markram's new highest score in ODIs.
There we go, 70 runs up for Aiden Markram. Well done. And long may he continue there. Bavuma has made it to 20. And he's facing Akila Dhananjaya now, making some adjustments to his field. Comes in now, sweep shot by Temba Bavuma, and it's past the man, almost past the man at the backward square leg. But good fielding there to stop that. That one was going like a bullet to the boundary. There is a man there on the fine leg boundary, but I doubt whether he would have made it to stop that. But enough pace off the ball. They only get a single there with the ball squirting through that fielder's hands at backward square leg. Very good executed, very well executed sweep shot by Temba Bavuma. So that's also good to see that he's getting into good positions, making decent contact with the ball, and getting to the pitch of the ball, reaching forward for the ball. So that was good work from Bavuma. And Akila Dhananjaya to Markram now into the ground and looping through the air to extra cover. No run, 117 for 1. So what's our yeah, go for it. Yeah.
Anis Mohammed on Twitter says Temba making Markram regret skipping leg day. Lots and lots of running. And then Sepp also
Yep.
calling out to Paul and saying, so can we start to put more respect on the man's name now? Or are we going to find a way to delegitimize what's been a great performance so far? And Paul says average is still 29.3. So let's not hail him king just yet, but he is batting well.
Yeah, he is, and he plays a beautiful looking cover drive all along the ground, through to the boundary at deep extra cover for 4. That is a beauty. Past the man standing at extra cover, and the man that was moved back to long off has to run around but couldn't cut it off. And that is a good placement there as well by Markram. Just good timing. So Dhananjaya coming now over the wicket again to Markram. This one is driven past the bowler down to that man at long off. They'll take an easy single, 121 for 1. It looks like that is the end of the over. Once again, I'm flummoxed by the scorecard on the TV. 122 for 1 is the score, in fact, after 22 overs. Cautiously, what did you say? Cautiously confident.
I said cautiously ambitious, but cautiously optimistic.
Cautiously ambitious. So we've moved on to being cautiously confident, I think. With that second wicket partnership now, must be what's the second wicket partnership now?
There, 73 runs.
73. Geez, that's. Yeah. When's the last time we had? Because we've been struggling at the top order.
Yeah, so I mean, during that Island series, I think Janneman Malan and Quinton de Kock put on that mammoth opening partnership at 225. But I'll find what our second wicket partnerships have been like, at least in recent times.
Hasaranga is back into the attack. He has bowled 4 overs, conceded 9 runs and taken the only wicket. And he goes to Markram. So they're adjusting the field now. 122 for 1, start of the 23rd over. There's a slip in. Hasaranga comes over the wicket. Markram plays a back foot drive as he steps away from his leg stump, gives himself a bit of room, and they take 2 down to deep down to the cover boundary. So he's using his feet well.
We've had a few all right second wicket partnerships. Against Ireland, we had an 81. Against Pakistan, we had 114. And before that, against Australia, we had a 91. Against England, 170. So it seems almost once per series we have a good second wicket partnership.
Oh, but I think we've those have been, they haven't been regular occurrences, is my point.
Yeah.
So it's good to see another one here against a quality opposition and away from home. So they're taking a bit of a break here for adjustments to the ball. There seems to be something sticking out of the ball that the umpire is going to cut off or shave off. And they're showing some highlights here of Markram, who's now on 77. And he has faced 64 balls.
To be sponsoring a lot of cricket podcasts and South African sports podcasts. So if we're talking about shaving, we'll try Manscaped, contact us. We don't mind selling our souls for a little bit of a sponsorship.
Yes. But then we should probably all have to shave. But I think most of us do.
Down there, and we don't have to shave.
we can just say that we did. We don't have to prove it. Although, well, let's not go there. 124 for 1.
It will get us kicked off YouTube, I think.
No, let's keep it PG, keep it above the belt. And Hasaranga continues. Is this a highlight? Yeah, that's a highlight of the Janneman Malan wicket. I was just thinking to myself, no. But that was a false alarm. As we see a replay of the only wicket so far, LBW by Hasaranga, and that was Janneman Malan.
Anis Mohammed on Twitter says, Klaasen watching his space in the side evaporate. I think, Markram's doing well enough that it might just be a shootout between Verreynne and Klaasen when Quinton de Kock is back.
Yeah, but I still think, Markram is playing well today, and it's I would think if there were an ODI World Cup coming around the corner, well, especially if there were a ODI World Cup coming up, but it's a T20 World Cup on the horizon, we might have had someone else in Markram's place a few series ago already, but it seems like they're sticking with him. He goes forward defensive to Hasaranga now, and there's no run. 124 for 1. That was the second ball of the 23rd over after the ball had been attended to by the umpire. Jeez, these background noises here are terrible. Sorry. Markram steps away from his wickets, gives himself some room, cuts the ball, and it's picked up by the sweeper on the cover boundary. They get 2 more runs, and that's score moving now. Let's wait for it. 126 for 1. There we go. Yeah. So Markram playing a good back foot cut shot into the covers there off Hasaranga, comes in now with a slip in place. This one spins quite prodigiously away from Markram, goes once again onto the back foot, stepping away, giving himself room, and gets a single down to point on the boundary. 127 for 1.
And Ismail also says the look on Markram's face pleading with Temba to stay on strike for a little bit. Yeah, no, that's not Temba's game. You said you're batting really well. I'll just let you face some more deliveries.
And Temba sweeps this one well from outside off stump, and they go through. It looks like Temba slipped. They might have only got the one, but it was a powerful sweep shot by Temba Bavuma. He slipped as he turned to take the second run there, and they couldn't complete the second run. Markram now facing Hasaranga, and he plays another forward defensive solidly out to the onside. That's the end of the 23rd over, 128 for 1. Markram is on 80 runs of 68 balls with a strike rate of 117. Yeah. So he's really confounding the selectors now. Temba Bavuma on 22 of 39 is playing a good supporting role, and the partnership.
That's exactly the role he needs to play at the moment. Just rotate the strike, keep the score ticking on, hold the base for himself, so he can, if need be, attack with more confidence later on.
Yep. The partnership is 79 of 13.2 overs. 5.92 is the run rate there. So that's excellent work by these two guys, really setting up the innings nicely. And I would say South Africa are almost in control of this game.
Yeah.
They're certainly controlling the scoring rate quite well. The required rate is well under control. This is so much better than what we expected. I must be honest. Whenever we go to Sri Lanka, we always sort of psychologically prepare ourselves to be humiliated. As there's a bowling change now. It's the Wanindu. It's Dhananjaya De Silva, in fact, who's bowling to Temba Bavuma, who plays a reverse sweep shot from middle stump line, and that goes to the boundary for 4. So that's a very good shot by Temba Bavuma. Didn't have a lot of room, but he manages to get the reverse sweep past the man standing at third man inside the circle, and it goes down to the third man boundary for 4. Good stuff there, all along the ground. Oh, wow.
I wanted to see how long he could go without a boundary.
This one is back foot cover drive to extra cover for no run by Temba Bavuma. A bit shorter there, but Temba not able to punish that. This time he latches onto another one that's dragged down a little bit, but it's straight to the sweeper on the leg side boundary, and they'll only get 1. And he's a bit shaking his head there, is Bavuma. He should have done more with that, I think. He knows it. But yes, these two are looking serene at the moment. 133 for 1. 23.3 overs. De Silva now around the wicket to Markram. He tries to cramp him for room on his leg stump line, but he Markram manages to work it down to the mid-wicket boundary for a single. Bavuma is back on strike.
Partnership up to 86 now, I think.
Sure. No, this is excellent stuff. And De Silva is now once again around the wicket to Bavuma on his leg stump. He goes back and defends to square leg, and they take an easy single there.
And
So I'm afraid it's now the time of day where people are walking their dogs and jogging around. So all the dogs are going moggy on this side.
for a second, you got really close to your camera and looked left and right, and it looked like you were worried for your life. Like some dogs had broken into your house. You did one of these.
Yeah. De Silva there plays this one. De Silva there bowls to Markram, who gets a single. It's 135 for one after 24.
Yeah, every time you mute yourself, and it almost sounds like you've disconnected. I have to look back and see that you are still
Yes.
there. It's just
I'm trying to spare our listeners' ears what mine have to go through, and I've also I've also realized that I've got these headphones covering my ears, so I can't exactly hear how loud the dogs are barking. So I'd imagine it's quite distracting. So once again, my apologies for that. I'm not going to be on again until 8, and then everything should be a lot calmer, hopefully. I'll just keep moving while I mute my mic so that you can see I'm still here. Hasaranga goes to Bavuma, who plays a lovely looking back foot drive, but it's picked up by the sweeper on the offside for a
single yet again. Yeah. I'll try to see where the sentences are going to finish if you cut yourself off early.
Now Markram is on strike, 136 for one, and Hasaranga Markram plays this straight back to the bowler for no run.
His body language almost changed at Markram. I don't know. He's looked pretty happy throughout. I don't know. He almost looks frustrated. It doesn't make sense. He has a face that sort of says, "Oh, what am I doing out here?" I can't imagine that's what he's actually feeling, but that's what his face is betraying.
Yeah, he's looks like he's got some urgency for some reason. Maybe he's thinking about accelerating the score, but I wouldn't be too worried if I were him. This one is driven straight down the ground. Maybe he's just annoyed with himself that he keeps picking up the sweepers on the boundary instead of getting the ball through. But that was a very nice straight-on drive down to long on, where it's picked up and they take another single. Especially against Hasaranga, I don't think they need to be too worried about how many runs they score against him. He comes in again now to Temba Bavuma's drag down short, and Bavuma latches onto this one. It's not going to beat the sweeper on the leg side boundary once again, and picked up at deep mid wicket for a single. For two, excuse me, and Bavuma keeps the strike, and that is 139 for one on the board for South Africa. 24.5 overs gone. Hasaranga into Bavuma, and this one's a leg spinner, very nicely whacked down to the point boundary by Bavuma, and they'll come back for the second. Yes, indeed, 141 for one after 25 overs. So halfway through the overs and almost halfway to the score. Good stuff.
Crickviz says that South Africa has a 58% chance of winning here, which I feel is selling us a little bit short. I'd like to believe we're in a slightly better position than that.
I tend to agree with Crickviz, given our performances in the past and our fragile middle lower order.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think 3 wickets here for Sri Lanka, and they are in with a shout. But from this position, from this position, we're going to have to, do it. We'll have to lose on purpose from here, I think.
Right.
We're in a very good position to chase down the score, and I think it's going to
ask for a much better start than what we've had.
No, not at all. So we're about 5 overs. We are 5 overs away from that 30 over mark. And I think if these two can stick around until over 30, maybe get greedy and stick around until over 35, as long as they're scoring the way they are at the moment, that will be great. Markram as a miss-hit shot over the head of the man at short mid-wicket, down to long on. That was off Dhananjaya De Silva. Yes, thank you. Dhananjaya De Silva. The ball stopped on Markram. He was through the shot a little bit early, managed to check the shot, but the ball just ballooned over the head of short mid-wicket. De Silva now into Bavuma. Also tries to give himself a little bit of room with De Silva coming around the wicket and bowling that leg stump, middle stump line. They take a single as Bavuma plays it out into the offside, 143 for 1. And this time Markram steps to the side once again, give himself room, whacks this down to long on for a single, and it's not too bad. It's slowed down a little bit in the past 2 overs. There was only 4 runs off the previous one, and only the 3 singles off this one so far, with Bavuma on strike, 144 for 1. I think I missed a delivery there, but that was a dot. De Silva to Bavuma defends this out to the man at short mid-wicket. It's another dot ball there. So Sri Lanka are maybe these past 10 deliveries, they've clawed it back a little bit. De Silva to Bavuma, and he plays it. Yeah, these 2 bowlers operating at the moment, and that one is straight to the bowler who fields it himself, and the ball goes into the keeper's hands, and Bavuma seems to have injured himself there. It looks like he's got an injured right thumb. He's calling for some medical attention. We'll check what happened just now. I think that ball might have just snuck in between the padding of his gloves there and jammed his finger onto his bat there, the bottom hand of the right hander, with his thumb pointing towards the bowler as he's facing. So Markram on 84 and Bavuma on 34. Quietly, Bavuma has gone up to 34. Very solid innings by this captain. A captain's knock, we can say, I think. 144 for 1.
Partnership up to 95 now.
Geez, that is excellent stuff. Excellent work there. The ice pack is there on Bavuma's right hand. Let's see what happened here. Oh, he was the ball was thrown into the keeper, and he had to fend the ball off with his right hand as he was standing in front of the wickets after facing that dot ball, and the ball just caught him on the thumb. Yeah.
I really have to know who the fielder is there, because earlier in the Sri Lankan innings, Temba Bavuma hit a Vishwa Fernando throwing a ball in a similar way. If it ends up being Fernando that's thrown at a Temba Bavuma, there's something poetic about that, I guess. They don't show that angle who the fielder is.
The fielder was, yeah. Oh, that's unfortunate injury, and I hope he can carry on. Yeah, he just drops his bat, realizes that he's had some kind of injury, and proceeds to remove his glove there in the replay.
Be a real shame if that's how his partnership ends up finishing.
Yeah, but I think he should be able, if he leaves the field now, he should be able to come back later. Hopefully we won't need him to come back if he has to leave the field now. How long do they give the players in cricket to actually attend to stuff like this? Because I know there's some kind of time limit.
I'll try to find out if there is a set time. I feel like it's sort of umpire's discretion.
Yeah. Yeah, at some point the umpires will walk over to him and say, listen, are you going to carry on or are you going to go off? That's usually how it happens. From what I've experienced, from what I've seen anyway. But yeah, that would be a real shame. These two have batted beautifully together and really put South Africa in a strong position. That's going to be less than ideal. And this is the type of innings that we've seen from Temba Bavuma in the past, where he plays this solid, slow scoring innings, but very very assured, very very comforting, you could say. But if he's got somebody at the other end with him that's also batting equally slow, that's what I was talking about earlier, where we've had these large partnerships that eat up the deliveries. But this one is 95 of 99, thanks to Markram rolling along at 60 runs or 48 balls. That's his contribution to the partnership. So he's keeping up the run rate, and Themba's just holding up the other end.
So from a cursory read, I'm welcome to be corrected. It looks like it is umpire's discretion, and it would be time wasting. And I think the penalty would just be 5 runs. It wouldn't be the batsman dismissed or anything like that.
Oh, yes, of course. But I mean, the umpires will try and force the decision. Will try and say, listen, are you going to carry on or not?
Yeah.
And then if they deem it to be time wasting, they'll give a penalty there. But that's rare. I've never seen that happen. A 5-run penalty for time wasting. I've seen people warned for time wasting, and then of course the run rate.
It is a warning first.
The overrate. The overrate penalties. Sure, Sri Lanka have been using 7 bowlers.
Yeah.
So they will need to decide who's not going to bowl their 10.
Yeah, I think this is a team in the process of figuring out exactly what their side is like and exactly what each player contributes. The vast majority of these players have played fewer than 10 ODIs. Very fresh team that's finding its footing.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're losing 6 of your best players, that's always going to be tough. Or all at once, like Sri Lanka have. It's 6, right? It's the 3 that were banned.
Yeah.
The
2 players
Pereira with his 2 have retired, and 1 is fighting for more money and refusing to play. Okay, so Themba's thumb is now firmly strapped to his wrist, and he's putting on his glove. Doesn't look like he's got real difficulty there. I can't see his face if he's wincing. He's playing some practice shots there. It looks good. It looks okay to continue. So that's great stuff. Walk it off, Themba. 26 overs gone, 144 for 1. And Markram will be on strike for the start of the next over, which will be bowled by Jaya. Let me get that right. Jaya Wickrama. Praveen Jaya Wickrama. Bowling his 6th over. He's the left arm spinner who goes through and around that we don't see often. They've got a slip in for him. He comes from wide of the crease, short, and slapped by Markram past the man at short extra cover and to the man at extra cover, where it's well fielded there, no run. Geez, that was a rocketing shot by Markram. He just whacked that, but I think the man at short mid-wicket got enough hands on it to stop it from going to the boundary. He plays a lap shot now, and the keeper gets some deflection on it, but it rolls out to square leg for a single, and 145 for 1 is the score now. So let's see. Markram gets the ball on the full there, onto his bat, goes onto the knee of the wicket keeper out to square leg. So that's good work by the keeper. He saw Markram moving, and he started moving to the leg side, and almost caught that. But the ball just hit him on the knee. Bavuma now on strike. Jaya Wickrama to Bavuma, reverse sweep. Is it beating the man at 3rd man in the ring? It does. Is the ball going to get to the boundary? No. Good fielding. Good fielding there by Sri Lanka. 2 runs go on to the total. So some improvisation.
Yeah,
Jaya Wickrama.
Reverse sweep there. You were saying Jaya Wickrama is a name you want to get right. So if you're able, have a look at Akila Dhananjaya's full name. That's a challenge as well.
Oh,
I don't want this to just turn into Sri Lankan names. That is very much the case.
To Bavuma, and he plays this out to the offside for a quick single. He makes it to the wicket, but Jaya Wickrama has got an injury to his hand, and it is his left hand, it looks like. But he seems to be okay. He got stung there by the ball coming in from the throw. And we see a replay now. It was out to point. So the point fielder running forward and getting the ball into Jai Vikrama, who's well placed behind the stumps. Good positional play there, but the ball just flicking his left index finger, it looks like, and stinging him there a bit. But he's okay to carry on. He's going to Markram now around the wicket, and Markram smacks this one. It's going high into the air towards extra cover, and it goes over the boundary now by setting the two fielders on the boundary at long off and the sweeper on the cover boundary. Excellent shot there in the end by Markram. Geez, that was in the air for too long.
Yeah, half interesting.
Good shot.
Akila Dhananjaya and Aidan Markram share a birthday, just 1 year apart. Dhananjaya is a year older than Markram, but both born 4th of October.
Interesting.
Also, I'll give Akila Dhananjaya's full name a go. It's Mahama Rakala Kurukula Surya Padabendege Akila Dhananjaya Pereira.
Wow. Markram to face this one, he plays it out to backward point for a single. So thanks to Markram, the South Africans have gone past 150. Thanks largely to Markram. Very good support by Bavuma.
We also
so
100 partnership.
Oh wow, that's
104.
That's amazing.
And it's very clear when you see the total like this how much Aidan Markram has contributed. In the total of 153, he's sitting there on 90.
No, he's playing. Like I said, he's playing an innings that's going to confound the selectors, and will probably earn him a spot in the team for a few matches to come at least.
If you're scoring 60% of your team's runs.
Yeah. But no, I fully see where Mpo is coming from. Markram plays this one out to mid-wicket for no run. Because he's lost his wicket in stupid ways in other ODI. It's really playing brainless shots. This time around, he's managed to keep the ball on the ground. He's managed to beat the field when he does play it through the air. He had some luck with that LBW. So this one is out to mid-wicket for a single by Markram and brings Bavuma on to strike. So when do you think the guys should start accelerating, Chris?
They're going at a decent rate at the moment. So it can be a slow process because, the required rate's just slowly sneaking up, but it's 6.53. It's not getting away from us at all. I think if you keep sort of going at 5.5, 6 and over when the run rate's 6.53, you can afford to be patient and almost wait till over 35 or so and sort of let it get just over 7 with wickets in hand.
So Jai Vikrama to Bavuma plays this to mid-wicket for a single. Markram facing Jai Vikrama now, and he works this one onto the onside as well to the man at mid-wicket, and there's no run, short mid-wicket there. So these two up to over 35 then. That'll be great. Jai Vikrama into Markram, and he smacks this one straight to the back to the point fielder all along the ground, no run.
I was just going to say, elsewhere in the world, India 185 for 7. But crazily, Shardul Thakur is now the highest scorer, and he's on 53 of 31 with 6 4s and 3 6s. He's playing a different game to the rest of this Indian side.
Yeah, so maybe the conditions have calmed down a little bit there for India. This one is played to the onside again by Markram, no run, and it's 155 for 1 after 28 overs. Markram is on 91. And we'll say no more about anything that has to do with anything.
If someone is going to hit 50 or 30 in that Indian side, I would have guessed Rishabh Pant. So it's interesting to see Shardul Thakur do that.
It's probably one of those attack is the best form of defense type of innings where the tail ender just goes mad and swings for the fences and it comes off.
That maybe there's a ball with your name on it. Score as many runs as you can before you get out.
Yeah. So South Africa have scored more than half the runs they need. I'll be happy, and I'll be less nervous when we get to 301. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
So it looks like Timba has got some attention again, and he's going to go off. The physio is with him. His head is hanging. He's very. You can see he's disappointed.
If you want to hear more from Craig Govender, go not right now. Wait for the match to be over. But he was on the Full Quota podcast, the podcast that we do from our YouTube channel. If you want to go listen to his thoughts, and there's lots of other good interviews. Tim and Paul have done a really good job organizing interviews with a number of different people. Dan Weston, who's an analyst in the 100 and a recruiter for Leicestershire, or a scout for Leicestershire. We've had Sean van Berg, Sarl Ervier. We spoke to a Sri Lankan journalist this week in preparation for the Sri Lanka series, Estelle.
Yeah. And then the coach of the women's under-19 team and the head of the high performance center, that was one that I enjoyed as well. I forget the lady's name now. I should be more in tune with these things. But worth a listen. One World Sports Radio on YouTube. If you're watching us on YouTube, be sure to subscribe to the channel. Go back and listen to all the wonderful interviews that have been conducted by Mpo and the team there. We see a replay here of Bavuma's injury with the ball hitting him on the thumb, and it didn't look very. It looked like there was a little bit of blood from what I could see, but they strapped it up.
I was struggling to tell if that was blood or if that was. Did you see that on the gloves? Because it did slightly look like the pattern on the gloves, but if you saw it on bandaging on his hand.
Yeah, I think I saw it on his finger when he took off his glove, and it hit him at the base of the thumb, so it might have cracked his thumb there, or it might have dislocated it. I'm not sure. They were pulling on it, so it might have been dislocation, but he's unable to continue, and Rassie van der Dussen comes to the crease. That was the end of the 28th over that Bavuma has left the field hurt, retired injured. For the moment, let's hope he can come back, but let's hope even more that we don't need him to bat again. Otherwise, he's going to have to Graham Smith it and walk in. We see a replay here of the incident where Bavuma threw the ball and hit the Sri Lankan batsman.
Yeah,
immediately apologizing.
I really need to see who ended up hitting Bavuma. If it's Fernando, I don't know. There needs to be an investigation.
Yeah, they're showing Fernando on the screen. It might have been him. I didn't see now when they were showing the replays, but it's very sad to see Bavuma go out like that. He was in a good position to score, but at least it'll be a not out for his stats. So Van der Dussen will face Jai Wickrama, and this one is defended off the front foot for no run.
So looking at it, I think that's just the 10th time that a South African batter has retired not out in an ODI. Herschel Gibbs has done it twice. Gary Kirsten's done it once. Peter Kirsten's done it once. Niall Cullinan's done it once. Cullis has done it once. Graham Smith's done it once. Faf du Plessis has done it twice. And Altemba Bavuma has done it once.
Jai Wickrama to Van der Dussen, another defensive shot to the offside for no run. Now, I think it's going to take Rassie van der Dussen a while to get used to this. This one goes onto the back foot and on the leg stump line by Jai Wickrama. Comes wide of the crease, left-handed, and then turns onto middle, but played into the onside for no run. This one is played back to the bowler on the offside for no run. So thanks to the work that Bavuma did, Rassie van der Dussen can take a few deliveries here to get his eye in.
Yeah. I do hope that Tembo's all right. He's had trouble with injuries. I mean, he missed out on the tests in the West Indies with, I think, was that his thumb as well as a similar issue then?
It was an injury in the nets, if I remember correctly, and Rassie van der Dussen is off the mark with a drive to the offside. And Jai Wickrama has got, I think there should be one more ball. We'll check that now, but he comes through and around for the last delivery. He goes to Markram, and Markram drives this one into the ground. They take an easy single down to long off. End of the 29th over, and the score is 157 for 1. So 2 more overs, and then I will be. I'm not sure if you will also be replaced, but I'll be replaced. I think.
Yeah. They won't make me go all the way from over 8 to 50. I hope.
Oh, okay. Unless you really want to, we've only got 2 people at a time at the moment.
Many things to say, and I think it'll be a decent. Come on, and they're quite cool. I love Lisa's energy.
Yes,
they'll make the last bit exciting.
Yeah. So the last 19 overs will be Anis Mohammed and Mpo Makwane, our esteemed producer, and. Okay, so now we've got Janandaya De Silva continuing to Markram, who plays this to long off for another single, and Rassie van der Dussen will face De Silva for the first time. So Janandaya De Silva is looking around at his field, making sure that he's got what he needs to get Rassie van der Dussen's wicket. Rassie looking around, trying to see where the fielders are, and this one is just a defensive shot to mid-off for no run by Van der Dussen. The score is 158 for 1? Yes, a reverse lap sweep there by Rassie van der Dussen, but doesn't quite get hold of it properly. And it goes all along the ground to cover for no run. 158 for 1. 3 balls to go in the 30th over. Rassie is removing some kind of a stringy thing from his bat.
South African batsman not having fun with their gloves today. It almost looks like, spider's webs. It looks like it's still there. It's going to bug him again. I see it just hanging off. So Van der Dussen facing Janandaya De Silva. He comes forward and fends this into cover for no run. Well, he's stopped noticing it at least. It seems to be gone. So 2 balls to go. Janandaya De Silva to Rassie van der Dussen. Balls goes through the air, just out of reach of Janandaya De Silva, down to the mid-on boundary, the long-on boundary for a single. And Janandaya De Silva diving to his right almost caught that. It was just chipped up into the air and just couldn't reach it. Wasn't into his hands or anything, but so close to grabbing that. If he were just a few inches taller, he would have taken that catch. He goes to Markram now, who plays this neatly all along the ground, and they take 2 runs. Rassie van der Dussen also quite quick between the wickets. And the score is now 161 for 1 after 30 overs. Sure, Rassie, that was so close, hey? So Rassie van der Dussen is, yep. So Rassie is on 2 and Markram is on 95. Target is 301. There are 20 overs to go, and South Africa need exactly 140 runs off those 30 overs to get that done. Okay, and it looks like this is where we're doing the swap. I'm going to hang around for Markram's 100, and then I'll leave these.
You can hang around. Awesome. Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Cheers, Otto.
Thank you, guys.
Let's take them home, boys.
Yes. Let's take some. I actually put money on this game. I actually should have put more. But
on South Africa, I take it.
It's a
okay, you're not
conflict of interest.
Next ball is a reverse sweep from Rassie van der Dussen, 2 square leg. I heard that slide Anis, and it goes out for to the sweeper for 1.
Rassie van der Dussen does not look comfortable at all. So they think the get out of jail free shot is a sweep. He got all of it this time, luckily.
And this one just holding on a little from Jawad Kramer. And Aiden plays it out to the offside. No run there. 95 of 88. We don't want to put any mockers on him, but
yeah, that's exactly what Jean Dion Look says in the in the YouTube comments. It says, "Don't jinx Markham, guys."
He hits this one straight down the ground for a single, and he goes to 96, 163 for one. Timber retiring hurt was really disappointing.
Yeah. If Timber was there, he would have taken 2, so it would have been 97. But I think he's actually he's relieved that Timber might not be batting with him anymore for the time being.
Ja Wickrama in shortish ball to Rassie, who plays it out to the leg side to Cal corner. Oh wow, it's a wide expansion. They're probably going to run for 3 as that fielder had to come all the way from square leg to deep mid wicket, and 3 runs, well run there off of the back to Van der Dissen.
I said that that he's not going to be running as much with Van der Dissen.
Run a 3.
Puts it into a small holding.
Oh, Aiden Markham with a wide shot, and he's caught.
Oh no!
He's caught
96. Chris, what have we got?
Point by Hasaranga. A stupid shot from Aiden Markham, but an incredible innings. And unbelievable that he played to a ball that was wide. It was turning away, and what a catch from Hasaranga. And Aiden Markham still does not have an international ODI century. Unbelievable fielding, and I'm just shocked. I'm truly shocked. And his average still is at 30.18, but we'll talk about that later. Aiden Markham, 96 off 90, caught Hasaranga, bowled Ja Wickrama. What an innings. He set South Africa on a platform. He should have actually, because we've got 20 overs left, he needed to bat deep. A little bit of a rash shot from him. That brings in Carl Verreynne. Many people in Cape Town should stand up right now. But what an innings from Aiden Markham. It's not 100. It's close enough.
It's so silly.
This is why we haven't put so much respect on his name as yet. Because he didn't need to do that. He could have just worked 3 balls for singles or 2s. It's a big ground, and the gaps are there. The exuberance of youth, I guess.
Yeah, it's the way he had been playing his innings.
He's been in the team since 2017.
I don't know.
I'll have a look. But he's probably still the youngest batsman in that, excluding Verreynne, in that top 6.
He is.
So
I can't believe he played that shot. I honestly can't believe he played that shot. I'm baffled. I'm honestly baffled that you've been playing singles the entire 15 overs that you've been batting with Temba, and that one ball.
You know, it's like I remember SA playing Australia in a World Cup in the West Indies, and there was a turning point in that game when Jacques Kallis was struggling with cramp, and I think that's the game he retired in. And South Africa were well on target to win that game, and he left, and it just crumbled, and like everything went downhill. And
I hope the batting collapse doesn't start now.
No. Let's not use
Ja
that word.
Wickrama into Rassie van der Dissen. He pushes that one out to the offside for a single. What Aiden should have done. And
I'm off to go cry. You guys see us home.
Chris, it's all you. You jinxed us, but thank you very much.
I was here for his whole innings. I watched every delivery.
You said you wanted to stay for Aiden's 100.
Yeah.
You couldn't just trust us with this thing. Oh, he's gone.
Okay, cool.
Oh no. So yeah, double after 13 week 320. 300 what 330? Oh, yeah.
Okay, so South Africa need 134 of 80 of 134 of 19 overs. Jean on YouTube said I said it. And then we do apologize, Jean. And then he also says, but his average will go up and Paul. Lol, it will. Yeah. But if you look at, I was looking at Aiden's last ODI scores. He last scored a half century in 2019 against Bangladesh, against Sri Lanka in Cape Town in March 2019. It's been over 2.5 years since he has a score over 50 in ODIs. So really happy for him. Just sad that he didn't get to 100. But yeah, we want more of that. If we can get more of that this series, it's going to be quite interesting, especially with Timber with that finger injury, that thumb injury, as a Carl Verena gets off strike with a single to the leg side. The feed is breaking up a little. Yeah. Oh, no, it was Rassie van der Dissen with the single there. I thought it was our man from Cape Town, Carl Verena. I'm excited about Carl Verena. He averaged over 50 in the 4-day series last year. I think he's a really, really awesome player. Him and George Linder, I think people need to respect George Linder a little bit more. I think
they need to put respect on George Linder's name. Like George Linder can bat, which is
but especially in this format. I think George has been helping these Cobras for years. This one, Dhananjaya coming around the wicket with his off spin, and he played out to the leg side for no run. Have you guys noticed that Sri Lanka has just been giving us spinners? Like after they tried to shut out the situation, it's been Jai Wickrama, Dhananjaya, Hasaranga, and going in
with Markram and Bavuma there of the ball.
This one just played back to the bowler, no run.
With Bavuma and Markram there, it looked like they were just picking them off, taking the singles, and they looked pretty comfortable. Now with two new batsmen there, this is where the spinners come in, and they get through these overs quicker than you think. And next thing you know, there's a ton of scoreboard pressure.
Yeah, and to a certain extent, that's why Timber's retired hurt really, really does kill the momentum. And I kind of made a point to, I think it was Simon or Chris, that before Timber came in, Yanaman and Aiden Markram were trying to bludgeon Hasaranga to all sorts. Even that LBW appeal where I thought Aiden was lucky and Hasaranga thought he had the wicket, the one that was the umpire's call. That one was just Aiden trying to hit the leather off the ball. And 2 balls before he did the exact same thing, and he missed as well. And so that was my thing. And then when Timber came in, all of a sudden the singles came through. Markram was a lot calmer. Markram was batting within himself, but he was still rotating the strike. And then on top of that, Timber allowed him to have the platform for him to look for boundaries that were less risky.
Yes, I think that you wouldn't have taken that shot. You wouldn't have played that shot if Timber was there.
Yes,
I don't think he would have.
And then we start seeing a rash shot when we haven't seen a rash shot in over 15 overs or over 16 overs. So it's just a mind game, I think, for him. But I'm happy for him right now.
I think, as I said, Heinrich Klaassen is watching his spot be just evaporate in front of his eyes, unless he comes in. Unless when he comes in, he plays a blinder of a cameo.
Okay, so I've got some Timber news. Timber is undergoing assessment for discomfort secondary to the blunt trauma incurred on the field while batting. An update will be provided in due course. So it's not the initial blow; he's just feeling discomfort.
That's good to hear. So just put it in the splint, put it in ice, stick it in ice. Just relax for the next until when's the next game?
I don't think he's gonna play Saturday. I think
no. Rest him. Yeah.
Sit out, let Reza play, and then
Heinrich Klaassen's captain.
Yes.
No, so Heinrich Klaassen.
I just don't get how they overlooked Rassie as captain.
Because I was looking at the lineup. You were speaking. I'm jumping around. You were speaking about George Linder, putting respect on his name. In that 4-day competition, besides putting respect on George Linder's name, we need to put respect on Keshav Maharaj's name, because he was taking wickets and getting runs. I think he scored like 3 or 4 50.
Yes.
And I think he got a 90 something, and I was like, look, he can bat.
And him and Carl Verena had a stand of about, I think it was 250 together.
Yeah, I genuinely thought that with the Cox form being the way it was in the Test matches, as in the Test match arena before the West Indies tour that Verena had justifiably played Quinton de Kock out of that Proteas team in the longer format. But QDK
Actually, even
proved us
Temba.
wrong.
Actually, even
Yeah.
Temba. I
Yeah.
would have put Carl Verena in over Temba because at the point in time, Temba was struggling. This one played out to the offside. A lovely shot there from Carl Verena for another single.
Was he struggling though? Because he averaged in the 2 series before the West Indies one, Temba was averaging over 50. Yes, he didn't score. He didn't score any 100, but he was consistently scoring 50.
Yes,
and I think
but
that's what
my
people
point was
overlook.
I was willing. My point is I was willing to actually drop Temba, even though his form in 2020, even in and around COVID, this one, this ball turned.
He didn't know about that one.
This ball pitched on leg and hit and turned out to off stump, but luckily, Rassi just defending that off the back foot.
Rassi's footwork makes me worry sometimes. But I think that's right. Like with the way just he looked so uncomfortable with that one. But I think Rassi does it and Dean Alga does it, and to some extent, Pak du Plessis used to do it all the time. It's like he's just worried.
But my point was, I was willing to give Carl a run over Temba, just because Temba's already had enough opportunity.
Yeah.
And you wanted somebody who, when South Africa needed quick runs, who could come and give you quick runs. When South Africa, Carl is like Carl to me is like Temba. When you're in trouble, he's there for you. Oh my word! This ball dying in front of Carl Verena. He played a flat batted shot and good keeping from behind the stumps. But oh my word, he nearly got. If he got an underage onto that, he would have been out. Really, really good bowling from Jaya Wikrama. The ball just dying as it got to the batsman. This one's a little bit fuller and driven out too long off for another single.
Verena was playing for the Carl Verena was playing for the turn there, and it just didn't. It was beaten. Luckily, but that middle order, I think in the test lineup, especially number 4, 5, number 4 and 5, and maybe to some extent number 6, up for grabs. But if QDK is at 6 and they're like 4 or 5 guys, and I've mentioned it before, fighting for those 2 spots, and that's a good thing to have. However, we need to have consistency and give guys a run, like give guys 2 series and say, okay, for the next 2 series, you're going to be the income, you're the guy, and we'll assess the situation after that.
No, and that is true. This one, Dhananjaya, this over around the wicket. He's around the wickets to the right-handed Carl Verena, who slaps that straight to the fielder at backward point on the boundary for a single. Yeah, so and to a certain extent, I agree with you, and I was willing to do that because Carl was he was kicking that door down.
Yeah.
And to a certain extent, this was my point with Aiden in ODIs. If he's averaging 26 before this game, right? Why not take someone? So if him and Riza are averaging 26 in this game, in this format before this game, right? Take one of them. So you take Aiden, but then don't take Riza. Take another young guy like a Grant Rudolphson who averaged over 50 in the Momentum One Day Cup, or even a Zubair Hamza who was the number 2 run scorer, or even a Ryan Rickleton, because Ryan Rickleton's a left-hander and he's the number 3 run scorer in the Momentum One Day Cup. So for me, that's where I kind of disagree with the selectors, because I'm sitting there going, fine, if Aiden's going to bowl, that's okay, but if he's going to average 26, drop him to 6. He's not good enough to open. But Chris said that he averages 37 as an opener, so I'm happy with that. And maybe if the selectors saw that, then by all means. But I'd like to give other guys an opportunity if form isn't there. Because, for instance, Aiden's last half century was in March 2019. That's 2 years ago against Sri Lanka.
Yes. But my thing is, though, like you're saying, if form is a thing, what does someone have to do to break down the door to get in the team? Like you mentioned the 3 guys, and they're averaging over 50, and they're doing well. What more do they have to do Because, like, for instance, Keegan Peterson was selected for the test team because of his form 2 seasons ago.
Yes. Next ball played out to the leg side for a single. Carl Verena's on strike, Dananjaya. Down that leg side, but Carl finds the fielder at the short mid wicket. That is Avishka Fernando, who is the only Centurion in this game. So that is the end of that over, 176 for 2.
So
not for lack of trying, actually.
and Otto was saying the entire time, the problem with Aiden Markram is he looks solid and he looks great and he throws his wicket away and he plays a stupid shot. He like has a mind fart, and and we can say, like I said, the exuberance of youth, but like you said, he's been in the team and he's been in the setup for long enough that he shouldn't be having those. He shouldn't be having those. And
then Archie Cricket Podcast on Twitter said, "Oh dear, Aiden Markram out in the 90s again." To start the new over, and Rassie van der Dussen came quickly through that sweep shot. It was an 85 km/h ball from Jaya Wickram, and he only got a toe end of it, so he's still trying to find the pace of this left arm spinner. The great thing for the South Africans is they've got left arm spinners coming out the wazoo, so they should be comfortable with Jaya Wickram's bowling.
I wonder how often in the net do the bowlers actually bowl to the batsman established, or do they get net bowlers in to just chuck a couple down?
Rassie coming out to the offside, he plays this one, he drives this one to extra cover for a single. There's a sweeper coming around there. 176 for 2. 177 for 2. I beg your pardon. The frontline batsmen get to face our frontline bowlers, so you will get some overs of Kesh and KG and all the guys. It's just from like 6 down onwards, like the all-rounders who don't get the Kesh or the KG.
Yeah.
This one played out to the leg side by Carl Verena for another single. Now, obviously, because they're the guys, so for instance, Kagiso can't bowl to himself, even though we'd love to bowl to himself. And then he just can't.
That would be great. Just clone him. We've got 2 now.
A clone Kagiso bowling to himself.
Look what we've made.
Obviously, because when the frontline batsmen stop, the frontline bowlers then put up the pads, and then the guys like Aiden Markram bowl to them, or guys, some net bowlers. But obviously with COVID, net bowlers are few and far between. This one played out to the offside by Rassie van der Dussen for another single. Just taking singles, just how Temba and Aiden were building the platform for South Africa. When Temba came in, there was that over of Hasaranga where it was 6 singles, and you kind of felt, okay, the train has now left the station and everything is calm. So you're kind of getting that with this over.
I was wondering, like with the Springboks going on tour to Australasia right now for the rugby championship, they took 45 people, the players. Wouldn't it make sense then for the cricket teams to do the same?
Yeah, well,
then you can have
guys.
Yeah.
The problem is money. That's the only issue.
Yeah,
CS's
true.
You're talking about Saru, who won the World Cup. This one didn't want to
they've got
money,
money,
from the bat of Carl Verena. End of that over, 180 for 2. South Africa need 121 runs off the last 15 overs. Very, very doable. If you look at the progression of how ODI cricket has happened over the years, these two just need to take it as deep as possible, take it to over 43, 44, 45, and from then on they can figure out if they need 50 off the last 5 overs, then it is really possible.
I think that 10 and over always starts getting my heart rate up. I wouldn't want them to be chasing anything more than 80 in the last 10.
But if you look at it, Sri Lanka needed 40 off 19 balls to get to 300, and they did. And that's 10 and over.
But our bowlers didn't have a good day. Like they were off. When does KG go for 6 and over?
So Dananjaya starting his over. First one's played out to leg side for no run. Carl Verena getting one that turns into him, just holds its line a little bit, and he cuts that to that fielder behind square at backward point for another single. Score goes up to 181.
How does Rassi van der Dussen look like he's got sunburn?
I know, but he's
What is
always
it?
said he's been
Sure.
hot. He says like
Yeah.
Sri Lanka's been so hot. So I would agree to that one. This ball is an interesting one because it's literally set on the leg side wide line, and Rassi was trying to give himself room, thinking the ball's going to go across him, and all he could do was play to the field at the 45 for no run. Next one, Rassi giving himself some room still, but playing it inside to the leg side, no run there. It went to the fielder at mid wicket, who's in the square.
Didn't turn at all. He just darted it in.
No, because you can see Rassi's moving, and so he's darting it in. He's just following Rassi's legs. This one down the leg side, a little bit of an appeal, stifled because the wicketkeeper forgot that it
forgot it's outside leg stuff. Just appeal for anything. But
and then next ball, this one going across over to the off stump, and Rassi playing that with soft hands to the fielder at a backward point. He's a little bit closer there, more of like he's very short at backward point, but they've managed
this ground
to
is huge.
Massive.
This rivals some of the grounds in Australia, but this is big. I think this might be bigger. But these boundaries are huge. Like if a couple of those chip shots that we got really nervous about with Aiden Markham was playing, the one that he didn't get out to, might have actually gone for 6 in SA because this ground is so big. Yeah. So George's Park, that's out the ground into the road. Wow.
Yeah, St. George's is very small, but I think the Wanderers is actually quite small, and with the altitude up at the Wanderers.
Yeah, no, with that ball must travel up there. Am I the only one who's south of the ball of the Coventry guys? Oh no.
Tim's in Cape Town.
Okay, me and Tim. Yeah, we need to.
Yes,
we
Tim's
need
in
to.
Cape Town.
We need to conspire against you guys.
Together. Yes. Yeah. Chris used to be south of the ball.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we're sitting. Yeah. And then we fetched him.
We actually got fetch him. And Rassi with that slog sweep again to, I think it's Jaya Wikrama, or it's a killer done in Jaya.
Wow.
And he gets that behind square for a single. He's already sweating.
Sweat is pouring. It's not just sweating; it's pouring off of him. It's like, are you okay? Do you need? Where's the energy? You just had drinks now 3 hours ago.
Yeah.
Oh, your Calvarain's beard.
So, Carl's trying to look more manly with that beard.
I've been growing mine. I'm not cutting mine until November.
Akila Dhananjaya to Carl Vernon. The line really helps Carl because he can just play that across his body onto the leg side. There's a fielder there on the boundary at long on who had to come up to field that one. So an easy single to the South Africans. 184 for 2. At this stage, Sri Lanka were 178 for 3. So a little bit similar. South Africa slightly ahead, even in the wickets column, because I don't think Timber's coming back today. So you could consider about 184 for 3. The good thing for Timber is that the retired hurt is a not out.
Not out.
So it helps his average. Dhananjaya in. Good
shot
sweep from Rassi van der Dussen, and it beats the fielder at square leg for 4. It's a South African get out of jail shot, the sweep shot to the off spinners, and he's played that incredibly well with a lot of power and great timing.
I'm happy with that sweep because it had intent behind it, not just I need to play a shot to get off of strike. That had intent behind it. Not just a nothing lap, but he got down early and he swatted it to the boundary. Not just okay, I'm hoping.
That is very true, Anis. As I just realized that I need to create the broadcast for our next show.
Oh, we're gonna do a simulcast. We're gonna do 2 games at once. The trick is gonna go long. We're almost there. 190 for 2. Wait,
Yes.
188. Sorry.
Yeah, we're nearly there. We'll be done in an hour.
We hope.
But yeah, it's just going to be quite interesting because the second
It's gonna be
T20
tight.
that's going to be live in Antigua. This one driven down the ground by Rassie van der Dussen, evading that fielder who's in the ring at mid wicket for a single there. And very good over so far for the South African. 6 runs off of that, off this over of
I checked
Killer
the
Killer.
weather report earlier on. It's 29 degrees and partly cloudy in Antigua. 1% chance of precipitation.
Okay, that's good. It's not bad. Hopefully,
And then
we'll
in
get
half an
it
hour,
there.
it's just gonna pour with rain.
And this was supposed to be 90% precipitation. This one played out to the leg side. Carl Verena taking that single. Runs off every ball in this over from the South African score, 189 for 90 for 2. There's a drone circling the stadium, and the cameraman has found the drone that's supposed to be taking pictures of the field. So just
Nice.
Nice.
Woo!
Oh, reverse sweep. Rassie misses it entirely. There's an appeal to Kumar Damasina, and the best umpire in the world says not out because it was outside. It was
Outside the line,
outside the off stump. So,
Are they going up?
oh, come on. Please don't tell me you're going up. Please no.
1.
4, 3,
No.
2, 1, and
Too late
then-
now. Too late.
Oh,
Can't have
no,
that
they are.
conversation. Oh,
We
no, but
can't
it's
have
too
a
late. The time has run
conversation.
out.
Yeah, so can we tell them that the time has run out? Umpires, do your job.
Oof. That you saw my head going to my head. I was oh no. As soon as
Yeah,
it-
so end of that.
You see what I meant
over,
about the
I-
intent?
Mhm. Yes, it's just sometimes for me you gotta watch the ball. South Africans don't know how to watch the ball out of the spinner's hand, and because of that, the sweep just covers everything because you can smother the spin. This one next over from Dhananjaya around the wicket, right arm around the wicket. Carl plays the ball straight to the Centurion Vishka Fernando, and he makes a meal of it, and the South Africans scamper through for a single. He's literally in the circle, in the square, on the square at mid wicket, and he fumbled the ball, and Carl Verena called Rassie in for a single.
Just checking.
Because the problem is
Nothing
that
new.
you can't. The problem is sometimes you just can't. You need to be able to, especially with the Sri Lankan spinners, is a guy like Dhananjaya. This one played out to the leg side. They will take another single. That evades Avishka Fernando, who his close in fielding has been left a lot to be desired today at mid wicket, and the score goes up to 192. And a guy like a Dhananjaya, who can bowl a leg spinner and a traditional off, you need to watch his fingers. You need to watch the ball coming out of his hand. You can't just assume. This one down the leg side
That looked
for a wide.
Now that you said that, I'm watching his hand, and that looked like it came out of his hand.
Yeah, but that's what you need to do. And that's what Yanaman Malan really struggled with Hasaranga. This one played down the leg side, with the angle really helping the South Africans. I think Sri Lanka need to try to do something with that. And this one just going out for a single. Yeah, so like Yanaman couldn't pick the googly. He just assumed that every ball is a stock standard leggy, and because of that, he's going to play it on the back foot. And then the googly came in, and he was trapped. Oh, what this is an edge, and it's going to race down to the boundary. And good fielding, but not good enough because Akila Dhananjaya tried to hook it back, but he hooked it back so well that he found the boundary. And
We'll take it. We'll
198 for 2.
We'll take it.
And so now Rassie's on 26 of 37. Yes, it was a genuine edge, and there's no slip now. To a right arm off spinner bowling around the wicket, trying to get the ball across the right-handed batsman. So I think Sri Lanka really need to look at their field placings because And look at their plans of attack, because I think the South Africans are finding it very easy. We thought it'd be a trial by spin, but South Africa's doing an incredible job. This one swept behind square to the fielder at the deep square leg. That fielder is Dalson Shanaka for a 2 runs. Comfortable 2. South Africa reached 200 with 12 overs remaining. 12 overs and 2 balls remaining. It's looking quite good. We see the pictures of the South African assistant coach, Mandla Mashimbie, who is the Titans coach, and surprise, surprise, was Mark Boucher's assistant at the Titans before he became a South African team. Lynn Makubu is asking, what is the required run rate on Twitter? The required run rate is 8.3. In the loss, South Africa need 100 runs off 12 overs. Well, after this one, because it's a single down the leg side, they scamper through for a quick single, and the score at the end of 38 overs is 201 for 2. So South Africa need 100 of 12 overs, 8.3 runs an over.
What would Duckworth Lewis power be?
I think we're ahead of Duckworth Lewis power.
Hopefully, because right now they're making me stressed.
There's no rain. Don't worry. There's no rain inside.
Okay.
Don't worry.
Okay.
Yes. I know they said 90% precipitation, but we've had our 90% because it's a chance of rain. So it rained.
Okay. Yeah.
So it was 100%. So we're done.
Okay. I'm not sure that's how it works, but that's how
we'll ask Simon how it works, but I'm assuming. And then Lynn Makubo on YouTube says we should pick up the rate now, isn't it? And your answer is yes, we should. And this last over, I think, went for quite a few runs. It was the last over went for, just getting it
11.
for you, 11. So they are picking up, and the over before that went for 8. So they are trying to push the run rate and get it through, because it's like an orchestra reaching a crescendo, and so this is that moment where South Africa is going to try and reach that crescendo. But it could also be anticlimactic. But we'll see how that goes.
And we know Rassie finishes slow. Oh, they're bringing on some pace.
We've got pace
bowling change. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be interesting.
It's Chamira, Dushmanta Chamira, short ball outside the off stump and punched to the sweeper. Hasaranga on the offside picks it up at extra cover. South Africans managed to get 2 off the first 2 balls, off the first ball of that over. So scores 203. Now they need 98 of 71 balls. This equation is a little bit better, Anis, I must say.
It sounds better. Yeah, it sounds a lot better. He's also bowling 137, which I think is like in our batter's wheelhouse. They should be comfortable with that.
Yeah. So it's
not express pace.
So Lynn on YouTube laughing at you and he's saying Duckworth Lewis has done us before. So she feels the angst that you have right now. Next ball just played out to the leg side for another single off the bat of Van der Dissen. He's on 31 of 40. Verena 11 of 15. If there ever were any safer pair of hands South Africa would want to be in, it would be in the man who averages 75, the man we nicknamed Bootma 1000, Rassie.
We find this, yes, from the town of Dissen.
I think Rassie's one of 2 players to ever score 1,000 runs in first-class cricket season.
In
South Africa. This one, a short ball there, rising up on Cal Verena, hitting him high on that thigh pad, but no run there. And it's 2 or 4 for 2.
There are a few off the top of. I know Jacques Rudolph did it once.
Yes, and I know Rassie's done it, and Aiden missed it. And Aiden missed it by like 60 runs.
Aiden was on fire.
And it was even in a shortened season.
Yeah. Aiden was on fire. Aiden played that Titans batting lineup isn't the same without him.
If Aiden played the final, he would have gone to 1,000. Chamira into Carl Verena. This one was tight on the off stump. Carl cut it, and they come through for a quick single as the fielder at backward point with through the ball had a shot at the stumps. and Rassie is safely in partnership with 39, 205 for 2. That's a good thing about the South Africans. Their partnership's been very good today. Apart from that Van der Dussen Markram partnership in the middle. Yes, but they've been good.
If they got run out there, that would have been if they got run out there, that would be a silly run, but it didn't, so it was good running.
That's fair. Chamira into Van der Dussen. This one tucking Van der Dussen in for room there outside the off stump, back of a length, and Rassie couldn't get set off for a single. So no run there, 205 for 2. Run rate. How
much does he sweat? No, guys, you've got a problem. You have a problem. Get into a helmet. Remember when, like, Gary Kirsten, when they were touring the subcontinent, he'd wear a bandana and he changed that every couple of overs.
Yes, but I'm sure Rassie's like, I sweat too much. It just doesn't make sense.
This doesn't help me.
Chamira into Rassie Van der Dussen, who gets this very fine down the leg side. Another 4 runs, and he's asking for gloves. He's sweating.
Yeah, he heard me.
He's asking for gloves. 209 for 2 at the end of 39. South Africa need 92 off of 11 overs, so that's 66 balls.
Okay,
because normally
they need another over. Yeah, so if they're chasing, I'd be comfortable around about 18 over.
So you want them
I'd be comfortable
to get 12 runs off the next over. No, but normally in ODIs, if you can score between 80 and 100 runs in the final 10, you should be comfortable, especially with wickets in hand. So these two can do it, and also the bowlers will. The pressure will move on to the bowlers as you go on further.
We don't have the finishes that we normally have, though.
But it's that's okay. The family having moment.
Yeah.
But
she's dressed as Princess Elsa.
With these two.
yeah. If one of them has to bat through, because we don't have the finishes. But like I said, unless Clausen comes good and he proves us all wrong.
No, but Heino Clausen is can strike a ball. At a very handy strike rate. He remember that pink ODI against England where him and Andile just took them to the sword in those final 10 overs.
He needs to live up to his nickname, Lucky. If he needs to bat, ideally you wouldn't want him to come in. Ideally you'd want to sit at 4. You want to lose at most 4 wickets.
Actually, Lucky's his second name. So
yes,
or it's his government sanctioned name.
His government.
This one is a full toss, swept straight to the fielder at square leg. Luckily, Dhananjaya De Silva is a good fielder because had he not been, he would have gone for 4, and he saved 4 runs essentially because South Africans could not run off of that one.
Yeah, and delay. But he would be coming in if 2 more wickets go down. So
2 more wickets go down. He's
I forgot about Tim, but I can't believe I forgot. Oh!
And Dhananjaya bowling it was a leg spinner, and just on that off stump, luckily Kyle Verreynne got some bat onto it, and it bounced outside the off stump for no run. And Akila Dhananjaya again with a normal off spinner, and he traps Kyle in front of his stumps, and it's a plum LBW. You can't do much there. He tried to ramp it behind onto the leg side, and it didn't work out. But he's gone for the review, of like a last chance saloon.
That's silly.
We shall see. I think it's a good. But here's the interesting one, right? Akila Dhananjaya, the ball before, bowled a leg spin. That one that you went for. This next one, he bowled the googly. It went straight on with the arm, and trapped Kyle right in front.
Dead.
There's no bats. There's nothing, and to a certain extent, like I've said, they need to watch the ball coming out the front.
Yeah.
And this one.
Oh, that's hitting
is
middle.
plumb. That's plumb.
Again, I would like, maybe Chris can help us out later. I'd like to know how many wickets the sweep shot has claimed in recent times for South Africa.
Yes, so South Africa lose the review. All three reds pitching outside of, hitting in line, hitting wickets, and another wicket has fallen. 209 for 3. An update on Bavuma as we wave Kyle goodbye. He's out for 12 off 20. Bavuma's hand has been strapped and will return to bat if needed.
Oh, Captain Courageous, please. I think.
And then Lynn McCool
we must be in dire straight.
Asks if Timber is out of the team for the next game, who will be his replacement? And is Clausen going to be captain? Reza Hendricks, he's the only batting replacement they have on tour. And then Clausen will be captain.
Unless they put more trust in the batting lineup and they play Ian Mulder. Dwayne Pretoria, yeah. Bring in Dwayne. Yeah, I forgot about Dwayne. So they bring in Dwayne, yeah. And maybe give as you were saying, pull out either KG or Anas, and then bring in Pretorius and Vian. Yeah. That seems like a balanced team.
So vice captain Hannah Clausen is now in. He is averaging 32 in ODIs. He'll be looking to get South Africa over the line because I do think if a wicket falls, Timber will come in.
Yeah. And I think they just need that calming presence they just need to work around the ground's big enough, the gaps.
Got enough time. Akila Dhananjaya to Heino Clausen. This one's turning away the bat. He came forward and he missed it entirely. But luckily for him, he was well inside because the stumping attempt did happen. And yeah, what a beautiful leg spinner there. And to some extent, his leg spinner comes out without any revolutions. I don't know how he does it.
Yeah.
But it just goes straight through. It's like a slow ball. This one is a lot fuller and driven down the ground behind Clausen. They will come through for a single. They can't take a second. So score goes up to 209 for 3.
It's all
or 210.
If you watch his wrist, he's not for his googly, because now you made me focus on watching it out of his hand. He's not putting revolutions on the ball, so the ball's just coming out, and his wrist isn't popping behind the ball. When he bowls a big edge turning leg spinner, he obviously works his fingers more and everything. So I think that he's standard one isn't going to
work. This next one he kind of did work. But his line was slightly off, starting on the leg stump. Rassie missing it. And that's the end of that. Over 210 for 3. South Africa need 91 to win in the last of 60 balls.
Also coming out at 90 kilometers an hour. That's quick. Rashid Khan bowls the leg spinner that quick? Or Rashid Ali? And then
there's what's this? The other dude? Adil Rashid.
Yes, Adil Rashid, yeah. And then Anil Kumle's leg spin used to be blitzvinnig for a spinner, bowling at 100 k's an hour.
But what helped him was his height. He was very tall, so you got that pace and you also got bounce.
Bounce, yeah. And he's used to come in. He's used to come at a rate of knots. I remember a story that Gary Kirsten was telling, where he went out and he says, "You do not sweep Anil Kumble," and he goes out to bat and Kumble comes on first ball. He tries to sweep. He goes out he walks back into the changing room. He sees, "See, guys, I told you, you don't sweep until Kumble."
Yeah, because you most often for them they misjudge the flight and the ball would like get underneath the bat and then they'd be bowled. Wanindu Hasaranga resuming, number 3 T20 bowler in the world, and this one is straight at Hein Klaasen, who plays back to the bowler, no run.
That's interesting that the top T20 bowlers, how many spinners are there in the top 10? I think the majority.
Not in the top 10, but the top 3 are spinners.
Oh,
this
all spinners,
one, yes.
Well.
This one's outside the off stump, a late cut from Hein Klaasen that bounces over the fielder who's at wideish slip, and they managed to get a single off of that. 211 for 3. South Africa need a good over to kind of get this final train going, this speed train that's going to 300.
I think things are going to change things can change, like you said, in one good over, and the momentum completely shift for either team.
Rassie sweeps this one square. It's going to beat the fielders, the 2 fielders. One was at square leg, one was at backward square leg. Rassie found the gap straight into the middle, and it is 4 runs to South Africa. It takes the total to 215 for 3. More of that, Rassie. More of that.
Yes. Swept again with intent. Yeah, nearly taking out the umpire. I love it when the umpire duck and dodge.
Lynn Makubu says, "I'm glad the boys have not done too bad. Have done not too bad against spin, and Killer killed us last time. Well, yes, in that last over. Yeah, a killer the killer.
Yeah, the killer.
Hasaranga, and the reverse sweep comes out, and it's way wide outside the off stump, and they're going to chase it down, and Dhananjaya chases this one down. Are they going to get 4 or 3? And the South Africans managed to get, drum roll please, 3 runs.
Yeah, 3 runs.
This ball. This outfield is very large, and South Africa did an incredible job.
Picked it. Got some real estate.
Yes, they did. They're showing graphics on the TV as to how many meters Rassie intercepted the ball from the stumps, and he intercepted the ball beyond 3 meters, which is good batting against. But if you want to sweep, you need to make sure that you get to the pitch of the ball very quickly. Oh, a full toss from Hasaranga, and Klaasen plays that finds the fielder, which probably is disappointing, and that is Banuka. And so it will be a single to the South Africans, 219 with 1 ball remaining in this Hasaranga over. It so far has gone for, that's 5, 8, 9, and 9 so far. So we'll just wait to see for that final ball.
Say hello, Nicole.
Hi, Nicole. And last ball of Hasaranga's over. Reverse sweep this time, and Rassie beats the fielder, and it's going to race away to that backward point boundary. The sweeper could not get there, and South Africa come out of this over with 13 runs. The score goes up to 223 for 3. We asked for a big over. We got one.
Good. Yeah. Again, the sweep shot with intent makes a whole lot more of a difference than the lap or the paddle. And hopefully, that'd be my first job as if I was coach or assistant coach. Guys, we need to stop this. Take out the lap. If you're going to sweep, hit it.
So Sri Lanka in the overs 41 to 50 scored 91 runs. In overs 31 to 40, they scored 74. South Africa scored 49. Yeah. So that's where the difference. If this game is going to be lost, it will be lost in overs 31 to 40. South Africa bowled poorly, and Sri Lanka and South Africa batted poorly in this period. So it's something, if you're Mark Barch and you're watching this, that's where you need to fix. You need to figure out these 10 overs, how you navigate these 10 overs on either side of the ball.
That was, but those 10 overs were also the time when we lost the quick wicket.
We essentially lost 3 wickets. Temba's out.
Yeah, we lost 3. Yeah,
Aiden's out, and also Calvareno is out.
Calvareno went out. Yeah.
So Sri Lanka really was starting to turn the screws there on South Africa. Hasaranga was choking himself with his chain there. As some sort of a punishment at the end of that over. Akila Dananjaya resuming. Leg spin outside the off stump that Klaasen plays out to extra cover for a single.
Hey, that's what he's into. If he's into that sort of thing,
as a punishment, he's like yanking his chain. So the back of his neck must be very sore right now. But maybe it's like those guys who have elastic bands. Whenever they do something bad, they on their wrist,
they snap themselves.
Which I think self punishment is not something I want. Rassie sweeping this one out to deep backward square. It found the fielder this time, and they can only get a single, so he goes up to 48, and South Africa 224 for 3.
They only took one.
Yes, they only took one. So Klaasen to face up against Dananjaya. Ooh, fuller length ball. Klaasen coming with a straight bat there. Turned as it pitched, but Klaasen smothered it really nicely. It goes out to the leg side for a single.
And so without us noticing, Van der Dussen has moved on to going at a runner ball.
That's why he's the best batsman in the lineup. By a country mile.
Because he starts slow, and this is what we need. He starts slow. He is the Otis Gibson.
And the next ball is a wrong un, just holding on its line, keeping. So it's actually not a wrong. It's more of a top spin, and it cramped him for room, and Rassie couldn't free his arms or couldn't do anything but just defend it back. So a dot ball, 3 singles and a dot. A boundary is needed in this over, so I just don't know if the South Africans are going to try push for one. Rassie sweeps this one and to square leg. He finds the fielder, but he's going to test the arm, and they come back for 2. The throw hit Hannes Klaasen on the shoulder, and Rassie gets to 50 runs. 228 for 3, a runnable 50 from Rassie van der Dussen. Really, really good innings. As you said, Anis, we just didn't. We just realized that he was on 50. We just didn't notice. And in this innings, Rassie has gone over 1,000 runs, and he averages 78.
78.
He's hit 950s. This is his 950 and 1 century. So very, very good batting from the one we call Uput Mathausen.
Uput Mathausen. That's sticking.
Yes.
Wow.
Akila Dananjaya, last ball of that over. Reverse sweep from Rassie. It evades the fielder, and it's going to race over to that backward point boundary. Another great shot from the South Africans to close out a very good over. 6 runs off the final 2 balls of that over.
Nice.
Add the 3 on top of that. That's 9 and over.
That's
That is what
we need.
That's what we need. And the target now, 69 needed of 48.
Oh. Okay, I'm feeling a bit more comfortable now. 69, but we can do this. We just got to take it home, and I think.
Look, if you needed this in a T20 with 7 wickets in hand, you'd back.
Yeah.
So
I don't understand.
Yes,
that's something I don't understand. Like, if we saw that equation in 20, we'd be like, "Oh no, it's easy." But now, because it's a 50 over game, now it's like we know. Well, I'm nervous. You're not. You. Yes, hydrate. Yes, hydrate, Rassie. Hydrate. You've lost more water than you're taking on. Come, hydrate.
Yes, no, he does. We don't want dehydration, so it's good that he's drinking water. Also known by those who follow Cristiano Ronaldo as agua. Remember when Ronaldo in Euro 2020 took away the Coke bottle and put a bottle of water?
Oh, sponsorship. Gotta love it.
And Coke shares for that moment. They had a little bit of a shake. But
fired everyone.
Who put that can there? Where are you? You're fired.
I'm still okay. The series is sponsored by Incense Stick, or is it Bicycle?
I don't know. Oh, Cycle Incense. This one, Hasaranga resuming, and it's a ball outside the off stump, and Klaassen just defends that back to the goal, no run.
Worked away nice.
69 to win of 47 balls. Heino Klaassen with a sweep shot. It comes around the corner, but only for a single. They actually went in front of square, not around the corner. And just another single, gets himself off strike. 233 for 3.
Could you have I'm pretty sure you could have worked that around some way without sweeping and gotten the same result. It's going to be one. Then
but I think he's looking. But I think he's looking to try and split the field.
Smother the split. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, on the largest part of the ground. I think that side, and then Rassie with the paddle reverse sweep. For a single behind scrum at point on the offside for another single. 234.
Dock them 5% of the match fee for every paddle sweep they play. Paddle reverse sweep they play. 5% your match fee in the kitty.
Hasaranga to Klaassen with a sluggish sweep. He didn't get it fully and go straight to the fielder at mid-wicket. Another single, 235 for 3. A boundary is needed in this over. Just reminding you, we've had 2 singles off of this over. And we've already had 4 balls, so they'll be looking to get a boundary. And one into Hasaranga in. Reverse sweep from Rassie. There's an LBW appeal. The South Africans do think of running, but they don't. They all stay where they are.
Oh, they're going to go up.
They took the single. They will go up. It hit Rassie on his butt. So
yeah, we can't say it's high. He was crouched.
Yeah,
that's a good shot.
Reverse sweeping, he missed it entirely. So let's see if Hasaranga's gotten the important breakthrough. So front foot is okay.
They're going. Oh no!
Oh, this could have hit him outside the off stump. It was turning away, but we shall see. Hopefully, Rassie is safe. So let's just wait and rock and roll it, as the umpires say. He's wiping himself with his towel ferociously because he's sweating like a madman.
He's going to need a new towel. Big gross territory. Why is he wearing why is he wearing a long sleeve towel?
Because he bats with a long sleeve.
Unless it's one of those breathable things where if you're sweating, it actually keeps you cooler to have the long sleeves on.
I would assume a New Balance would have sorted him out with that. Yeah. So no bat involved, and it hits him.
Oh no, that's missing off stump from this from the angle.
An umpire's call is not out. So
yeah,
it's similar to like the Aiden Markram one, where it was just on off, whether it was off stump or just outside off stump. So Ultra Edge is done. We just need to move on to the next one. So Ultra Edge is passed. Now we're pitched in line. Hitting him in line. Oh my word.
Oh, sure.
Umpire's call. Urethane. So South Africa survived. So it'll be one great bite to the cause.
Great decision. And look who it is, Kumada. Best umpire in the world. Oh, he's got eagle eyes.
No, he's very good. Like, amazing.
Oh, he's
a part of the big. And think about the test matches he's missed out on. Like this India-England test match, the ICC World Test Championship. He's missed out on a lot of games.
COVID is starting to get more variants than. Okay, I can't say that on TV. On air. Otherwise, we will get demonetized and get kicked off of YouTube. This is. We need to get past this because things need to get back to normal. Get your vaccine.
Yes, that's what you need to do. This next ball played out to the leg side by Rassie van der Dussen for a single to close out that over. That over was worth 4. And so South Africa really need to put the gas on. They need 65 or 42, 236 for 3.
Oof. Just looking at Whoa, that was.
The Sri Lanka team thought they had it. They thought, when they saw umpires call, they were like, "We're in." When they saw it hitting in line, they were like, "We're in, we're in." And they only forgot that Hasaranga isn't a leg spinner, so he turns the ball away. Everyone, so yes, so equation is
so
simple.
close, yeah.
Yeah, 65 or 42, and we're in for a humdinger here.
Shamsi went for runs.
No, he did.
Not his usual economical self. Went for runs today. But
well, yeah.
Look at Katie.
But the one you don't see here is Keshav Maharaj, who
he's on top.
Was like 1 for 30, and he
2 for 30.
Yeah, 2 for 30, and he didn't concede a boundary in his 10 overs. That's incredible from Keshav Maharaj.
Best spinner in the world.
Hey, some people might just be like, no, Simon Harmer is the best spinner in the world. And you know the truth. Another sweep attempt from Rassi van der Dussen to Dhananjaya. It was a leg spinner. He missed that, hit him outside the off stump, no run there. So they just another dot ball, which is what Sri Lanka really do need, and South Africa really don't need. So
Simon Harmer being the best spinner in the world is the exact same thing as the people that said that this was a pandemic or a fake virus, whatever.
For those that don't want to vaccinate.
Yeah.
Dhananjaya, and this one is swept straight to the fielder behind square for another single.
They need to go. They need to start going. Oof.
Yeah, I think they should give themselves the next 2 overs and try to get about 14 runs up until 45, so you can make it 50 or 30, because I think that's much better to manage. That's 10 and over. Dhananjaya into Clausen. He plays it out to the leg side. They're going to look for 2. Clausen was looking to go. Russell was like, let's not do that. And he's angry.
Russ is like, no. Just show. Just wait.
And that takes the score up to 238 for 3.
Watch Russi play a sweep shot.
39.
Watch Russi sweep.
You can put money on it.
Wait, sweep.
You could put money on it. Next ball will be a sweep shot. Very interesting looking square that's going to have 6 games of cricket on it in the same stadium. So it's going to be pretty cool. This one slipped, as you said, behind square for another single.
Russi's just
Well, look, if it's effective, why must he change it? I'm just waiting for that slog sweep to mid-wicket that Rassi always does to score boundaries. But great fielding from Dasun Dushmanta Chamira at mid-wicket to stop the ball that was going past him to make the single.
That elastoplast on his fingers.
I think so.
Oh, that needs to be checked out.
Nah, come on, guys.
I'm betting like that.
This one dying on him was a top spinner, but going on with the arm. And finally, the South Africans decide to take a 2. And I'm hoping Heimer Clausen's a little bit happier because now he's on double figures. He's on 10 off 12. And
I
South
think
Africa move up to 241 for 3.
Clausen's going to say he's going to go for it. 6 overs left, 10 and over. Yeah?
He has to. He has to be the aggressor.
Yeah, someone has to go, yeah.
But I think the target is probably 45, and then at over 45, they're going to try and push on. So far, 5 off this over with 1 ball remaining. Heimer Clausen looking around to see.
There's a gap there. Yes, there's a gap there. I'm going to go there.
Well, he's pointing to the leg side to say that, can I get it to mid-wicket, through mid-wicket by a sweep shot? This one he plays off the back foot. Yanaman would have told you not to do that, but he managed to get the bat on the ball this time to mid-wicket for a single. South Africa need 59 or 36 balls at the end of that over, 242 for 3.
Oh, This is not. This is again, like we were saying, in a 20-10 and over for 6 overs is easily doable. With this ground being as big as it is, instead of you can work it around and you can get the twos and a
this is the
boundary
moment
and
where
maybe
you
a
try
boundary.
push for singles, push ones into twos,
Yeah.
twos into threes to kind of get the momentum going. But they need just under 10 and they just need just under 10 and over for the last 6 overs. So yeah, you're just gonna hope that South Africa actually pull it through.
Sorry, my battery's my battery's about to die. Oh cramp! Oh no! There goes the running between the wickets. And it's Rassie van der Dussen who's sweating.
Yes.
So, oh no!
Craig Govender, the physio for the South African team, who we interviewed on the podcast here at One World Sports Radio about 3 weeks ago. Go check that out. Is doing work on Rassie's hamstrings because he's been sweeping.
Rassie van der him sweeping is triggering me. I'm kidding. I get so anxious whenever I see a South African pull out that shot.
Hasaranga's
and I don't know why.
Getting ready.
Oh no! Is he also going to retire?
No, he's just wiping himself with a beach towel because that small little towel that he has isn't very good.
Yeah, no, that's so.
Yeah, but it's been a good innings from Rassie, 58 or 57. Sweep shot galore, but much needed after the retirement of Temba, as well as that wicket of Aiden Markham. You kind of ask yourself, who's the next guy to put his hand up? And Rassie has always put his hand up for this team, averaging 78 in ODIs. Really, really good. Oh, it's 79 right now. So just really awesome to see Van der Dussen just pulling it off and getting in amongst the rounds.
Rassie seems like the ultimate team guy. And it was Rassie van der Dussen that stood up when everyone was having an issue with people taking the knee and whatnot. And it was him that spoke to the press and was saying that the team was in support of it.
Yeah, and he's a lovely guy. I've done a quiz with him before with him on my team, and Aiden was on my team, Rassie was on another team, and he seemed like a really, really lovely guy. Aiden's a lovely guy too, actually, even though everyone thinks I hate on him. But yeah,
we were trying to figure out earlier, where does sauce come from? Or is that just chip?
It's sauce.
Sauce. Oh, okay.
But Afrikaans people call it sauce because I don't know.
Sauce.
I don't know.
Okay.
I think he liked tomato sauce but he's carried it through his youth. So he may have spilled tomato sauce on his clothes or something as a youngster, and then he scored 100, and then they called him sauce.
Okay.
It's possible. It's one of those type of stories.
So it's just typical like sauce. Oh.
So Hasaranga resumes. We've got some cricket. This one's a shortish ball played out to the left side by Heimer Klaasen for a single. So we're getting a move on now. 57 needed of 35. Interesting to see how Rassie does this. Is it a sweep shot? Is it going to be a shot?
Conventional drive.
Yes, or looking for
play straight.
Boundary. Yeah. So the offside, the two fielders behind square are in the ring. So if he can reverse sweep it through that gap, which he does, and to the fielder, they don't take they did take a single. Good running. Good running.
Good running.
He reverse swept it to the fielder back a point, and it was a single. He was looking for that gap. We saw that gap. Because if you beat those two, you're in. And we've got a lofted sweep. 1 bounce, 2 bounce, great save on the boundary by Dhananjaya De Silva, saving 2 runs behind square, and the score for South Africa goes up to 246 for 3.
That as soon as he pulled out that reverse sweep, my heart jumps into my throat.
Yes, the mop.
But Klaasen, there was a good slap by Heimer Klaasen.
Oh, and Heimer Klaasen looks for a slog sweep. Has he found the gap? He has, and it's going to.
Yes, played, boy.
to cow corner. A really good slog sweep from Heinrich Klaassen. It did pitch outside the off stump, and he smothered the spin there from the leg spinner, and it was really, really good. Massive hit, and great finding of that gap between the fielder at long on and mid.
Did he get it on the full?
No, he didn't.
No,
it bounced a little bit.
But he got all. You got all the batter. You got all of it. It was well played. Drag back. That's really need 51 more.
And then he pulls this one to the same spot.
Yes.
And this time there's a fielder there. Great fielding there from Dunn and Jai.
Take three. One for the throw.
No, they've taken two. And
remember those? You remember that at school? One for the throw. No, why?
Yeah, well, we're at the pros, so that one for the throw is more like
no, that doesn't.
So yeah, South Africa go 252 for 3 to win 49 of 31 balls. If this ODI series is going to be like this, it's going to be quite enjoyable. Hasaranga into Klaassen. This one he plays with a straighter bat out to the fielder at long on, and a single. So ending that over, we had a 1, a 2, a dot, a 4, that's 7, and 3 runs to close it out. So that's 10 runs off of that over. Or 11 runs off of that over, and it's a 48 required of the last 30 balls.
9.6 and over. Oh, come on.
Look, we scored 43 runs in the last 5 overs.
Yeah.
So we just need 5 more runs from the 43. If you add 48, if you add 5 more onto this 43, you get to the target. So South Africa well on course to chasing down their second, their first 300 plus total since 2016.
That's wow.
Yeah, it was actually Russell Domingo. Dananjaya to Klaassen. This is a bad ball. He couldn't get all of it. He swept it straight to that fielder at 45 behind square. So good thing that they ran. Dot balls are a no-no right now in the game. It's apart unless if you're Sri Lankan, you want dot balls. They go.
This would be South Africa's, if they get there, would be South Africa's third, just off the top of my head, third 270 plus score. Since I think 2019.
Sweep shot out from Rassie van der Dussen. This is gonna go straight to the fielder there. One into Hasaranga behind square. Single.
Because remember we were struggling to get to. See, we didn't. I think we scored 270 already once. Did we score 270 in the West Indies?
No, we didn't play ODIs in the West Indies. It was just
yes, the 2020. Oh. Okay.
Yes. Oh, full toss and great shot there from Heinrich Klaassen. He smashed that. It's Van der Dussen, I beg.
Van der Dussen, yeah.
Smashed that to Kyle corner for 4. That brings up the 50-run partnership between these two. There's a full toss from Akila Dananjaya. And South Africa now need 42 of 27.
That was Heinrich Klaassen.
It was Heinrich Klaassen, yes.
Yeah, muscle.
Yeah. It's just that the broadcasters don't know the difference between Klaassen.
Yeah.
So like it's one's taller than the other, but it doesn't matter.
They also wear completely different gear.
Yeah. So South Africa now need 41 of 27 balls.
They need to send us. They need to send us to go over there and compete.
They do, and they also need to send us to the Caribbean.
Oh yes, okay. I'll take that one. I'll take that job. Oh, but then we have to be in the bubble.
Short ball. Heinrich pulls this to the leg side. They're going to take a single. They're not going to take one for the run, for the throw. I don't mind being in a bubble in the Caribbean as long as my window faces the ocean.
The beach. Yeah.
If I get out that bubble, oh.
yeah.
So the score is 260 for three. As we see South Africa, Akila Dananjaya, a two. Oh no!
Oh,
Rusty
no.
Van der Distant tries to reverse sweep it, and Akila Dananjaya sweeps him around his legs. The ball pitched on leg stump and pitched outside leg stump and hit leg as he missed it entirely. And Rusty is out. South Africa 261 for 4.
That wasn't necessary.
Very good ball from Dananjaya.
Yeah.
Imagine all the pressure he's on after this over. He had already gone for 7 off this over, and he takes a wicket. So very good over from the Sri Lankans.
So again, another wicket to the sweep shot. Is surely instead of the sweep shot. Oh, Andile Petlakwayo, come on, be a hero. instead of the sweep shot, surely there must be someone that we can bring in to tell or coach our guys to be more risky if they want to do something about the scoring rate. Where instead of playing the sweep, they can work it around just using the wrist the way the subcontinental plays.
Yeah, but I do think
bring in Hashim Amla.
Well, you could, and that makes sense. But yeah, I think that takes a lot of learning. It's just obviously Rassi just was looking for that gap on the offside behind square that he could, if he found.
Yeah, but
that,
he couldn't. But if he worked it instead of sweeping, if he worked it just playing a normal glance down to the leg side, would have been much safer than playing the reverse sweep and yorking yourself.
Yeah, and we'd already gotten the boundary off this over, so he didn't need to try and put them under even more pressure. So Andile and Hanno Klaasen are reunited again. Hopefully this time they can,
heroes.
That they can take South Africa home with just 41 needed of 25 balls. Just a sensational ball from Akila Dananjaya.
Oh, yeah.
It's unbelievable. They're literally pitching on the outside leg and hitting leg.
He kept his nerve.
Yeah, he did. Big time.
Andile
Petlakwayo. If he takes South Africa home, a lot of people would be very, very happy, including myself. Massive fan of this guy. I think he's what South Africa need going forward. Dananjaya into Petlakwayo. This one just spearing in at the stumps on middle. He defends that back to the bowler. End of that over. End of 46, 260 for 4. South Africa need 41 of 24 balls.
A tweet from Christy B. Would you prefer Petlakwayo or an injured Bavuma at this point? To be fair, I would prefer Petlakwayo as well. Because if anything more happens to Temba, we lose a captain for the rest of the series.
Yeah, and also I think Temba can find the boundaries. I know that he can. I just think
with one hand though.
Yeah, just it's the first game of the series. Just let him play. Don't let him play. Just let him rest. Let's see what the other guys have. It's a good test for this lower middle order. We did say it was thin, but so now it's time for us to see whether it holds up. So 260 for 4 overs to go. Let's see. Can Sri Lanka do it? Wanindu Hasaranga, 1 for 49. Petlakwayo's on 0 for 1. Klaasen, 28 of 22. The target is 301. Hasaranga's final over, number 3 T20 bowler in the world. And first ball, Klaasen does not know what's going on. He sweeps all around it. Luckily, it missed the stumps. And there was a bit of a stumping chance there behind, but nothing to be worried about. No run there. Yeah. Didn't watch the ball out of the hand. He just wanted to hit it. And And
Going
Hasaranga
for the
again,
C ball, hit ball.
a lot fuller, played off the pads, off the back foot to the leg side. Dushmanta Chimera, the fielder there at long on for another single. 41 needed
now-
of 23 balls.
Right now, Andile needs to be beating Heinrich Clausen strike.
Yes, he
I'm
needs to rotate.
so on edge. I'm really on edge.
Well, when you've commentated on the World Cup final, nothing more gets you like
Oh
that.
no,
So.
that must have been that
Oh
must
no,
have been
it hit the
insane.
bat. What are the rules? What's going on? It's a penalty. Oh, it was just so bad. And then they lost on comeback. A ducked sweep shot from Andile. Only a single, but he got to the other side as Anis wanted. Sri Lanka were at this position. They needed 40 of 19 balls to get to 300. South Africa need 39 of 21 balls to get to 300. So very, very similar, and it is very possible and doable. Clausen coming down the wicket in, leaning edge past the bowler. They take a single there. Sri Lanka will be happy giving away singles, 263 for 4.
All of a sudden, Clausen looks like he's not that comfortable at the end as Hasaranga is busy eating his gold chain. No. Come on now. Get a fidget spinner or something.
Hasara. Oh, and Andile looked to swing so hard at that ball, but he missed it entirely. It was in the gloves of the wicketkeeper before he could know it. Another dot ball. Really, really good bowling from Hasaranga.
Oh, if he got that.
Just kept it, it pitched and just straightened. Then Andile plays it off the back foot, can't get off strike because it went straight to the field at point. And that's the end of that over. South Africa need 38 of 18. It's getting a little bit tougher now. So, Anis, my rule of thumb is you can't go over double the number of balls required to runs. The moment you do that, it's in the bowler's half. If it's less
do they now?
And so right now we're 38 of 18. We're in that moment. It's teetering.
Yeah.
On falling into Sri Lanka's half of the game.
One good over though, and it changes the complexion completely.
No,
and we need that good over.
But right now, if you require 2 runs off every ball, that is doable. But if you need more than 2 runs off every ball, that is not. And that's where South Africa find themselves right now. Actually, they do need over 2 runs in all because 18 times 2 is 36.
It's 36,
and they need 38. So Sri Lanka just winning this game with that last over and just pushing that advantage. Well, with the last over and that Dhananjaya over. So last 2 overs have done incredibly well to bring it through. Now the quicks are coming in. It's going to be a little bit easier for the South Africans. Petlawai is probably going to like the pace on the ball. It is Dushmanta Chimera who's going to close it out. And I'm assuming Chamika Karunaratne is going to bowl on the other end because they've only got 2 quicks. Unless if they want to bowl Dasun Shanaka, who didn't have a best of times tonight. So, let's see how this one goes. Chimera is just making sure that everything is fine. He's gone for 37 runs in his 5 overs. That is over. That is well over 7 runs over.
Yeah.
It's like 7.1. So he's bringing in his mid wicket into the circle. He's got a man at fine leg on the boundary, a 3rd man on the boundary. So if he misses, he's hoping to go long and full. That's how his field has been set up. This one's a shorter ball, and Heinrich Clausen misses it. There's nothing you can do there. He missed the down.
No. It's fine. As Clausen's on strike, Clausen needs to finish, and Clausen needs to if Timber is injured.
Adada has got to him. 38 required of 17. Good start to the over from Chimera.
Oh, making his comeback.
Gotta has to because it's up to him and Karunaratne. And Karunaratne is gone for 6.5 runs and over. So that's going to be Oh, slower ball, leg cutter. This one was a lot fuller. Nice little length there from Chimera. All they could
Well done,
get,
Coach.
the South Africans, is a single. Digged out all the way to long on.
Yeah.
Look at that cutter out of the hand. Really, really beautiful ball from Dismante Chimera. Great to see that he's bringing in the variations at the depth, and he can bowl a cutter at a Yorker length, which is something that
Yes.
the South Africans really struggle to do. And it's well directed as well, so it's really good from him. So you can see why Dismante Chimera is going to the IPL.
You guys were saying that a couple of the Sri Lankan team got IPL contract.
Yeah, Hasaranga and Chimera. So
Okay.
really, they really are happy about that. Full toss, Andile plays it down the ground. It beats the fielder. There is another fielder coming around from wideish long off, and it is a 2 that the South Africans managed to get off of that. Score goes up to 266 for 4.
So far, he's not allowing bowling anything to let the.
You don't want boundaries.
South Africans. Yeah, he's not bowling anything so that the batters can get anything and get underneath the ball to lock it up. But these boundaries are so big.
They are.
So if you're gonna hit it, you need to be sure.
Yeah, and it just shows you the class that Sri Lanka have from a bowling perspective. The spin is already good, even though it looked like South Africa was comfortable. Andile with a really good shot out wide. Just didn't connect it really well, hitting on the outside of the bat, raced down to third man and could only get a single off of that. Chimera is very ecstatic right now because he's only taken 4 off of this over, off the first 4 balls of this over. South Africa really do need a wicket. Not a wicket, a boundary as soon as possible.
South Africa doesn't need another wicket. No.
No, we don't need another wicket. Just need a boundary.
And he ramped up the pace. They're 141. Not bad. He's changed up.
Yes. So Klaasen waiting, looking. Chimera into him. Short ball. This one's up in the air and it bounces just in front of Hasaranga behind at square leg, and another single taken. So South Africa are batting themselves out of this game. 268 for 4, 33 needed of 13. Safe to say that this is well into advantage Sri Lanka.
Remember, I said
very, very disappointing from the start.
Remember, I said the turning point. The turning point of this game was Timber Bavuma's injury.
Yeah, him walking off. Even Aiden Markram's wicket, that was just
dismissal.
That was not needed. And this one played out to the offside. The sweeper there is Hasaranga off the bat of Petro. Another single closing out that over. 6 runs off of that over from Dismante Chimera. Sri Lanka
32.
Sri Lanka in the pound seats right now. So Africa need 32 of the last 2 overs. It's pretty much looking like it's all she wrote, but
starting to look bleak. Are we at least Chris isn't on again when we in the pound seats and then we just falter again. Oh no! Oh, this is South Africa's highest score in Sri Lanka. win or lose, it's the highest score that they've ever reached in Sri Lanka. Batting second underlined.
That's very good.
It's supposed to 64. Yeah, we can take that out from it.
And you can look to those middle overs, that over 30 to 40 where Sri Lanka scored 79 runs. 79 runs. That just can't happen. Really can't happen.
The last 3.
Look, I do think obviously on the back end it's a little bit tough, but if you look at how South Africa, because they looked like Timber looked like he didn't know who to throw the ball to. Threw the ball to Gafis, it didn't work. Threw the ball to Anna, it didn't work. Didn't work. Aiden Markram's 2 overs went for 19 runs. Keshav was already bowled out. Shamsi, as you said, was a little bit expensive.
Expensive,
In those
yeah.
10 overs, you were just sitting there going, actually, this team needs a leg spinner somehow.
Yes.
It needs someone to like turn the ball away from the right-handers consistently because they just didn't know what they were doing. And you can
Yeah.
see what leg spinners are doing right now, like Akila Dananjai, Hasaranga, just dominating the game, holding the game themselves. And it's not like it's like a secret. We know right-handers really struggle with the ball turning away from them. You can just look at the South African team, and it's just weird that we don't look for guys who can turn the ball away consistently. Yes, we've got left-arm spinners, orthodox spinners, but they don't turn the ball. Their stock ball's the one that turns in, and that goes straight on with the arm. So like we really, really do need to figure out a way. But Chamika Karunaratne to resume. Second last over, Andile Petluguayo is the batsman he's bowling to, and Andile takes an agricultural swing across the line, and he loses his wicket. Leg stump is out. 269 for 5. South Africa are needing 32 off 11. It's pretty much over. It was a slow ball, and he missed it.
South Africa were 160 of the 28. And then Timber went off in the 28. 167 of the 29. And it just faltered from there. Because they were well within control of 28, 29 over. And then Aiden Markram and his luck.
And the man at the moment, Soweto Lara walks in. Kagiso Larabada. Let's see if he can't have some lusty blows for the South Africans to at least make this a little bit of an exciting contest to go into the back end of this game. South Africa effectively need about 6 to 8 boundaries to win this game of the next 11 balls. Looks pretty tough. It's very tough. Sri Lanka have done incredibly well to take this through.
As you said, the Proteas have battered themselves out of the game. I'm a bit bleak considering everything.
Yes, very, very bleak. Next ball from Karunaratne to Kagiso, who swings for the fences. Nothing happens there. He just misses a lot of air. And the Sri Lankan bench is applauding Chamika Karunaratne's efforts here. 32 required of 10. South Africa just staring defeat in the face.
If you're going to go down, might as well go down fighting. Come on, guys. They need to just go for it.
Because we're doing some sort of a simulcast, for those who are going to be watching us or listening to us to the West Indies women and South Africa women game, the T20, West Indies women have won the toss and have opted to bowl first this time, like the last time. This one is pulled to the leg side, and Kagiso takes a single off of that to bring Hyman Klaasen on to strike. Hyman Klaasen's on 32 of 28. South Africa need 31 of 9. We're just waiting for some team changes. That will be live on One World Sports Radio in 30 minutes' time on the other end of this. We'll just hope that the stream actually does work. If it isn't working
this time,
buffering, we're probably going to call it a day. But it looks very sunny in Antigua, so that's a good thing. And the women's team's wearing the old kit. That's just disappointing. Really, really disappointing from CSA. They should have sent
the old kit.
They're wearing that light green kit, which I like.
Oh, okay.
This dark green.
Where did Pakistan go from wearing that light, that almost mint green, to wearing the same sort of dark green that the Proteas are wearing now?
It's just
South Africa's green just went darker.
It's just designers. It's whoever's designing the kits is going to be like, I feel like an emerald green. We got that. Karunaratne into Klaasen, who is a wide one. It's full and
should have
wide.
left it.
Played out to the offside. Hasaranga the fielder. A single is taken there. 13 needed off 8 balls. South Africa really just staring down the barrel here. Just nothing they can do but just take it to the end. Really, truly disappointing. I did say 270 was par, and 300.
As soon as you said 270, I was like, yeah, South Africa's going to struggle to get
So
270.
Proteas women's team is the. Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Shabnim Ishmael is being rested, and
Again?
Masabata Klaas is coming in. No, Shabnim Ishmael played in the last game.
No, she didn't.
Oh, didn't she?
No. Klaas also played in the last game. I don't think she got to bowl because of the rain in the second inning. So is Mignon Dupere in?
No, so it's the same team. Same team. As the last
Okay,
game.
unchanged.
Yes. This one played down the ground from Kagiso Rabada for a single to get Clausen on the board, to get Clausen on strike, 272 for 3. For 5, no, not 3.
For 5.
I'd be very angry if it's 272 for 3 and we didn't get to 300.
And we would, yeah.
Oh yes, Masabata Klaas was playing in that game. So no changes to that team.
Yeah.
Full toss,
which is fair.
And Klaasen plays it out to the leg side. Field at long on comes around, and they're going to run through for 2. So here's an equation. It's not a 1992 World Cup equation. South Africa need 27 of the last 6 balls.
If they get it down to 21 off 1. Oh no. This is I thought we were in with a shout when we started our stint.
I thought we were
in the Pound Suite. Yeah, we strolled this, and then things just went. That's why I started asking about Duckworth Lewis.
And that's why I told you that you shouldn't be worried about Duckworth Lewis because it doesn't matter.
Ugh. I'm so disappointed right now.
Is Timber going to come to the press conference or is Mark? If Mark comes to the press conference, they're going to go into him. Oh my word. Because normally when the Proteas lose, they either bring in a senior player, a captain, or a coach. That's the protocol. Oh, what a beautiful cover drive from
shot, KG.
On the half volley, over the field at extra cover. Really, really good shot. He is the Soweto Lara for a reason, and he's showing that right now.
Oh, get to 290. At least 290. Get to 290. I can deal with losing by 11. Gee. And remember I told you at the beginning of the innings, watch the dots.
Mm-hmm. It's not about the dots. It was just about the fact that they lost wickets at the wrong time.
Yeah.
And that's the disappointing thing. But especially with Timber going away, Aiden needed to push on.
Yeah.
And he didn't get that. And that's my frustration with Aiden today is that, it looks nice. 96 looks great for his stats, but
yes,
you needed to take this team to over 40. When Timber walked off the field, you needed to carry them on. You needed to put those bad shots in the locker. If he took that shot now in the final 5 overs, I'd be okay with that. I'm like, well, he needs to.
Because he'd be on 150.
Oh, the Soweto Lara goes for it again. He pulls this one behind to the leg side, and the fielder long on picks it up. 2 runs to Kagiso Rabada there. 21 needed off 4. So it has to be.
At least we'll go down fighting.
It has to be 6s now. It has
4 6s, guys.
It has to be 6s now.
Like I said, 290. I can deal with 290, and I'll say we'll take some positives out of it.
South Africa let this
I'm trying to be positive.
No, sometimes you need to tell the cold hard facts. We're 10th in the Super League because we keep on making some stupid decisions at the wrong time. Oh, Kagiso giving himself room over the top. He clears the inner ring. It's going to be a 1 bounce, 2 bounce, 4 runs going to the South African cause. KG is on 12 off 6. 17 needed
Oh,
off
shit.
3. We can still make it with 3 sixes. It's very, very good batting from Kagiso. Super batting from Kagiso Rabada there. South Africa's equation becomes a little bit easier. 17 off 3. Remember, in 20 minutes' time, we'll be broadcasting the women's game live on One World Sports Radio and Gorilla SA. Remember to subscribe to our channel on YouTube, and let the people know, let your world know that we're doing a radio commentary on South African cricket. This one is just driven straight to the field at extra cover. No 6 there, no boundary, just a single. 16 off 3. And Anis has gone off, so it is just me for the final 2 balls of this game. 285 for 5, 16 needed off 2 balls. What South Africa need is a no ball and a boundary, and that could kind of turn things around. So right now, Chimera just doesn't need to bowl a no ball. He's got a ring field. He's got a sweeper out at point. They're actually pulling the man. They're putting a third man out, bringing fine leg in. They've got a long on at the boundary. Only about 4 fielders outside of the ring at this point in the game. So Sri Lanka looking for the best way to just make sure that they don't put pressure on themselves, because if a no ball happens, but this one is straight and down the ground, it will race away. No, it's not going to, because the fielder at long on is going to come around. And the South Africans came through for a second, and great keeping from Minod Banuka, who really did an incredible job. He picked that ball up outside, 5 stumps away from, like really wide away from the stumps, and still managed to throw it at the stumps and run out Heino Klaasen, who dropped his bat and picked it up again and is run out. And the wicket has fallen in the second last ball of the game. Heino Klaasen is out. I will just get you his numbers quickly. Heino Klaasen's out for 36 of 31. He's run out by Karunaratne and Minod. So 286 for 6. 1 ball remaining. Keshav Maharaj is walking in to try and face the last ball. To face the last ball, not to try. He's going to face it. There's no attempt here. He has to face it. 1 ball remaining, and Mickey Arthur's a happy man. He's already getting ready to go down and shake hands. Really, really good effort from his Sri Lankan team. Really, really super stuff in winning the first game of this ODI. He's congratulating all the players. Really amazing to see Mickey Arthur very, very happy again. I really loved him. He's one of the best coaches South Africa's had. And this one will go straight to the field at extra cover. That's the end of that game. South Africa lose by 14 runs, and Sri Lanka win. So Sri Lanka win this game by 14 runs, the first ODI by 14 runs. To run through the South African scorecard for you, quickly, Sri Lanka scored 300 for 9. The best bowler for the South Africans was Keshav Maharaj. He had 2 for 30. Scorecards taking an age to load. Let's just do that. Yeah, so scorecards taking an age to load. South Africa really couldn't chase it down. Marasi van der Dissen scoring 60 odd off of a runner ball 60. I think it was runner ball 66. Aiden Markham scoring 95 runs, and he's getting holed out at Calcorn. I'd read out the scorecard, but Quick Info is now slowing down, so probably a lot of things are happening on Quick Info. But thank you very much for joining us. We'll be back in 20 minutes for the women's team, but please do just watch out for our YouTube channel, our Facebook, and our Twitter as we bring that game live. After that, South Africa lose by 14 runs. They'll come back again on Saturday, 11 o'clock for the first ball, and please do join us for then. Up until then, have a great day and good evening, and enjoy and le sale kakagiso.